5 months with the best. There is less than 3. Lily Cat says hi. She is poking the stream.
Right. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Everyone's doing well today. Shadows Benji, thank you for 5 months. Thank you, Beth Chu, for 8. H does claps in the chat.
8 months. H day clap, H day clap, H day clap, H day clap, H day clap. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your patience here today. All right. Making sure all of our T's are crossed and I's are dotted here today. We're ready to lock in, I think. Oh, frick. We're popping off in here this morning. Good morning.
Time zone fan. I will be lurking from a cozy cafe today. H day wiggle, H day clap, H day midnight.
Yo, thank you so much, Tater Top, for the tier 2 coming in. Ghost Compass tuning in from the YouTube chat. Good morning, Ghost Compass. Welcome to the show. YouTube chat sound off, baby. Good to see y'all tuning in here today. Hope you enjoy the show and the continuation of our Wild World playthrough. Got Abby Likes Nachos. I see Sweet D, Stressy Calzone. Welcome to the show. We got Abyss Sans in the building. I see UMT in the chat. Kapow Plays, Taco. Good morning, Shadows. Benji, thank you again for 5 months. We got Oz in the house. I see Maharit in the building with the Blossom badge. Welcome in Aurora Sunrise. Good morning. Nerdy Nurse. Welcome to the broadcast. Dad Baby's in the house. Welcome to the show today. Kapow. Again, good morning. Enjoy the sleep lurk today, Aurora, as well. Welcome to the show, Quince 3. Holy heck, Kapow with 77. How did that one slip past me? 77 months. Holy heck, man, that number scares me sometimes. Ryan Perpetrator, Armazel. Now I'm questioning myself. Vanessa Quick, TT Tro, good morning. We got Leia in the house today. We got Mills Artnook in the house today. Welcome to the show, Cozy Gamer Tally. Good morning, Lynn Love. We got Miss Aileen in the house. Knuckles, good to see you. I'm doing well today. How are you today, Knuckles? How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Tater Tot Soup, thank you again. Can we get some love in the chat? Tater Tot with the tier 2 for 44 months. Thank you, Tater Tot. Enjoy your lurk from the Cozy Cafe today. Chamomile Court is in the building. Dania's in the building. Cozy Stabby's in the building. Welcome to the show, Super Rin. Good morning. Brielle Basor, good morning. Welcome in here, Johnson Boy as well. Spartan Leonidas, salute to the one and only, the legend himself. Hopefully you're going to be playing Splatoon Raiders with me. What do you say, pal? Rosie Poo with the gifted over to Tony. The one and only Tony? T-Tone? Triple T, pretty Tony? Oh, you're good, Armazel. You don't got to send me nothing, dude. You're fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yo, Coco Miko. Welcome to the show today, Trips 14. Thank you, Perpetrator, for the gifted over to Hams Q. Fancy Mum, good morning as well. Welcome to the show, Classy Sai. Can we get some love in the chat for Leia, for our friend Leia Lecter? Sorry to hear about your loss. You have my condolences. And hopefully things get a little easier for you. Take it easy, all right? Take things a day at a time. I gifted randomly, not my Tony. Oh, good. Okay. Because if they would have popped in here, I would have been worried. I'm not sure if I'm still public enemy or not. I don't know. Love in the chat for our friend Leia and anybody else who needs it. I really do hope you can mend, my friend. Take it easy. Take it easy. Prof Unknown's in the house. Welcome to the show, baby. Good to see ya. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the broadcast here. Thank you, Ryan Perpetrator. Thank you, Rosie, for the gifted subbies, the dubbies. Thank you, love. I see y'all getting it in the chat. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right. Hope everyone had a good Wednesday, and hope you had a good Tuesday for what it was. I wasn't there for terribly long, but we still had a good time. Hope y'all had a good Wednesday, a wide Wednesday. A wide Wednesday would even be cooler. Hopefully it was as wide as possible. All right. That's my Tony. Thank you for the gifted Rosie Poo to Tony. Thick Thursday. Thank you, Kapow, for getting love in the chat as well. Don't be shy. We got the post-day off vibes going. Gonna keep it nice and lo-fi today. Gonna play some Animal Crossing Wild World, Retro Crossing, AC Mornings featuring Wild World here. Happy Thursday, y'all. Excited. Salutes in the chat to the hype train. I'm excited. I'm sleepy, but I'm excited. Should be fun. I love Wild World. We gotta pay off our debt, man. We gotta pay off our freaking debt, man. We got Mini Mansky in the house. Welcome to the show, baby. We got Oz in the house. Going for that 100%. I like to hear that, baby. I like to hear that, OZ. We got Zane in the building. Zella Zephyrus, Spank 'em Nasty, Alpha Vega. Dude, I forgot that this song goes in. Kind of coffee do you usually go for? I mix it up. I've been doing black coffee with honey recently. It tastes like black tea because I make the coffee so light. I mix it up, man. Now, if I'm going out, because this question I think is better when you have the luxury, right? So let's say I'm going out and I'm about to hit a cafe up. What do I want? Usually one of two things. I either want a dirty chai. Give me that chai tea with a shot of espresso, maybe even two if I want to get a little crazy. And otherwise, I've been going for some form of, I think it's called a latte, where you would have like almond milk mixed in with espresso. Yeah. And like froth it up a little bit or something. There's all these terms in the barista world. I don't know what I'm saying. I think latte is what I go for if I'm out ordering. But when I'm at home, it's just drip. It's just drip. It's just IV into the veins. That's it. Just ground. Sometimes I grind it myself because I'm a snob. And usually it's on the blonde side. I do like a blonde coffee. I like it. I call it a dessert coffee. Look at that. Look how blonde that is. I accidentally put way too much creamer in here. Like this was for real way too blonde. So if I'm using creamer, I like a nice dessert coffee. But like I said, I mix it up and I don't like creamer. So what I do is I buy a bottle of creamer. I use it until it's gone. And then once the creamer's gone, I spend a month without creamer. And I do black coffee. And then once I have a month or a couple weeks of black coffee, I buy a bottle of creamer. I use it until it's gone. That's like my rotation right now. So I treat myself for a couple weeks. Then I spend a couple weeks just drinking black and I just bounce. So that's a perfect shade. I'm a latte girl. Yeah, this is a little more blonde than usual. I didn't feel like pouring it back into the container. Like straight up, I was looking at the bottle and I was looking at the cup and I'm like, whatever. Because I was about to pour it back into the container. I was like, whatever, dude. I don't even care. Whatever, man. Yeah, what about you though, Ghost Compass? Have you seen the Sony announcement regarding physical copies? Yeah. So, we might talk a little bit more about this tomorrow, but tomorrow's not going to be as much of a gaming news segment as it is. We're just going to be talking about games. So just a reminder, tomorrow morning, we're dusting off the Blathers broadcast vibes and the weekly gaming news vibes would be more proper. And we're going to have a session where we sit and we talk about games we're looking forward to for July, August, and September. So come on by. Hopefully y'all have some games to share with me that you're looking forward to. We're going to build a little master list and chat and watch some trailers and get hype for the second half of summer going into the middle and the second half of summer here. So at least, as far as the traditional 3 months of summer, I'm still a kid, June, July, August. When in all reality, summer is until like mid-October nowadays. So yeah, come on by tomorrow. We're gonna have a little talk. It'll be like 30 minutes to an hour of just yapping. I hope you guys can see it. Hope you guys can tune in for that. And we might talk a little bit about industry stuff while we're at it. That's why I brought that up. Now, that being said, as far as my opinion on the Sony stuff, it's tragic, man. I'm sure we'll be talking about it throughout the day as more people show up. Yeah, to answer your question, yes, it does make me hesitant to get a PS5. Correct. Correct. Yeah, to answer your question, and I'll just leave it at that for now. Yeah, in fact, I probably will not be buying a PlayStation 5. I think for once in my sad excuse for a life, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna put my foot down, and I'm not gonna support Sony. So I think that in life, it's about picking your battles. And while I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm not a part of the problem, I'm a part of the 80% of digital buyers. I'm not like running around buying every physical copy I can. I'm not the 20%, the 20% of physical purchasers. I'm not that. I'm not going to sit here in front right now. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not the problem. I am totally in the 80% problem that only buys digital games. So this isn't some kind of activist statement. However, I do believe in picking your battles. So I've decided I'm probably not buying a PlayStation 5, and I don't think I'm ever buying another PlayStation console again, except for a PlayStation 3 and older stuff. Yeah, I think so. Now maybe I'll change my mind, so don't hold me to this, because I do have a show to run, and I really could use a PlayStation 5 for my show, and I might just have to suck it up and buy one. But as of this very moment in time, I am in a lot less of a rush to go out and buy a PlayStation 5. Yeah, I am just in a lot less of a rush. I really don't like that they're the ones that are swinging on this first. And while I don't necessarily fully like criticize this decision, because I think that this was the next logical step, I don't know if I support Sony doing this. I think Sony's a little scummier than we give them credit for. I do think Sony's a little bit scummier than we give them credit for. And so I don't know, man. I'm a little bit torn. But like, let's be real. This was like the seemingly inevitable future. Think about it like this: we had VHSs, and then we had DVDs, and the VHS people really stood up against DVDs. There were growing pains. Eventually we converted. Then we went from DVDs to Blu-rays and to digital, and some people, put their foot down and they were like, no, stop. But for the most part, everyone was converted, and the convenience can't be beat of digital. People like the convenience. They like just clicking a button. They play the game. This was the inevitable future, and I hate to say the word inevitable, but I think that it's true. I think that there's always a natural progression of media and of content and of things. And I think it's unfortunate, but I think we all saw this coming. I think everyone saw that the next upgrade to media was going to be digital only. I think we all saw this for a decade. And I really don't know if there's anything that can be done about it. The same way that there are still people who interact with VHSs, there's still going to be people who interact with physical media. I think it is a really, really unfortunate timeline. But again, I'm the last person, that should be complaining. I'm like full on digital at this point. I am the problem. Like, I am the 80% versus 20% of people who buy digital. So like, don't take this the wrong way. Like, I literally know I've already committed for years now. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I rank games, so this kills me. Yeah, it's inevitable. Yeah, so it's rough, but
Good morning all. I loved PlayStation, but now I'm hesitant as well. I nearly bought the PS5 Pro, but I don't think I will
Chrissy.
anymore. Hope everyone has a good Thursday.
Yo, you too, man. Thank you, Strato. I'm right there with you. That's what we're talking about. I got asked the question that do I still want to buy a PS5? I don't know if I want to, and there's more than one reason for that. The truth is that the other reason I don't want to buy a PS5 is that I don't like how the digital landscape is with like I don't know. This is a real big conversation, right? But I was gonna mention the whole movies being stripped from people's libraries. But obviously that's not just Sony's problem. right? Like, obviously, those 500 movies getting taken from people's libraries was not just Sony's decision. And that's the one thing you got to remember is like, before you grab your pitchforks, this isn't just pitchforks against Sony. This isn't just pitchforks against Xbox. This isn't just pitchforks against Game Keys. We're talking about pitchforks against leadership that has their heads so far up their ass that they have no idea what they're doing with digital ownership. And we have no laws or legislation in place anywhere. Nobody is doing anything about it. None of our leaders are doing anything, saying anything. It's the most obnoxious thing in the universe. This is really where our pitchforks should be pointed, because this is all falling downhill from like the we don't have any laws in place for digital ownership. Zero. And this is like becoming a problem, man. It really is.
Keep up the great work.
You know what I mean? Like that's like really like, so while it is still, you know, Sony, right? I think the whole 500 movies, if you didn't hear, Sony removed 500 movies that people purchased out of their libraries recently because they lost rights to the movies. So you who spent $20 on a movie, it's gone. Bye. And that's really what the conversation should be about. That's the future that we're trying to avoid. It's not that digital is bad. It's that the ability to just gut something that we bought with our money that's the problem. That is where the pitchfork should be pointed. And it's not just Sony. Do you really think that Sony wanted to remove those 500 movies? Well, maybe there's some weird malicious reason why they could have wanted that, but that's not true. What the problem is the companies that told Sony to do that. You see what I'm saying? So like, while we're having this conversation, we need to be logical about it. And we need to realize that it's more than just Sony. So like, when it comes to our digital ownership, we are in a really weird place. And that's really the conversation. Now, to go back to gaming and to go back to Sony deciding in 2028 to remove disc and remove physical media, you know, a lot of that is Sony. And a lot of that is why I'm kind of now like, do I buy a PlayStation 5? Do I just stick with my guns here? Nintendo is doing things that I like, even if they make mistakes as well. Maybe I just put my foot down for once. Again, I'm not the guy who's been putting his foot down. I'm in the 80% digital buyers, but maybe this is the time where I choose to fight my battle, because I think that Sony just did two things back to back that sucks. Right? Between them for whatever reason removing people's movies, to all of a sudden now they're saying that they're not going to be doing. I'm like, okay, enough is enough. Right? At a certain point, I do need to like do something. I don't know. At least part of me feels like, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, you know. Thank you so much, Dolore, for the tier 2 coming in, baby. Dolore said, good morning. Hi, Leon. I hope you enjoyed your day off. I did. Thank you for all the enjoyable content. I appreciate you in this community. Cheers. Keep up the great work. Can we get some love out there for Dolore? And thank you very much. I did have a good day off. It was a little warm, but you know, we're all hanging in there in the El Nino. The Nino. What up, Paul the Game Bear? So yeah, that's how I feel about it. And you know, there's definitely a little bit of a bigger conversation to be had, because we could go into the weeds about like, right, we could go into the weeds of just, you know, how we feel about Sony owning. At this point, Sony's going to have full control over their own little market, and Sony could just like charge you whatever they want for a game, right? This is like, this conversation goes deep, because if you guys didn't hear, recently Sony got caught rigging prices per your data profile. So like, let's say that in Europe, they were doing this in Europe and in America. So let's say that they collect data on you and they know that you actually have a pretty good income. So they don't give you a sale. So they just leave a game at $60 for you, right? Like Forza is $60 for you, right? And because they know you have money and they know that you buy every game at $60. So they don't really need to give you a sale because you buy games and you don't think about it. But now let's say the next person who lives right next door to you is kind of broke, and their data profile knows that they're broke. They'll give them a 30% sale. to kind of nudge you to buy that $60 game. They'll give you $20 off because they know you're broke. So the two people living in the same country, on the same street, on the same block, one person could have $20 off, one person could be paying full price because they know one person's more spengy than the next. So what's really happening is that now Sony, once they go full digital, is they're going to control where you purchase, and they're going to be able to price you exactly the way they want. They're going to be able to look you directly in the eye and say, we own everything, and you're going to pay whatever we tell you to pay, and you can't do anything about it. And that's the one big difference between the physical and the digital realm, is that with the physical realm, I could go down the block to a trade shop and I could pick up a game for $30 because some other human was done playing it. Cool. Can't do that anymore. It's done. It's going to be over, right? And like that's another side of this conversation that is worth thinking about, is that you're not just accepting digital ownership going away. You're accepting that now they control what they charge you permanently forever. No matter what, they always control the price of the game. Price rigging is full on effect. That's the conversation that's the scariest part about this whole thing, besides for them removing stuff as well. The second scariest thing for me is in 10 years, all of a sudden they have a falling out with Kojima, and then they remove Kojima's games out of your library that you spent $40. That's the part that I'm most scared about. There's three things I think that are the most scary. I think them removing stuff that you purchased, them pricing things in a way that you have no control over, and then the third final scary thing is, hold on, my brain lost it, give me a second, is 10 years down the line when these markets shut down and then you don't have access to the games anymore that you bought, right? Which is something we've been dealing with for a long time, because Sony just also 3 in a row announced that they're shutting down the online for PlayStation 3 and for PS Vita. So after like the next couple years, you're not going to ever be able to download your stuff that you bought on those systems anymore. So you're done. So it's like those are the three major things that a digital world is the most worrisome, you know. And then I guess the fourth is the preservation of media. I didn't mention that, but like media preservation is also on this list because that's important, but that's pretty much number 3. Same idea, just preservation, right? So my big 3 things are the pricing stuff, them removing things from our libraries, which doesn't happen a lot, thankfully, but it could happen more, and then the preservation of gaming. Those are the big 3 that I think that really make this that's the conversation. We don't get caught up. Oh, Sony, don't get caught up. Yes, Sony bad. Zug zug. But let's have a real conversation about why this is bad. Game preservation, our rights as consumers, and digital ownership. Right? Like, this is what we're really talking about right now. Not a disc, right? Like, that's just the catalyst. That's just the like foundation of the conversation, but it gets really tall from there. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that if everyone can kind of think about this and toss this around their mind, then maybe we could see something happen with like, it's going to have to come from like leaders, right? We're going to have to like call call Parliament or call our Congress and be like, please help. You know, that's where it's all going to begin. It's not as bleak as it sounds, but you know, that's where it all begins. We have to like do what we can to try to like get people to care, because like obviously there's not a lot of laws in place, you know what I mean? So it is frustrating. And I'll leave it at that. I'll drop it from there. Yo, you too, Kapow. Have a great day today. Thank you for thinking of me this morning. Yeah, I'll drop it from there, but I had one more thing I wanted to say before I move on, and it's just that the unfortunate truth, in my opinion, is that, and this is a little bleak, but stick with me, is that until the normies get affected, we're not going to ever see any give on this. So just suck it up and pick your battles, chat, and don't let this ruin gaming for you. Because until the normies are affected, nobody cares. And you got to realize, like, I just heard an example the other day. how many people in your life don't even know technology? Like, really stop and think for a second. How many people around you have zero understanding of technology and digital ownership? Think about all the older folk, the people. Just really think about that for a second. Do you think they're voting based off of, they don't even know what digital ownership is? So until the mainstream is affected by this, if ever, we're never going to see any give on this, because we're unfortunately a very small minority. Digital ownership is just not a big deal to most people. Most people do not even think about this. Like I'm not even like, most people don't even go about their days even slightly thinking about the fact that they're not going to own the thing they purchased a year from now. And if they do, they think about it for a second and then they move on. And I'm not talking down on people. What I'm trying to say is that people live different lives, man. Most people don't even game. You think grandpa cares? He's just watching his shows on Netflix, dude. He doesn't know. You think your auntie with 3 kids knows anything about anything? Nah, man, they're just chilling. They're just trying to live life, dude. They're way too busy, dude, right? Like, so it's not it's the truth. The truth is that if you sit here and get all upset and all tight in the chest about this, all you're gonna do is give yourself a heart attack. Take a deep breath, stop, and just move forward. And if you really want to try to do something to help, it starts with doing research on your Congress and Senate and stuff. And that's it. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. Like, it starts with like understanding that, like, giving a phone call to your Senate and Congress and being like, please help. Like, digital ownership is getting really bad. And the more people that do that, like, maybe somebody shows up for us. You know, Stop Killing Games is a really big movement right now. If you guys haven't looked into Stop Killing Games, please look into Stop Killing Games. They are making huge waves in digital ownership in gaming right now, and they're doing everything they can to claw. And they're fighting in Europe, they're fighting in America, they're fighting globally right now. It's called Stop Killing Games Initiative. They just got dunked on in California, but they're not shut down yet. They're trying again. They're trying to move to different states. Don't be surprised if you hear about it coming to your state soon. Again, Stop Killing Games. Go type it into Google, look into it. It's a big deal. And it's like one of the first times we've had anybody trying to fight for digital ownership. So, like, yeah, that's like really what this comes down to, man. But don't let it like get you too upset, because like it just, I don't, you know, I don't think it's worth it, man. Just all I know is this announcement has made me realize that physical media is going to get even more expensive. So I'm going to continue to collect. That's the one thing I learned from all of this, is that your boy is building up his physical library over the next couple years. I'm going to start being even more of a preservationist. Yeah, I'm gonna get that PS3. I'm gonna get that Dreamcast. I'm gonna get a handful of games that I love. I'm gonna start trying to figure out how to back up my stuff. I'm gonna start picking up like my physical media again, and like, but I'm starting with like old stuff. You know what I mean? And then modern stuff will happen. I have a job, so I gotta do digital sometimes. So I'm not even really talking about modern stuff as I am talking about old stuff. You've been saying that for years. I mean, yeah, I've been working on it. What do you mean? Like, I have a Nintendo GameCube with almost 15 games. I didn't have that 3 years ago. I have a Wii U, and I unfortunately only have 3 physical Wii games, or 4, but I'm getting there. I have an N64 with almost 15 games as well. Yeah, like I have a Super Nintendo with 3 games. Like I'm trying, dude. Like I'm trying, but I don't have the money like that. You know what I mean? Like, I can't just go throw $100 at a PlayStation 3, dude. Like, that's like, I don't got it like that. I'm trying to like get my life in order, you know? So, so yeah. And then hopefully I can start picking my battles with like newer games, but I'm not as stressed out about newer stuff as I should be, because a lot of newer stuff isn't even complete on the cartridge in the first place. There's like day one patches. So with the newer stuff, I'm not as stressed out because I feel like 50%, maybe 30% of the time, it's not even completely on the cartridge anyways. So like, fuck, you know what I mean? Like, just fuck it. So I'm mostly right now focused on older stuff. I want to try to get the older stuff in my life, the stuff that I think is going to get really, really expensive over the next couple years. Like watch physical media by 2030 go up in price drastically. I could see physical media going up in price drastically in the next 3 to 5 years, like, because I feel like it could become a trend. Everyone might start scrambling to pick up old physical media. And if that scramble gets worse than it is already right now, because it's already pretty popular. So I feel like now is the time. Like, we might want to start, if you got some old favorite games and stuff, you might want to start picking that stuff up now if you can, because I feel like it might go up in price. Oh yeah, you thought I meant new releases. Right. Yeah, I still am going to be struggling with new releases. Yeah, I am, because yeah. I have been trying, dude. I try with new stuff. I try.
We interrupt this broadcast to inform you that this streamer is Shrek in cosplay.
What?
H day roar, H day roar, H day roar, H day roar, H day roar.
Stores like Amazon are price matching physical prices with Nintendo's digital prices. Yeah, for me, for my job, I can't wait sometimes. So what I'm realizing is that if I can wait, I need to wait. Like, I haven't bought physical Hades yet because I've been waiting. Like Hades 2. And like, so I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to be like for example, what was it? There was just something that was announced recently that I realized I could buy physical because I don't need to play it on day one. You know, like, there's certain games I am going to be able to like start maybe picking up physical, but it's tough. The day one grind is tough. I might try to start doing more midnight releases. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I might start trying to do more midnight releases. That might be the answer. Like, if they even exist. I don't even know how often they still happen, but like, if I can get to a midnight release of like a game at Best Buy or something, that would help so that I can still play it on stream the next morning. So I don't know. We'll have to find out. My old man body doesn't survive past midnight long anymore. I know. Holy heck. Thank you, Altanor, for the 13-month primer, and Silver Blink with the tier 3. Holy bananas. Wow. Thank you so much for the tier 3. And Dolore was a tier 3 as well. I hope you're doing all right, Dolore. Have you drove home yet? Are you still out by the Pa's house? Interrupting this broadcast for truth. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Coco. Would you wait a few days for the OOT remake for a gold cart, or would you buy 2 copies? I'd probably double dip on OOT. I'd probably double dip on OOT if they did a gold cart, but I'll probably double dip on OOT anyways. Thank you, Druck, for the 5-month primer. That one did slide past me, dude. I really appreciate your patience, and it's not lowly, man. Every form of support matters. I was just in mid rant, so I miss stuff occasionally. Nah, man, it's not. Nah, dude. Any form of support is such a big deal, dude. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much, man. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Yeah, that's on me. I shouldn't be missing any support. It's too important. Do you think they'll do an OOT special edition console? I think so, yeah. If they do that, I might buy it and then just like gift my old one or resell it or something. I don't know. That would be a pretty hearty gift. That would have to be somebody I really like. That'd be somebody I really, really like if I'm going to be gifting a Switch 2 to them. Just kidding. Yeah, I know. I could tell you were being silly. My biggest concern is removing from library. That's my biggest concern. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were saying this morning. My biggest concern is that. That's like my top concern, actually. Next to like preservation. A mood. I'm genuine considering dropping $800 again if the OOT special Switch looks cool enough. Yeah, for me, it's like I want the dock. So what I want to do is I would, if they did a special edition, I would buy it and I would see if I could sell my Switch without the dock to like a GameStop. I'm sure they would do that and just take it out of the price. I'm sure you could do that, but maybe not. Sometimes you have to sell with certain components. That would be my goal. My goal would be to buy the new one, keep my old dock so I could have 2 docks for my house, and then just sell my old Switch. That's like, that would be like the ideal situation for me. You've seen a dock cover that looks like a GameCube. That's dope. That's dope. Yo, what up, Heather? Thank you for 25. Good to see you in here, Heather B. Good morning. Yeah, I know, Druck. It's the unfortunate reality, even if I try to stay hopeful, because I think hope matters. Yeah, that's what's up, Goldaviz. We eat an ice water soup. What up, Minty? Still laughing over that clip. You've been addicted to 2 Point? Dude, I've been wanting to play 2 Point again. I just don't have the time right now. What up, Oodle Doodle? Thanks again for all the love coming in here this morning. Sarah loves Anakin with an 18-month primer. And Altanor with the 13. Thank you, Cozy, for the Gigantify bits. Thank you again, Silver Blink, for sticking with me. And Delore, I hope you're okay, Delore. Hope you're staying cool, homie. Thanks for being so cool as to stick with me all these years. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Like this whole PlayStation thing really has me thinking hard about how I buy games. And I'm thinking about trying to go to 50-50. I would say right now I'm like 80-20 personally. Digital, physical, maybe even like 90-10. And I think I'm going to try to go to 50-50. That's my first goal. 50-50. Can I make an exception? Can I start a game an hour late some days? Right? Can I start a game 2 hours late? Because that would be the difference, right? Like I could go to a store as soon as they open at like 8 a.m. and I could get back home by 9 and we could just start the stream late. Is that really that big of a deal for me to get a physical game? I don't think an hour late is that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Like I'm really starting to think like there has to be some kind of give so that I can buy my physical games and own them, and I could stop sacrificing that for my show. Because for the truth is that I treat my show like a business, so I never even thought about it. I just said, whatever, this is my job, this is my business, so I just do what I need to do to be here at 8 a.m. But I'm starting to think like, nah, maybe there's some give. Maybe I don't need to be such, so tight about it, and maybe I could give myself a little grace, and I could show up late some days. Again, this is like tough to think about because my show is important, and being here at 8 a.m. for a brand new game is a really hype vibe, and that's like what I've been doing for 7 years. But like maybe we can start off by doing like 50-50. We could try to like find some sort of give there, some sort of room, some wiggle room. Maybe try to find a store that opens up earlier than 8 o'clock. I highly doubt there's any out there, but that like Walmart, like I bet you Walmart's open at like 6 in the morning. Maybe I could just get to a Walmart or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, Flip Toast. We talked a lot about that already. You're kind of tuning into the conversation a little late, but I do encourage you to go back into the VOD if you really want to get into the conversation with us. We're kind of on the outs of it now. We're kind of just yapping to yap. But yeah, we talked about that literal exact thing you just said, and just where it's coming from and all sorts of stuff, and what we could do if we wanted to try to do something about it. But you're kind of catching the tail end of it. We've been yapping about this for about 40 minutes now, 30 minutes. I don't stream these games, so it does make a difference. Personally, I think I'd be willing to wait to play a game in order to get the physical, but that's just me. But I don't stream them. Well, yeah, that's the thing. We're talking about my business versus Casual, dude. If I'm looking forward to a game casually, I don't buy it digitally. Oh, never, dude. Are you kidding me? I still haven't bought Hades 2 for Switch because I'm just waiting to buy it for $50 physical. That's the thing. I've always been a proprietor of buying stuff physical if it's just for me casually. Relaxing, right? I think I own Mario Kart physical. I own Cyberpunk physical for my Switch 2. You know, I own Smash Ultimate physical. I own like, I think Deluxe 8 physical. Like I own Animal Crossing New Horizons physical because I double dipped. You know, like I really am. I usually do try, but when it comes to my business, that's where I draw the line, you know? Being first to market matters, chat. Unfortunately, being first to market actually is the most important thing entirely for what I do here. Why do we think GameStop are glorified Toy Stories nowadays? It's pretty bad, I know. I had AC&H digital, but I bought it physical too. Yeah, I know. Now, my only regret now is that I haven't bought Happy Home Paradise. It's only on the subscription service for me personally. And the reason I was waiting is because I was hoping that the Switch 2 edition would come packaged with Happy Home Paradise, and they didn't do that. They didn't end up doing that, which is so sad. When people say GameStop is down, so physical resale is down, way more people sell on eBay and Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, GameStop's downfall was definitely more than just the lack of people wanting physical. It's a part of the conversation, though, is all I think we were really going for, is that just look at GameStop. There's a reason why all game stores are slowly dwindling down, except for retro ones, is kind of just what we were saying. But I do agree that GameStop's decline has a lot more to do with than just the lack of people buying physical. GameStop's decline has so many parts and moving, you know, things going on. I think it's definitely a bit more. Yo, what's up, Rio King? Good to see you today. Yeah, we'll be talking about this throughout the day. I'm sure we'll be talking about this a couple times throughout the day today as more people roll into the stream. I'm sure I'll share my thoughts a couple times. Bring back Toys R Us, an electronic boutique. Dude, shut up. All right, let's oh, what the heck? Okay, had to fix my monitor. It was showing up on the side of the screen. All right, let's jump over and we can let's jump over and we can continue gaming and chatting and hanging out. Let's go. All right. Mo. What a moment, mo. Me, mo. Might me, not me, but ain't mo. Ow.
HD wiggle, HD
ow.
HD cheers, HD scat jam, HD chat, HD ship, Desnies, HD love 2, HD gritty, HD ship, HD wiggle, HD cheers.
Yo, thank you for 9 months, Bubbles. Thank you, man. I went primarily digital on Switch 1. Only had AC on cart because it was a part of the bundle, but I do feel bad for everyone that collects or prefers physical. I think Nintendo will keep it going for a little longer. I think so. Wild World's just so freaking good. I'm 50 hours in a Final Fantasy Rebirth. I'm not even trying to 100% this game. GameStop used to be the easiest way to get some money for your games. Now you can get GameStop prices and people will drive to you to give you money. Yeah. Facebook Marketplace and eBay and stuff is definitely, and then you have like Mercari as well. I did see the Metroid leak. I do care about Metroid. Man, we knew that 2D Metroid was coming. You didn't think they were going to follow up Dread? Plus, we're hearing murmurs of a Super Metroid remake. Boy, am I jazzed for that. Now, here's the only problem. I got to do some research because I might have to bust out my Switch 1 to play Dread. Because I'm hearing that it might not run that well on the Switch 2. And it might be better to play it on the Switch 1, weirdly enough. But it sounds like we got to get our Dread playthrough in finally. But I think I'm just going to wait at this point for an announcement. Because playing Dread for the first time as a build-up into a new 2D Metroid would obviously be the play. Since I haven't played Dread yet. So I'm just going to wait now until we get an announcement. Yeah, because I own, speaking of physical, I own Dread in a box, and I've only seen very little of Dread. So, yeah, I'm waiting to play it. I put so much time into this game. Playing with friends online for the first time was so fun. Dude, Brinstar, I used to play this game, local play with my buddy from outside of his window. He would be sitting up against his window in his room because he wasn't allowed outside after 6 p.m. And I would sit outside his window of his apartment and we would sit there and play local play together. I have such fond memories of this game. It's so special to me. Yeah, I don't think Nintendo's going to do anything anytime soon. Plus, Nintendo knows one thing is that it's niche to be the thing that nobody else is doing. So I do feel confident that Nintendo's going to ride out that niche for as long as possible. Right? Like, look at it. Like, Oblivion Remaster just got advertised for being all on the disc. Like, they made a point to advertise it. They were like, it's all on the cartridge. Like, it's becoming a trend to now, like, advertise. It's becoming niche. And I think Nintendo will probably lean into that for a little while. And they'll keep garnering, like, you know, like, goodwill and they'll get people interested because they're the only ones doing physical, you know? Like, it's gonna become like a niche. Yo, thank you, Slitherpuff, for the 4 months, dude. How are you? Yeah, I remember that, Rio Keen. I watched a YouTube video that was talking about that. So YouTube chat said, remember when PlayStation did that to Xbox? When they were like, oh, you can trade games to your friends. Yeah, that aged really well. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. PlayStation 4 how to share games. This aged really well, by the way. Look at this. Look how well this aged, everybody. Look how well this aged.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
Yeah. How's that working out for you? You've become the villain you've mocked 18 hours ago. Please make a video on how to share games on PS6. This is how you own yourself 13 years later. I'm taking my like back 13 years later. Play does have limits after all. We all know why we're here today. I just know this video is going to have a lot of new views. You live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Yep, that worked out real well. Both of those men don't even work there anymore. Oh my gosh. Joke's on y'all. He never let the game go. He ain't sharing that ish. Holy heck, dude. What up, Karen Keisha? Good morning. You had to drop the quality down to 480. Freaking Wi-Fi's being a butthead. Well, what's a little blurriness between friends, Tater Tot? What's a little blurriness between friends? Dude, the Metroid leak, I'm pretty excited. Yeah, I've never played Dread yet. I'm waiting. I have Dread I have Dread waiting. So did y'all hear? August 11th for Oblivion on Switch 2, which means our fisting playthrough returns this late summer. This late summer. One Khajiit, blah. Two fist, blah. Up your ass, blah. This summer. The fisting playthrough returns. It's gonna be a riot. We're gonna have to go back for sure, but we're finally getting the Switch 2 edition. I hate that I'm gonna end up double dipping on Oblivion Remaster, but whatever. It is what it is. What up, Red Museum? Good morning. Come here, kitty. She was about to come say hi, and I think the bois scared her. Did you see that Domino's posted about the PlayStation thing? They said they won't be making physical pizzas anymore. Shut your mouth. That would help my waistline for sure. If only I could order a pizza, get the satisfaction of eating it, but not the calories. Sign me up, Domino's. What's up, Detective Rach? Is it gonna be a Rob fisting you boss run? Maybe we'll turn Rob into a cat boy. No, good to see you today, Keisha. Good morning. What up, Slitherpuff? Thank you for the support. What up, Random Reject? I'm just scrolling up on chat, making sure I didn't miss anything, all right? I'm just scrolling up, making sure I didn't miss too much. What up, McBritches? I didn't know anything was going on until I saw the Domino's post. That's actually silly. Sophie Lou's in the house. Good morning. She was gonna come say hi, then she heard your fisting plans and skadoodled away. All right, let's go ahead and let's hit the reset here, and let's go ahead and listen to the music. Good morning, everyone. The intro's now done, and we're ready to dive into some Retro Crossing. Happy Thursday. Bo 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 bo. Dun, 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 dun. Good morning. You came to play, did you? I did. Let's go. Hey, Brittany. All right, we're back, dude. 2025 is when this playthrough started. Let's go make sure our clock and stuff is accurate. You know, daylight savings and all that. All right, July 2nd, 8:09 a.m. I had a feeling we were off an hour since the last time we played this. We'll go to 10, and then we'll wait for... Oh, wait, why are we... We're not even close. We'll go to 7, and then we'll wait for it to switch over to 9:07. There's... My Wii U has a little bit of drifting. I don't know why it drifts sometimes. I don't know if it has to do with, like, power going out or the batteries dying or something, but the Wii U just drifts a teeny bit. So does my Wii. My Wii drifts a ton. I don't know why there's a little drifting. Is Egbert in this town? I think Egbert is in this town, actually. I was just watching an old VOD because we just released the first 6 episodes of this playthrough. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to play this with all of you today. So, exclamation point YouTube, I just released the first 6 episodes of, like, I think 35 or something of this playthrough today. And this is the continuation of our playthrough from 2025. and we're trying to finish it this year. Finishing it for me just means trying to pay off our debt. That's always our goal, just paying off our debt to Tom Nook. Anything after that is extra credit, finishing museums, stuff like that. So our goal here is to pay off our debt from Tom Nook. And we're continuing. We're picking it up. Now, we played this just a couple months ago. It hasn't been too long. I think we loaded up Wild World like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. So we're not too far lost here. Bum, 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 bum. You know you're getting old when your Wii starts to drift. Wait a second. So we have Savannah, Derwin, Barbara, Pearl, Rosie, Curly, Rasher, and Maple. And I think Egbert moved. We could find out for sure when we go to the post office to look at our saved letters. But I'm pretty sure Egbert had moved out at some point. All right, letter from Red here. Red shows up on Mondays. 27,000 points. Not bad. I'd say we're doing all right here. And we don't have our tools in our inventory because we were selling fruit. And we like to clear our inventory when we sell fruit. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we got a nice little rainy day, which means we get some rain sounds today. And where's my slingshot? All right, we're going to replace the watering can with the slingshot. And then what's this? My golden shovel? Why is that in there? Why would I not want my golden shovel? Yeah, weird. Drop on ground. And then the axe can get put away. All right, cool. Sick. All right, let's go get our money rock. Start things off here today. Hope everyone's feeling good out there, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out. And if you didn't get a good morning from me proper, please jump in the chat and let me know you're out there. Otherwise, welcome to the show here today. Thanks again for all the support and love coming in here after the day off. It was really, I really appreciate all the love, y'all. Yo, hey, Meg. Good morning, Meg. Speaking of Animal Crossing Wild World for the Nintendo DS, we got the DS Queen popping in here. Dude, look at how many clovers are covering the ground. I'm gonna start keeping the clovers on the ground because I think I already got a 4-leaf clover in this save file. Let's go check. Oh, we got bugs. Yeah, we already got a 4-leaf clover, so now we can start leaving them as decoration all around town. Please, I can't get rid of these little nuisances. Please, stop dodging me. All right, hold on, we're not done yet. All right, we need to zoom in. I can't. I need to see better. Come here. They blend in. This game's old and crusty. They're blending in with the background. Maybe we need to use a different view. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, there's like 3 of them running around. Gross. It's like we're visiting Grandma's house. I know. I know my house is absurd in this game. We got the computer in front of the tub. You know you're living a life of luxury when you have your computer posted up in front of the clawfoot tub in your living room. You know you're living your best life when you got the computer on a box. Oh, no, it is on a desk. In front of the clawfoot tub in your living room, you know? Bed in the center of the room because this is where the magic happens. Welcome to my love lounge. Definitely a good life. Oh, and then I forgot we have an open bonfire in our second floor. Oh yeah, because this is because grandma's living the life of risk. How could I forget about the bonfire in the middle of the laboratory up there? All right, perfect. It matches the character perfectly somehow. What a good life. What up, Samantha? Your snowman bed in front of the fireplace. Why does it smoke so violently? Accurately describes the temperature at Grandma's house. Yeah. You ever wonder why it's so warm at Grandma's house? Well, because she probably has a bonfire going in the attic. It's a 90s grandma who smokes Virginia Slims, so the house is all smoky. Warm and smoky Virginia Slim house. Don't forget the leather case for the cigs. My grandma would barely roll down the window and smoke a cigarette in the car. Ashes would sometimes fly in my face. Same. Dude, that's happened to me before. Yeah. Picking up an old one. Still good though. Yeah, you already know, dude. I'm so hyped. No meetings today. Oh, nice, dude. I'm here for a fresh Wild World one. Yeah, no. This is a run we've had since 2025 YouTube chat. We've been I started a Wild World run in 2025 as our official Animal Crossing playthrough for that year. We got about 3 months into the year and I kind of stopped playing it. And so this year I'd said I would bring it back and we're going to have it be our unofficial Animal Crossing playthrough of the year again, but the unofficial official. And our goal is to try to pay off our debt and complete the playthrough. So hopefully by the end of 2026, we'll technically be done with the playthrough. Now, it just, depends on what level of done. As I said before, I do enjoy full-on completionist runs. The problem is that this is kind of my only way to stream Wild World unless I were to emulate, which is an option. So usually when I want to start a fresh Wild World save file, I just erase the one on my Wii U. That's the real problem. It comes down to, like, if I don't ever erase this save file, then after we pay off our debt, we could start working towards a museum challenge for this game, because I've never completed the museum in Wild World, and that would be a pretty cool thing to say I've done. And then we just wouldn't be able to start a fresh Wild World for a little while unless we emulate it. You think we'll get AC Switch news next year? Yeah, maybe even by the end of this year. We could see them do an announcement for... We could see them do an announcement for 2027 at the end of 2026. That's like best case scenario type vibes, but we could. Speaking of grandma memories, when I was a kid, I made my grandmother laugh so hard her dentures flew out of her mouth, flew directly at me across the table. Cried because I thought I broke grandma. Good morning. I cried because I thought I broke grandma. That might be the punchline there. That's good. That's good. Blood Raven, good morning. A little tired today. Super hot in my house last night. It was 110 degrees. AC kept tripping the breaker. Hurricane-like storm. We had only made the evening super muggy. Need coffee and lots of it. Man, and here I was going to complain about my 98 degree day yesterday. And then somebody comes in with an 110er, and it's just like, I guess things aren't as bad as I thought. What's up? I like video games. Thank you, Minty, for the gifted to Burning. I appreciate that. Burning Ember. All right, nice. Money Rock acquired. Yo, what up, Southman? Good morning. Dr. Peppy's in the house. Welcome to the show. How you doing today? That's so funny, dude. I thought I broke grandma. Shenanigans. Hey, thank you, Minty, for the gifted. I really appreciate the love, man. Thank you so much. What up, Demon in the Tea House? All right, let me go over here real quick. And, whoa! Oh, I can't move fast enough. I can't move fast enough. I can't move fast enough. No, dude, there's no way. I was at the edge of the map. How did I was at the edge of the map. I didn't even have a chance. I was at the edge of the map. Come on. Like, if I would have been in the middle of town, I would have heard it in time. But because I was at the edge of the map, it's like I had zero chance to react to that. Dang it, dude. We missed Gulliver. Oh, that sucks. Oh, there's no way. There's no way. I moved pretty fast. Freaking UFO, dude. Oof, yo, Maharit, take it easy, all right? Good to see you back in here. Bum, 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 bum. Pools are opening next week. The instant I think this is fine. All right, we have a lot of weeds to pick. I remember this game being pretty rough. It's been like 7 years since I played it last. This game's what I would dub as crusty. I dub the crusty. This game's a crust bucket, but it's filled with a lot of charm and nostalgia. And it was a lot of people's first Animal Crossing. So, funny enough, I think it's the crustiest Animal Crossing, but it might be one of two of the most beloved Animal Crossings ever made. New Leaf being the other one. And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that they were both handheld. And a lot of people's first experiences with Animal Crossing were on handheld. So, of course, you know, this is talking pre-New Horizons. New Horizons is probably the most beloved in the grand scheme because it has the most new players, right? But I think I find in my experience with the Animal Crossing community, because I interact with the Animal Crossing community a lot, in my experience, this is probably the second most beloved Animal Crossing that there is. Like, if I had to create a tier list of the public opinion of Animal Crossing games, this game would likely be on the third of the list. It would be New Horizons, New Leaf, and this game. Again, New Horizons is the most beloved because it was the game that was introduced to most people. So, like, it's just like a scale thing at that point, right? But this game, people love this game. People always jabber about how much they love this game. This was your first AC that I owned. I played GameCube one before that because a friend owned it. Nice. Yeah, I started on GameCube. Breath of the Wild, loving Breath of the Wild, it's addicting. Breath of the Wild is definitely addicting. This was my first AC. Off to get some breakfast. Yo, enjoy. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. The amount of time I spent in this game is unholy. My first was this, but I didn't understand it because I was like 6. That's funny. That's like my little sister. I tried to introducing her to Animal Crossing very, very young. Are people actually buying games more digitally nowadays? Everyone around me, I feel like, buys them physical. Yeah, so like, it's like a bubble thing, Quelth. I believe it when Sony says that 85, like 90% of the people that buy games buy digital. And I think Nintendo said about 45% of their audience buys physical versus 55% digital. I believe it. Right? Now, Nintendo is a little different. So if you're thinking Nintendo, you're actually kind of right. Because as I just said, I believe the number that just came out was that Nintendo's like 45% physical, 55. So it's a lot more split for Nintendo. But for when it comes to Xbox and it comes to PlayStation, it's not even anywhere near as split. We're talking like 90-10. And that is the conversation. So Nintendo is still pretty heavy physical. It's not Nintendo that we're talking about necessarily when it comes to like the major problem. Because whether or not people realize it, Sony is still a leader in the game space, despite the fact that like Nintendo seems to be like the biggest company. Nintendo's kind of in their own category. Sony is kind of the leader of the games industry to your average normie. Like, if that might be a bold statement to make that I might have to do some research to back up. So take this as speculation for now. But like, if to my understanding, Sony is like the industry leader in gaming. Nintendo isn't necessarily mentioned because Nintendo's kind of on their own thing. But like, I think like when it comes to like normies, like the everyday person, adults, people who spend money, Sony runs the whole thing. And that's why, like, when people say that most people buy digital, they're really talking about Sony and Xbox. Because Sony and Xbox is what the normies consider gaming. And, like, I don't say this to be gatekeepy or weird. It's just, that's what it is. Nintendo isn't actually a part of the normie camp the way you would think. It is for families, and it is for kids, but it isn't for the general gaming populace. The general gaming populace does not look at Nintendo as like the gold standard. And it doesn't even look at Nintendo as like the industry leader. It looks at Sony and PlayStation as the leader. Think about it. We just got Grand Theft Auto 6, and guess what console it's showcased on as the premier way to play it? PlayStation 5. Think about that for a second. There's a reason for that. So at the end of the day, when we talk about are people really buying digital more than physical? Yeah. The people who run the industry, the normies, the main population of gamers are full on digital. And it's kind of, that's really the unfortunate side of things, right? Remember when I asked you if I should get Lego Batman or Pocopia? You recommended Pocopia with a good explanation to that, and I wanted to say thank you because I really love this game. Dude, isn't Pocopia so good, Snazzy? Yeah, Steam is another big part of that. I was just about to mention Steam. I was going to mention how, like, look at the PC market. We haven't gotten physical games on PC for, like, over a decade. Dude, PC stopped selling physical games 15, 20 years ago, I feels like. Really think about that for a second. 15, 20 years ago, digital media stopped on PC. Oh, like a long time ago. Like way longer than you might be thinking right now. Physical media has been dead in the PC gaming market for 20 years. And PC gaming is the biggest market of gaming out there, I'm pretty sure. We had this talk not too long ago, and I'm pretty sure PC gaming's the biggest. If I remember the numbers, it was like mobile PC, then console. Right? So it's like, yeah, you know, this conversation is tough because a lot of us are looking around like, wait, what do you mean? People don't buy physical? People don't buy physical. People don't buy physical. It's been like that for a long time. People don't buy, it's true. Like, it's actually nuts, but it's true. You don't even have the option on PC anymore. These companies don't make physical games on PC. I still have my World of Warcraft freaking physical box right behind me. It's sitting right there in that stack. I literally have it right there. I remember I got Skyrim PC box at Goodwill, complete Skyrim PC box. There's also like the instant thing. Yeah, exactly. It's a quick satisfaction type deal. I remember I bought a physical Sims 4 disc in 2014 and my laptop didn't even have a CD slot. That's so funny. Yeah, Stray Hawk, we've been talking a little bit about it this morning. If y'all are looking for the bulk of our PS Sony conversation, you can go back to the beginning of the VOD for the bulk of it, but we're going to be talking about it throughout the whole day, so don't be afraid to come in and ask and chat and talk with me. Good to see Squirrel Songs over on YouTube, by the way. I know I'm a little behind on that one. Good morning, Squirrel. They said Wild World was their first Animal Crossing game, but they heard it gets a lot of flack in the past years. I don't know if Wild World gets flack. I'm not sure. I feel like people love it for what it is. Squirrel Songs also on YouTube says, my roommate at the time was desperate to have someone play with, so she convinced me to get a DS Lite and make my own town. A lot of people consider gaming to be console gaming, not handheld. Yeah, I agree with that. What's up, Big Doggo? Good to see you today, baby. Yeah, Big Doggo, your brother and you talked about it, and he's okay with digital only. I think a lot of people are. I think it's gonna take like a big event for people to change their mind. Like I said earlier, it's gonna take some big normie event. Like, let me give you an example. Let me give you some really crazy example. One day, a game like Grand Theft Auto is gonna get like removed from everybody's libraries. And like Sony's gonna be like, you're not allowed to play this anymore. And all of a sudden, the normies are gonna wake up like a light switch. And they're gonna be like, wait a second, you can just take my game away from me? And everyone's gonna start freaking out. And then, and only then, might we have a chance for something to be done. The problem is by then it might be too late. Because it's gonna take some massive normie thing to come undone in the digital space before somebody gets pissed. It's gonna take a big, like, it's gonna take like every season of Bridgerton to get removed off of like Amazon Prime off the internet. It's gonna take like every season of Game of Thrones to get deleted off the internet before somebody gets pissed. It's gonna take like a normie market, right? It's gonna be like the normies are the ones who are gonna make this happen. And by then it's probably gonna be too late and it doesn't matter. And that's the unfortunate reality that we're in. Is like, it's gonna take the normies. It has to be something that is so beloved by the majority of people that they finally wake up and go, this is really bad. But until that happens, people are just gonna keep buying digital. They just did that with movies? No, they didn't. Nobody gives up about those movies. Nobody cares about Godzilla 2000 and Terminator 2. We're talking, it has to be max scale, my dude. Yes, those movies matter, but to a small group of people. So while you're right, they did just do that. We're talking, it has to be big. It has to be larger than life. It has to be like Harry Potter. It has to be like the biggest, most popular movies in the world, like the Marvel movies. Now that would cause a problem. If they just removed every single Marvel movie out of everyone's libraries, people would lose their shit. Right? I'm sorry, but the 500 movies that they removed doesn't matter. Like, that's the problem. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, you see, nobody is even talking about the 500 movies outside of a small group of people. Because most people, that those movies weren't that relevant. It has to be a bigger scale situation. It has to be something that's going to be so egregious that everybody is mad about it, not just the people who are fans of Godzilla 2000. Right? Like, the most popular movie that just got removed was like Terminator 2. I'm pretty sure. And while Terminator 2 is a pretty popular movie, it's also really old, and all the people who care about Terminator 2 probably don't care enough to get mad about the movies, right? Like, so that's the thing you got to realize. Like, we need a global scale event, and it has to be like really popular. They just retcon Marvel like it doesn't even exist. Yeah, like that would cause a ruckus. You know, not to say that people aren't mad about the movies. There are a lot of people who are very outspoken. So let me tell you guys this. Did you know that they tried to remove the movies in the past? They tried to do the exact thing that they're doing right now before, and they got shut down. So if you didn't know that, so apparently a couple years ago, Sony tried to remove like 500 movies from their library from that people owned. And everyone got so mad that Sony walked back the situation. They were like, actually, never mind, we're not going to do this. They were testing the waters. So they waited a couple years till everyone forgot about it. And then now they're just ripping the Band-Aid off. Now, unfortunately, keep in mind, this might not just be on Sony. That's the thing that everyone's forgetting. Our pitchforks, while they should be pointed at Sony, what about the companies who own those movies? You don't think that it's them that are doing this? It's the people who own the movies who are going to Sony and saying, you have to remove these. So we're all mad at Sony, but we should be mad at the system. Why are these companies able to take things from our libraries and force Sony to do this to us that we paid for? So it's not just Sony, it's the whole thing. It's the companies that own the studios that own the movies. It's a very deep conversation. It's not as simple as Sony bad, Zug Zug. It's a lot deeper. So you got to remember that it's not like, do you think Sony really wanted to do this? Do you think that they're so evil that they just wanted to delete 500 movies that you purchased? They didn't want to do that. Why would they ever want to do that? That wasn't their decision. That was them losing a legal battle. Right? So while I still blame Sony because they should be negotiating better, they should be willing to pay the money, they should be willing to do things better, right? I still agree with you, Stray Hawk. It's like, we really gotta realize that this is like a domino effect problem. Right, Sony enabled the problem, correct. So it's like, again, I think to go back to my original point, it's gonna take a bigger issue. It's gonna have to be bigger than just 500 movies that are not that popular for it to become a real problem. As of right now, your average person doesn't even know that those movies are probably gone from their library. I would argue, like, here's a little thought experiment for y'all. How many people that own a PlayStation 5 and that owned one of those movies even knows that the movie's gone at this moment in time? Now, it's only been like 2 days. I bet you that the answer is like almost none of them. Because you got to remember that not everyone's chronically online. Not everyone's sitting online reading news all day. So most of those people that own PlayStation 4s and 5s probably don't even know. They probably don't even care. They probably watched the movie once. It doesn't matter. And they're not going to find out for weeks when they go to watch the movie in 3 years and it's gone. And they're going to go, oh, well, that sucks. And they're going to just go buy it again. Right? It's like, that's why I say it's going to take like a massive scale event. It would have to be something that is so popular, something that is so beloved to be removed from a library. Then people would go, wait a second, this is not good. Right? It would have to be like Fortnite. Like, could you imagine if Fortnite just got Thanos snapped? People would be so mad. I don't even know if that's a good example because Fortnite's such a weird game, but yeah, Star Wars, yeah, like it would have to be something really bad, you know? Yo, enjoy your lurk and thank you for lurking in here. Yeah, Red Dead, it would have to be something really bad. When 1984 got removed from ebook stores was a sign of things to come. I saw that. Yeah, I remember that. The riots if Stardew vanished. We wouldn't be cozy anymore, mother truckers. When Stardew Valley fans start Molotov cocktailing their government buildings. We love you, Clint! So when burning, I don't justify violence, by the way. We want Clint back! We want Sebastian! Molotov cocktailing buildings. Give us Sebastian back! On the note of Stardew Valley, and a nice segue for us, did y'all get the most recent update for Haunted Chocolatier? It's not that much of an update. Don't get too excited, but would you like me all to read it to y'all? Let's go. Let's go read about it right now. Let me go over to hauntedchocolatier.com. That's right. There's a whole website for the game. It's .net, by the way. All right, let's read. Still here. Still grinding. June 25th, 2026 by Concerned Ape. Yep. I'm still working on the game. Feels kind of dumb posting the same thing over and over, but that's the reality. I know it's taking a long time. A big part of that is that I am being very thoughtful about every aspect of the game. The things in the game which the player will be interacting with or using very often need to be, quote, perfect, unquote. They need to be seamless, clear, intuitive, satisfying, and aesthetic. Lately, I've been revisiting the recipe book for making chocolates. As with many things in the game, I've iterated on this many times, each time bringing it closer to its final form. To me, it's not a simple task, as I torture myself over every last detail. This is a UI you will be using fairly often, so it has to be perfect. You need to be able to accomplish your goal with the minimal number of clicks. There needs to be just the right amount of data presented to the player. Not so much as to be overwhelming, but not so little as to be trivial and mundane. And the way that this data is laid out on the page is crucial. If the data is all clustered together, it'll be a disgusting to look at. The data needs to be grouped into compelling, intuitive, and easy to read and understand groupings. It needs to look appealing and intriguing. And this is just the bare minimum that players will likely take for granted. If all of that is accomplished, then the player is now comfortable while perusing the recipe book. But I want more than just comfort. I want to delight the player. All of this typically requires me to iterate on something several times before I'm satisfied. And it's a big game, so there are many things for me to fuss over. But this is what it will take to make a game I'm satisfied with. Side note, please excuse me, but I don't like to share too many screenshots or even talk about the systems in too much detail while the game is in development. Partly, it feels like I'm serving a half-baked bread. I would rather serve a fully baked bread. Also, I know that many parts of the game will likely evolve and change before release, so if I reveal them early, I risk disappointing the players if the final product does not match their expectations. Fortunately, I'm in a position where I don't need to market the game, so I can take my preferred approach. As always, I really appreciate your patience. Ape. And then a little cute look at some creature. Look at the little creatures. It looks like a boss, a little bug boss, little parasex. Isn't that cute? And then here's a couple screenshots that we missed back in January, potentially. So let's take a look at these. Just a couple potential. Maybe we missed these back in January. Looks like we got an old fisherman here. Maybe Willie will. Maybe one or two NPCs are going to come with us in the new area, and maybe Willie's going to come with us. This looks like it could be Willie. Maybe Willie comes with us. And then here's another one as well. Yeah, maybe Willie's going to come with us. That would be cool. Bum, 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 bum. Yo, look at these cute characters. Look at how cute these characters are. I love these characters, dude. All right, there you guys go. What do y'all think? Tell me your thoughts about what you just heard from Concerned, the ape himself. Yo, GG's, I saw the balloon pop into chat. Yeah, Stardew 2 kind of basically Demon in the Tea House. It's going to be a very different game, but it's going to be kind of a Stardew 2 vibe. But I can't stress it enough. It is going to be it's technically not a sequel, but it's obviously a game that is from the same developer. So it's going to feel similar, right? Which is a good thing. Yeah, squirrel songs, exactly YouTube chat. So yeah, there you go. Icon behavior for sure, man. I love that he just, the way he talks about his art is so beautiful. He's such a beautiful, passionate man. I might have to move that kiss from his forehead directly to his lips at this point. So, Concerned Ape, if you're watching, pucker up, buddy. Hey, I'm second. We don't deserve CA. Yeah, it's going to be in the Stardew universe. Yeah, it is. It's going to be in the same universe. Correct. Yeah, a good UI does go unnoticed, right? Because when it comes to game design, you don't notice the good stuff because you're not thinking about it because it's good. But you notice the bad stuff. So a bad UI can make or break a game. Like, a bad UI is noticeable, but a good UI is comfortable. A good UI doesn't even get thought about. And it does get taken for granted unless you're like really deep into gaming and you think about that kind of stuff. Yeah, same here, teeny giraffe. I'm so relaxed. Yeah, it's gonna be worth it. It's just he's talked about it before, Southman, in the past. He's talked about how like he doesn't want people to go into this thinking it's going to be Stardew. So for some of the people that really love Stardew Valley for like certain aspects, could be disappointed. And he encourages people to go into this game with a fresh mindset. So the big one is that there's going to be a lot more combat, seemingly. Haunted Chocolatier might be a bit more of a combat heavy game. So if Stardew Valley combat was your least favorite part of Stardew, then you might not like Haunted Chocolatier. And every Stardew Valley fan is going to have to come to terms with this reality, that you are going to have to go into Chocolatier with an open mind and an open heart, because you are not getting the same game. You are not going to get the necessarily cozy game that you remember or whatever. It's not even, it might not even have farming at all. So like, just, that's the one thing that he's been clear about deep in the past, was like, this is not going to be the same game. So if you go into it, you could be disappointed, and it's going to be scary for him to see his audience pick apart the game and decide that they don't like it, because I'm sure there's going to be a good chunk of people who are not going to like Chocolatier because of the combat. How do I know this? Because I interact with thousands of Stardew Valley fans a year. We do pretty much a Stardew Valley playthrough every year. And I hear and I see and I talk. And, you know, I listen, and a lot of the opinion I get from the community is that there's a good chunk of people who don't play Stardew for the combat. They don't play Stardew for that side of the game. So if there's a ton of combat, and if the game has boss fights and stuff like that, you could very well be one of those people who are Squidward watching the release of Chocolatier while everyone's having a blast. And it's going to be up to you to have an open mind and an open heart. Try something new. It doesn't have to perfectly fit your interest to be enjoyable. Gamers think that games need to be perfect for them to be enjoyable. A game can be a little obtuse, the same way that you can watch a show that you're not too sure about and get enjoyment. The same way that you can pick up a book that doesn't quite speak to you 100% and still enjoy it. You gotta have an open mind. You gotta go into games with an open mind. Not every game is gonna be perfectly designed for you as a person. So I feel like if you love Stardew Valley and you don't play Haunted Chocolatier because of the combat, I truly do think you are selling yourself short from probably one of the best experiences we're gonna have. Now, obviously, you like what you like, and maybe you're just gonna hate it, and that sucks, and I feel bad for anybody who potentially feels that way in the end. But like, please, dude, you gotta remember, like, the best way to find out if a game's for you is to play it and just have an open mind and just try to enjoy something new, man. I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if everyone in here doesn't buy Chocolatier and love it, then I'm coming to your house personally and I'm eating all of the cheese out of your fridge, because that's how mad I'll be. That's how pissed off I'll be. All of your cheese will be eaten. If you don't buy and love Chocolatier as much as I do, I'm going to be furious. All your cheese in my stomach. Think about it. You would be so constipated, it would be worth it to prove a point. The haunted cheese thief. Good luck eating all the cheese. All your cheese belong to Josh. The cheese bandit.
What is up,
Already done it. It set my IBS off. Yo, what's up, Boy Star? Yo, Miss Beans Gaming coming in with a 7-monther, man. All right, we will not be agreeing to disagree. I support that. Damn straight. We're talking concerned date. We're talking the ape. I don't care what your problem is with the game. You get out there. You got a responsibility. And you better get out there and you better buy that game. You got a responsibility. Where's my Billy Madison headset? And anyways. Yo, thank you, Miss Beans, so much, dude. Thank you again, Minty, for the gifted. You got a responsibility. But I'm allergic to chocolate. Oh my lord. Anyways, I'm not paying attention, only to come into Highland saying I'm gonna eat all the cheese in your fridge. How are you, Jelly, the gamer mom? Don't worry, Jelly. You're a gamer mom, so you get a pass. But everyone else, though. Yeah, you get yours out there and you buy that fucking game. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Yo, we got Lao Boys tuning into the YouTube this morning. Welcome to the show, Lao Boys. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. In this era, half-baked game releases with ongoing DLCs, be a haunted chocolatier. Yeah. Squirrel Songs has a new motto. It's like, be better. Be a haunted chocolatier. I love that. Game half-baked, early access for 7 years, DLCs upon DLCs, squeezing all the cash out of your wallet of your gamers. Stop that. Be a haunted chocolatier. Hey, what's up, Rose? Welcome to the show today, and thank you. I like the clarification. Thank you very much. Good to see you, by the way. Squirrel Song says, I'm waiting to see what the gameplay is like before I commit to anything, which is fair. It looks like Attack of Titan 3 is coming to Switch 2, and we got September 4th for Onimusha Way of the Sword. They moved it up, correct. Some of the companies are moving their game releases earlier to combat the sea of games releasing this September. I'm excited to see what 1.7 adds. I was just thinking about 1.7 last night, and I'm excited as well. I think it's going to be fun. Don't be a Josh. Don't eat everyone's cheese. Hey, what up, Cushy Bear? Thanks for popping in today. Getting snug. H does cozies in the chat. Getting snug. Are you excited about Onimusha? Are you, Minty? That is your kind of game. You're into those types of games. You're into those types of games, aren't you, Minty? I know you're a big fan. Have you ever went back to Elden Ring since you first played it? I was just watching somebody play a modded version of Elden Ring last night, which is why I ask. I'm just kind of curious. Have you ever found yourself going back for a revisit, or is it too soon? At least the drywall is safe. I don't know, man. Sometimes I do get a little extra hungry. Was that a reference to Simpsons? I do declare, boss, have you read Stapler's A Brief History? I'm right in the middle of it, weenie. Why you call me a weenie? What? What's that? Pearl recommended it to me, and I thought it'd be interesting. But I just can't get into it. I fell asleep during reading it last night. Is that normal? Pearl thought it was okay. Am I weird for not liking it? No, it's a book about staplers. I would fall asleep too. Whoa, Bunny! I went on a 4-month diet and I lost 5 pounds. But you weren't here, so I gained it all back. Oh well, diets are dumb. So, speaking of which, you probably need something from me, huh, silly? I'm killing time. Maple and Barbara have a weird relationship. They're both kind of self-centered, so it's hard to tell what they're thinking. Maybe they just don't think at all, silly.
Hey, champ. Listen, yeah, I know this comes out of the blue, but why don't you buy my alarm clock for 1,410 bells?
Oh, I used to have a better curly voice.
Hey, I'm Curly.
I don't remember it.
Think of it as a charity. Help me out. Yoink.
Nah, man, I'm fine. I'll help. Fine.
Sweet. Now you're talking. Yoink. I didn't know you were so loaded. Thanks, Chet. Rock on, yoink.
I feel like I used to have a pretty solid curly voice.
Hey, I'm curly.
I don't remember it, unfortunately. Retired Shaggy. How you doing, Blue Wave? 5 pounds over 4 months, dang girly. All I got is Stardew. So Haunted Chocolatier will be double good. Otherwise, my cheese is in danger. Yeah, I think Chocolatier is going to be fun for most people. The truth is that while it might not be for everybody because of the combat, I do think that Chocolatier is going to offer enough outside of combat for all of you to enjoy. So let's talk a teeny bit about it. Do y'all think romance is coming back to Chocolatier? I think yes. Do y'all think farming's going to come back to Chocolatier? I think yes. But it's not going to be you own a farm. It's going to be like a greenhouse. And you're going to use it to grow some ingredients for your chocolate. But it's not going to be like a farm. Like you're going to have like a greenhouse or something. You'll appreciate my TikTok. Please see above. I'm going to make a TikTok where I edit a classic meme that already exists. To make a long story short, I put a whole bag of haunted chocolates up. I like that, dude. I like that. Yo, what up, DJ Mean Talk? I'm the most violent farmer in Stardew, so combat focus doesn't bother me. Yeah, I think that they're probably gonna have a lot of stuff to do outside of the combat. And I think the combat's gonna be required, but no more or less required than it is in Stardew. Does that make sense? This is my theory on what's gonna happen with Chocolatier. Is that it's not going to be any more or less required than Stardew, but it is going to be required. The same way that mining in Stardew is kind of required. So we do it, even if you're doing it begrudgingly, right? You do it. And I think that's the vibe that I get from Chocolatier, is that it's going to be just like Stardew in that sense. Like there's going to be a lot of different ways for you to play the game. And I think combat's going to just be one of the many things that you're going to be asked to do. And whether or not you do it is going to be on you, but you're going to have to do it to some extent, right? Sorry, whether or not you do it a lot is going to be on you, but you're going to have to do it to some extent, right? That's kind of my take on it. Yo, what up, Tam Perpetrator? Yo, Dania, I'm glad you're enjoying the jams today. Let's go ahead and put this down here. Change our background up real quick. All right. Time to evolve from the stash and glasses. Welcome, chat. You know, after we close up on Thursday every week, I like to relax and watch TV. Yesterday, Mabel recorded my favorite soap for me. It's called Pointed Love. What is this, Mag Loves Mike again? It's all about porcupines and romantic relationships. It's such a guilty pleasure. I wonder what happened this week. Did Reginald survive the dequilling procedure? And who is Esther's mystery porcupine? Oh, I can't wait to watch tonight. The main character is so darn indecisive. She's always changing her mind. It keeps me on pins and needles. I'm out of here. Protect Sable at all costs. Hey, what's up, Allie? You have 4,000 hours in Stardew across everything? Wow! I don't know if I have that much, but I'm close. I think I have about a grand 0.5 on Steam and another about grand maybe on Switch. So I'm maybe a little less. So I'm probably looking at like 2,000, 2,500 if I had to guess. That's crazy. 4 G's is a lot. All right, what is this? Oh, the alarm clock I bought. All right, before we go check the shop, let's go drop some stuff off at our house. So if the character's whistling, talking to them usually results in like a reward. Oh, we have a conversation between Rosie and Curly. Okay, here we go. Hey, you've been watching me, haven't you?
Yeah, of course. Who else do you expect me to prepare for my epic battle against you?
Or how else, rather? Epic battle? Haven't you noticed that I'm a cute girl, not a gladiator? I like smelling flowers, going shopping, and dancing to choral. Chorale? I don't know what the hell that works. What kind of a psycho are you?
See, I've been imagining our final showdown battle, and you win every time. I get whooped. Does that mean I haven't trained enough?
Huh? I don't get it, silly. What? Curly's a cuck confirmed. For sure, dude. We all know what he was thinking about. I missed this dialogue. Boom, 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 boom. What kind of psycho are you? I know, isn't that so good? Isn't that? I love that they're not afraid to. They don't pull their punches in these older games. What kind of psycho are you? You're a psycho wiener. How much mortgage do we have left to pay off? 325,000. Oh my lord. That's a lot in this game. For those of you that didn't play these older games, that's a lot. You basically want to add like 2 zeros to everything from this game to equate like how much work it is to grind that up. So 350,000, right? Like add a 0 to that, just 1 0, boom. 3.5 million is what we're really paying off. Now that's like in New Horizons terms. So it's a lot, it's like a lot more grinding than you would think. It's not just free. Now, obviously, if you play the turnip market, 3.5 million is not a ton in New Horizons, but I think we could all agree that it's still a lot of money, especially if you're not constantly grinding the turnips. So that's like the equivalent to this game. So 300,000 bells is basically 3 million. And that's how the older games work, right? It's you want to add a 0 to almost everything to get the understanding of how much work it is in this game versus New Horizons. Curly acting like, yeah, I know, dude. Curly's a punk. Months and months and months of daily grinding straight, no other game. Yeah, dude. That's a lot of sea bass. Well, that's why we have all this foreign fruit in town. Because this is how we get that money. You'll see all these cherry trees because that's how we're going to get our cash. A full inventory of cherry trees is 7,500 bells. So if I think my whole town probably has maybe 10 full inventories roughly. So I can get like 75,000 bells in one full picking. So really it only takes like 3 full growth cycles for me to pay off 300,000. Like not terrible, right? Like it could be worse, but like not terrible. However, remember, we don't time travel. So those growth cycles are natural. So we have to wait 2 days in between each picking. We have to sell it all, which takes forever. It's like an hour of running back and forth between Tom Nook's shop. So it can be like kind of brutal, but usually it's worth it. How do you get foreign fruit in these games? So the biggest way you're going to get it out, because the online's dead, is from the villagers. So the way it works is that you can mail the villagers a letter with a piece of fruit in it, and there's a good chance that they'll mail you a piece of fruit back. That's like how the game is coded. Also, they just randomly gift you the foreign fruit at times. So you'll do a job for them and they'll just gift it to you. So that's how you get it. So getting your first piece of foreign fruit is RNG, but it happens usually within the first couple weeks, but it's RNG because then you have to try to grow the tree. And if the tree dies, well, you're SOL. So it's a little bit of a different experience. Now, coconuts in this game can wash up on your shore. They can do it in all the older games. And coconuts are a good way to make money. It's an in-between of foreign fruit and regular because it's only 2 coconuts per tree, but it's still more money than regular. So between coconuts and then between everything I just told you, getting your hands on foreign fruit isn't really that bad at all in these older titles. Not at all, right? So once you get up to New Leaf, as Duel Master's saying, you have more options, right? Tortimer Island, you have letters, stuff like that. But in City Folk, Wild World, and GameCube, you were kind of stuck just focusing on letters and jobs from villagers, right? That's like your main place to get this stuff. What is this? A loot? Why am I holding on to that? Is my inventory smacked? I have a lot of clothing. We have a lot of fossils because the villagers request fossils sometimes for jobs. So we have a lot of fossils we're saving and medicine. Like, so in this game, they really push the hobby system. So if you didn't know, in Animal Crossing, there's always been a hobby system. Since Wild World, every villager has a hobby. This is even in New Horizons. And their hobby dictates the kind of things they do when they walk around town. So in this game, a villager can have a hobby of fossil collecting and archaeology, and they walk around with a shovel and they ask for fossils from you. Or they could be a flower hobbyist in gardening, and they plant flowers outside of their house and they walk around with a watering can. And then there's a couple other hobbies. There's fishing, right? Whatever. So a bug catching. Well, this is a system that's been in place since Wild World. New Leaf had it, City Folk had it, New Horizons has it. And every system, every game kind of handles the hobbies a little differently and like how impactful they are. But here's the funny part. Wild World has one of the best hobby systems in the franchise. Yeah, the game from 2003 or 4 and the second game in the franchise. And then for some reason, like City Folk still had it, but it was like less. Not City Folk was still pretty strong, but like it was like a little less noticeable. New Leaf had it; it was less noticeable, but it was still decently impactful. For those that played New Leaf, you remember grinding for public work projects. That was based off of personality, not hobby. However, hobby would come into fruition when it came to the things that the villagers did around town. So there's a common misconception that hobbies had something to do with public works. That's false. And then in New Horizons, hobbies affects the stuff that they do when they walk around town. If they're carrying a book, if they're carrying a purse, if they're the type of book they're reading, the types of things they talk about are all kind of influenced by hobby a little bit in New Horizons. But they didn't go all the way with it. It seems like in New Horizons, they put this beautiful hobby system in the game, and they were afraid to like really make it matter. It's like soft. It's like background noise. Whereas I would argue that Wild World and City Folk, it was in your face. It was really noticeable when a villager was into a specific hobby. And there's one thing I didn't say yet that I think is amazing. Their hobbies can change just like humans. So one day Samson the Mouse might be into archaeology, but the next week he might be into fishing. The week after that, he might be a gardener. Maybe he goes back to archaeology. And it made these games feel really organic. Because sometimes you log in and Savannah's talking about books, but the next week she might be talking about bones. And the next week she might be talking about gardening and ask you for some flowers outside of her house. And it made the villagers feel super dynamic because just like humans, their hobbies would adjust and change over time. And that is something I feel like is missing from the modern Animal Crossing experience. The villagers don't have that same interesting kind of pivot where all of a sudden, like, their hobby is different, right? I really like it, and I always enjoy talking about this game when I play it. Did you see that Empire State Building skywalking on the news? Maybe? Are you talking about the proposal? The proposal? The mobile game, I don't even think features the hobby system. I think you're right. I hear you shouting my name across the house, and I felt like I was in. Wait, what, Zella Zephyra? Wait, what? Yeah, did I use your name? Did I use your name? Oh, you felt like you were in trouble? I didn't mean to use your name. I was talking about villagers. Yeah. And next they're a fledgling cheese bandit. Yep. It's all downhill from there. Yo, welcome to the show today, Silent Shelf. Good morning. Sound off if you haven't gotten a good morning from me yet today. And welcome to the show, dude. Good to see ya. Yo, hope you're doing well today. Townov and Llama Mama, good morning. Star Bows, good morning. So Maple says, have you noticed how tough it is to keep up with the latest slang, Bunny? Well, I'm sick of being behind the curve. Let's make up our own slang. Maybe we'll be the ones starting the trends around here. Consider it done. That's great. I'm glad you want to help. All right, make it special. All right, pick a greeting. What's the haps? What's the haps, dude? Where's the question mark at? What's the haps? Yeah. So it's what's the haps, right? Yeah. What's the haps? So what do you think? Remember, Bunny, this is our own secret greeting, so don't go sharing it. It's going to take some getting used to, but I'll keep trying. Promise you'll come talk to me a lot so we can practice on you more. Cute. What's the haps? I'm not awake enough for much more than lurking. Get your lurk on, bud. No worries, man. No worries at all. No worries at all. What's up, Luna Paul? Hey. All right, let's go and sell some stuff. And ooh, I just walked past a bug I needed. Dun, 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 dun. Beep, bo, 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 bo. The fern shirt? I kind of like the fern shirt. I'm going to keep it. I don't know if I need to turn this stuff into... All right. Grab myself a couple G's here. Lurking with Stardew. Nice. All the Stardew talk got to you, huh? What's up, coordinator? Balance inquiry. You got your horse in Grand Bazaar? Nice, dude. GB is such a good game. I love that game so much. Banana Universe is in the house. Good morning. What up, Jesky? Sound off if you haven't gotten a good morning. Happy Thursday, y'all. Hope you're feeling good out there. All right, let me go drop this outside of my house. And we could sell some fruit. I don't think we're done digging up fossils yet today. So we'll go and do that as well. I think we did successfully pick up all the weeds in town again. So at least we managed to do that. Thought today was Friday. No, it's only Thursday. Unfortunate. It feels like a Friday for some reason. I agree with that statement. I don't know why, but it does feel like a Friday. Kids are playing Bluey the video game 5 feet from my PC and being super loud. They're having fun, yes, but holy. Well, that fish went under the bridge, so now I think I can't get it. Just gonna leave that one alone, I guess. For many people, they're off. Oh, yeah, because of the holiday in the States. A lot of people get off Thursday and Friday, or at least Friday, right? Hey, what's up, Teegsta? Well, holy, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, we missed some weeds. Hello there, Raiders. What a beautiful raid. Hey, Teegsta. How you doing today, homie? We getting excited for Honeyglow Woods? Y'all were doing some airport baggage simulator? What the heck? Does that have anything to do with the ranch TSA stuff? Is ranch in that game by chance? Because that it's not a real simulator if you can't pack ranch. You know what? On that note, I just want a ranch drinking simulator where I go around drinking ranch and it powers me up like Popeye or something. Is this a new raid sound? That's a raid sound for when I get real big raids. Yeah, that one's only when I get real big raids. You'll know. Hey, I'm so keen. I went to the Animal Crossing X Aquarium experience IRL and I brought my DS. What? I was so excited to see you playing the DS. Yeah, dude. Oh, I'm so jealous. I had somebody send me a postcard and some stickers from that aquarium experience since there hasn't been one close enough to Ohio for me since they started doing them. That's so cool, dude. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Hylian Descent. You can call me Hylian or Joshua, and today we're doing a little bit of retro crossing, which is a segment that I've dubbed or created for my retro endeavors here in the gaming space. We do a lot of retro Animal Crossing. I built my channel here off of these games, right? Animal Crossing GameCube, Wild World, City Folk, New Leaf. And today we're showcasing Wild World. For those that are maybe not acquainted with this title, this is for the Nintendo DS back from 2004, I believe. 2005 for this game, I think. And it's the second Animal Crossing in the franchise. The first time that multiplayer was activated, which is a crazy online. First time we had internet with the game. And yeah, we've been in this save file since 2025. Our goal is to pay our debt off to Tom Nook, and we're doing it one bell at a time. This was my childhood. Rip that cicada. Yeah, I failed big time on that. I failed big time on that catch there. So yeah, welcome in. I'm Hylian Descent. You can call me Hylian or Joshua. I'm mostly known for Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, retro Animal Crossing. I'm somewhat of a retro enthusiast, but we do a lot of different styles of stuff here, kind of Nintendo variety, with with some of my personal interests baked in, some cozy gaming baked in. That sounds like something you like. Hit that follow button and welcome to the show. Welcome on in here. I do have to human. Oh, of course. You were on for 12 hours. What the heck? Were you celebrating an event or something? Sheesh. Here, well, let me get you an official shout out on your way out of here, Teeksta. If y'all haven't checked out Teeksta, give him some love, man. Teeksta's actually, we met Teeksta, I think, officially because of Disney Dreamlight Valley last year and the drops. I believe that was our official meeting. And since then, you know, we've kind of been in the Twitch space alongside each other. We do some similar styles of content at times, and I'd rather them speak for themselves, but I want to say that they do a lot of cozy adjacent stuff as well. So hit that follow button at the top of the chat. Take a risk. You know, you might find your favorite new streamer. You never know. Sometimes all it takes is hitting that follow button. Thank you so much for thinking of me today, Teeksta. Have a great day. Go get some rest. Go human. Just a normal stream, just a normal day in Teeksta's world. Just 12 hours. Oh, just a little something. Don't be so modest, dude. Holy heck, man. Thank you for the raid. Seriously. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, dude, you played Lego Batman as well? I'm checking out your page. I wanted to see what you've been up to recently. You were doing Lego Batman as well. Lost and Found, Clerks and Quirks. Very variety heavy. Some Mecha Chameleon. I saw you playing Mecha Chameleon and it's got me interested. I want to play some Mecha Chameleon. I think I'm going to pick it up. Yeah, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Thanks again, y'all. Thanks again. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just relaxing. It's my day after a day off today, so a little bit of Throwback Thursday vibes. You know how we do, baby. Yeah, Mecha's pretty fun. Yeah, it looks silly. All of the Pocopia prop hunt stuff got me jazzed for some prop hunt. Hey, lemons and limes. It's the limes and the lemons. Yeah, it's only $5 to play Mecha, which is so worth it, right? So beyond worth it. $5 is... Quite the bargain. Quite the bargain, darling. I'm about to lurk. My eyes are getting sore from looking at the screen. Yo, we'll see you later, Sally. It was nice to meet you. Thanks for popping in with the Raiders. And get some rest, y'all. Wow, what a kind thing. What a beautiful little raid, dude. I was not expecting that this morning. Aw. That was so kind. Can I have the bonfire for a moment? Yeah, dude. Exclamation point bonfire. Drop a share on us, man. Good morning. Good to see you, Didius Maximus. I hope you've been well, Lemons. It's nice seeing you in the chat today. No matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're going to welcome you back with open arms. How do you stream the DS game? So I'm actually playing the Wii U version. So I was fortunate enough to pick up a copy of Virtual Console Wild World before they shut down the shop on the Wii U. So now I do own this game for DS. I was actually gifted it. I think it might have been Duel Master. Was it you, Duel, that sent me a copy of this game? Who sent me a copy of this game? So I do have this game physically, and I can play it on my DS and stuff. I even have a case for the game and everything. I'm very proud of that. I do own every AC, I think, now. I own every Animal Crossing game now. Wow. Besides for the Chinese IQ. Wow. I own every Animal Crossing game. I just realized. After this one got sent in the mail to me, after Japanese GameCube Animal Crossing got sent in the mail, I think I technically own every Animal Crossing now. I just realized that. Holy snack. Dude, holy snikes, dude. I own every AC. Anyways, that's so sick. I have played Pocopia. I love Pocopia. Yeah, we have about 250 hours in Pocopia. Yeah, I do own Pocket Camp as well, yeah. Yeah, the complete edition. Yeah. So wait, what did I miss here from the bonfire? I got paid off. I paid off my mortgage. I'm 100% debt free. Holy dude, let's go, man. Congratulations on the debt free journey. That's actually a massive deal. That's actually a massive deal, dude. That's super cool. Thanks for inspiring us and sharing a little bit of your journey with us. What about you? Can I call you My Deadly Sins? Yeah, My Deadly Sins. What about you? Are you enjoying Pocopia? I freaking love it, man. I'm about 250 hours deep, and we play about 1 day a week right now. And I'm currently redesigning Fuchsia City. We're designing Fuchsia City. You can check out my YouTube if you want to see a couple of my VODs. Frick, I panic. Exclamation point YouTube. You know, obviously you don't have to do anything. I think some Pocopia content's still on Twitch. Everything stays on Twitch for 60 days, so... Alright, let's go turn these fossils in. I play it, but my kid is more the Pocopia player. That's fair. That game definitely looks good for the kiddies. For sure. Debt-free, congrats. It's such a good feeling to not have a huge financial debt hanging over your head. Seriously, that was from YouTube chat, by the way. YouTube's jumping in on the congratulations, Didius. Amiibo Festival was not the best, in my opinion. Yeah, Amiibo Festival needed two things. Amiibo Festival needed, number one, to be online. Number two, to not be locked behind Amiibos. They should have just made the Amiibo stuff optional. So what my hope is that one day we get Amiibo Festival remade for the Switch, ported, and they make it online, and they take away the Amiibo garbage and just make it playable. Because I think that Amiibo Festival was a good game conceptually. It was a good idea for a game. They just didn't execute it well whatsoever. So... Cozy gifted 6 months of tier 1 sub to Lemons and Limes. Cozy, what did I say to you? Why I oughta? Thank you, dude. And Lemons and Limes, take things a day at a time. Going through some tough times, but I've been missing you all. Aw. Just remember that bad times are just times that are bad. Right? The old Katrina quote. I think we got that around here somewhere. And We'll always welcome you back here with open arms, man. If you ever need to chat, we got the real life section in the Discord, and you can always send a DM out my way or to one of the moderators. Sometimes it's just nice to talk to a stranger. Either way, I'll leave it at that, and I'll just remind you that sometimes a day at a time is enough, dude. Yeah, no worries. The way you be screaming at her is hilarious. Freaking Cozy. She's a rapscallion. She's a rapscallion. All right. Zoom. Zwalk. Terribly sorry. Who? I get so frightfully tired during the day. What? So, by the by, might there be something with which I can assist you? Yeah, I would like to check a fossil. Who, indeed, hooty hoo. Which fossil can I appraise for you? I'd like you to appraise this one, Gramps. This is still when Blathers was in his big-headed baby era. Big-headed baby era. Look at him. So, in the first two Animal Crossing games, Blathers had a tiny body with a massive cranium. And then he slowly got more proportionate over the franchise. He's in big-head baby mode. Yes. Who? Indeed. Fascinating. Who am I? Who? This particular sample was a challenge to identify with certainty, but I'm now confident this is a Terra body. Indeed it is. Who? And with that, I shall return it to you. Who? So might there be any other fossils that you'd like me to identify? Who indeed? Hooty hoo. Which fossil can I appraise for you? All right, let's go to the next one. Thank you, Hylian, and thank you, Cozy. You're too kind. Aw. Nah, sometimes I think a little act of kindness can go a long way, and I can't speak for Cozy, but I know personally a little extra kindness can go a really long way. So don't overthink it. All right, homie? Sometimes that's it. You know, it's no more or no less, just a little kindness. Yeah. He grew up right before our eyes. It's a T2L game where Nintendo didn't bundle a few amiibos with the game. Yeah, it was a nightmare. They really dropped the ball with Amiibo Festival. Don't we know another big-headed baby? Hi. I'm glad they changed the fossil process in the later games. Dude, I know. It's a nightmare, Brinstar. Did you know that there is a deluxe, like a fan-made edition of Animal Crossing GameCube? And in the fan edition of Animal Crossing GameCube, they fixed that problem. It's called Animal Crossing Deluxe. And they fixed that problem. They make it a lot better, dude. It's way cooler in Animal Crossing Deluxe. If you haven't checked it out and you have a PC or you're into emulating, you can check it out. Oh, I'm grateful for all of y'all as well. Fascinating. Fern fossil. All right, I think we've finished the museum in this save file. I think so. Let's go check. I think we're almost done, if not already done. Okay, so we're missing one. No, never mind. We're missing two. We're missing 3, 4. 4 fossils. 5, 6. So the fossil grind continues. We're missing a lot. I thought we were only missing 1 or 2. I play a lot of different save files of Animal Crossing, and I tend to combine all of the experiences and forget which one is what, so. Does this deluxe work with the recomp that I just set up recently? So not yet, because the recomp is very new. So deluxe edition is something that's been a project since last year, 2025. And the recomp just happened like last month or something, right? So it's all separate, but I'm sure it'll be moved to the recomp eventually. I can't speak for deluxe edition personally, but there is a Discord you can join, and they might have already talked about it, right? There might already be knowledge out there. So yeah, the recomp is really exciting, and I'm waiting to find out more about it. Yeah, dude, I'm waiting to find out more here. Last I checked, it was 100% decompiled, and now they have to recompile it. And I heard that recompiling can take a while, depending on how many people are working on it. And I don't know if it's been fully rebuilt yet. So I'm like waiting to find out. I haven't, to be fair, I haven't done any research though. I've just been vibing. All right, seismoschool, fern fossil. This stuff, he would have said something if it was a fossil that we didn't have yet. Yeah, he would have said something. So I think we can get rid of all these fossils. Let's go check the bugs and fish though. Hola, I want a cola. Hey, what's up? How you doing today, Cindy? Hola, I want a cola. Yeah, there's also a deluxe edition for City Folk, which is worth mentioning as well. So unfortunately, this game is so old, you can't tell what fish need to be donated simply by talking to Blathers. He'll let you try to donate fish that you've already tried to donate. So the only way to tell is to sit here and go and look. So we're good with barbel steeds. What about snails and walker cicadas? Loving the retro crossing vibes. Best Thursday vibe out there. Thanks to everyone in chat for helping make this the best place on Twitch. I'm headed out to catch a walk, but you best believe I'll be back after. Yeah, dude, we'll be vibing for a bit today. Enjoy your walk, dude. Glad you're getting out there and getting some getting that blood moving. All right, I think the snail is new. Finally made it. What up, Renee? Good morning, YouTube chat. What's up, Renee? Good to see you. Yeah, it looks like the snail and maybe the cicada could be donated. Can't you just chalk the Blathers and try to donate it? Yeah, but that takes more time than just looking, right? Because you have to go through a whole thing of dialogue just for him to say no. Right, where I could just like look real quick. Ooh, good gracious, hello! So, by the by, might there be something with which I can assist you? Donation. One can only feverishly wonder what you wish to donate. Hoot. Now, maybe the exhibits button does something. What's the exhibits button do? Maybe I'm sleeping on this. No, never mind. Yes. Ah, I could also just use the exhibits button. This is clean, dude. I was sleeping on this option. Yeah, this is how we could easily tell. I didn't even think about this. If this is what you were talking about, Tracy, I forgot that this was an option. Because I play so much Animal Crossing GameCube, and this is not an option in GameCube. This is really nice. All right, so the snail for sure. Ask Rock Band 3 people. We're just now getting started with a recomp, and they're saying it might take longer than the decomp took. I just want a PC version of Rock Band 3 already. Yeah, so my knowledge is correct, Southman. It does take a while for the recomp process. Yeah. So I don't know where Animal Crossing's at percentage-wise, but I think it was about a month or two that it was fully decompiled. Meanwhile, Twilight Princess is now fully recompiled, and it has a PC port. Not sure if you checked that out yet. I'm loving that the GameCube games and the N64 games are finally happening. Oh, it's beautiful. I had no idea something like Rock Band was getting worked on. What? Isn't that a PlayStation 3 era game? So are we at the point to where we're getting Xbox and PlayStation 3 and like Xbox 360 era games? Because that's insane. If we're getting PlayStation 3 and 360 games decompiled, we are, man, PC gaming. I'm just so happy to be a PC gamer. Like, what, dude? Because like there's so many good games in the PlayStation 3 and 360 era that I personally love. Oh, man. Yo, Snarky's hitting us with the 21-month primer, baby. Thank you, dude. Loving the chat. Good to see you back in here, Snarkies. Dude, I didn't know. I'm gonna have to go do some research, Southman. Thank you for the knowledge today, dude, because I didn't realize how far along we are with all these different projects. I thought we were still stuck in N64 and GameCube. I didn't think we were going to the next level, dude. There's a SmackDown versus Raw. What? SmackDown versus Raw was amazing, dude. The recomp is available. That's being publicly worked on. It's in beta. Dude, that game was so good, dude. No way, dude. What's up, Ali Seal? Good to see you back. How you been, Ali? Dude, I don't know if I've seen you recently. It's good to have you back in the chat. Thank you so much again, Snarkies. Welcome to the show. Trying to play Kingdom Hearts, but it requires kicking the kids off the PlayStation. Yikes. Good luck. All right, let's make some donations here. Spot on, Blathers. It wasn't, but I'll take it. Yeah. Who? What have we here? A Walker cicada, if I'm not utterly mistaken. No, please, don't bother taking it out of its cage. Protocols, you know what? I'm a bit squeamish about insects, you see, and I don't fancy touching one. Depending on where you are in the world, the cry of this Walker cicada changes. Who do they think they are? Using dialects and whatnot? I mean, really? Who? But I digress. Who? You have our deepest, most profound gratitude. All right, we might have some more. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing okay with this heat stuff. I had a little bit of an awkward night. So yesterday, I get a freaking phone call from my electric company. Listen to this. And they leave a message. And they say, they request that I turn my electricity off or use less electricity from 3 p.m. until midnight, specifically between 3 and 6 p.m. because they were going to be fixing something, like adding something to our electrical grid to make it be able to handle the air conditioners better. So they have a better time working on the grid when there's less power draw. So they sent us a voicemail like, could you guys chill out for a couple hours so that we can upgrade the grid to make this better? And they said, if not enough people comply, your power could just go out for a couple hours. So be prepared. So all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, hell no, right? If you don't know, I'm on the second floor. So what I did to comply was, one second here. I want to see what he says about the snail real quick. I should inform you, some cultures consider snails a delicacy. That means that someone somewhere would eat this. How I fear for that person. All right, so yeah, they gave us a heads up and they were like, yo, you need to chill. And everything was kind of cool. So here's what I did. To do my part, I
have a life finally. Nothing better than have my coffee with some highly indecent.
Yo, game mode, how have you been? What's up, dude? I haven't seen you in a while. What's up, game mode? Hey, what has life been like for you recently? It's good to see you. Dude, I could still see your face a little bit. And I also still remember when you said that I look like that dude with massive sideburns. Those are like two details I remember about you. Are you at all doing like streaming stuff ever, or are you kind of over that? So yeah, so I get this phone call. So here's what I did to do my part. I turned off everything in the house except for 2 air conditioners instead of 3. So I turned everything in the house off except for 2 ACs. My house went from 72 degrees instantly, I'm talking within 30 minutes, to 85 degrees. And I just sat there with my cat and relaxed. And I closed every door. I blocked off all the doors in the house. And I let my bedroom continue to get cool so I could sleep. because it's a small room, and I let my office continue to get cool, so my computer was safe and protected, and so that I had somewhere to sit in the cool. So the rest of my house was 85 degrees except for my rooms. I should have said that first. I was fine. I had 2 little rooms with ACs going, but the whole rest of my house was 85 degrees outside of the little rooms. It was nasty, dude. And I just sat around till midnight, and like I woke up or in the middle of the night, and I went back and turned the AC in the living room back on, and the house managed to get back down to 70 degrees overnight. Thankfully, it's back up to a crisp 73, 75 out there right now in the living room. So I was good because I had an AC in a small room. I'm fine. Like, I'm totally chill, but it did suck for a little. I had to make a sacrifice, and I had to like turn some stuff off to try to help the grid, I guess. Thank you again for 31 months, game mode. It's good to see you in here today. We need a possum villager. I agree with that. I made the mistake when it was stupidly hot outside yesterday to play Grounded 2 with the hubby while running the AC. The breaker tripped 4 times. Yeah. Yeah, enough is enough. Long story short, I've been doing my master's in literature while teaching in high school this year. I had to focus more on my career, but I'd say it's not over for streaming indefinitely. I just need to plan it through. Congratulations on continuing through your master's in literature. That's really special, dude. And I hope teaching is going well. I hope your home life is good and all that stuff. I'd love to hear more from you if you got time to chat today. And Cinderella says, have you ever played a game, then put it down for a long time, try to come back, and you're afraid you'll be rusty? I was with at Dead of Night. I was actually trying to help someone else out by giving tips, which made me itchy to play again. First attempt, I was surprised how easily I got back into it, like riding a bike. You ever heard that phrase in your country, like riding a bike? But got caught because of a stupid mistake I made. Then the second attempt, I got it. Nice. It's nice when you pick up a game and the rust isn't as bad as you think it might be. Yeah, that's always a nice thing for sure. You got that same message on Tuesday? Yeah. I'm glad that they sent a message. The power ended up not going out. And apparently our grid is upgraded. So good. Whoopee! Good for us. Hey, what's up, Grumpykins? How you been? Thank you for the streakers. HDez runs in the chat. Streakers. Get your streak on. I'm going to change the name of that emote to HDez Streak because it really does look like it's just a naked Deku scrub streaking through the room. I'm going to call it HDez Streak. I'm going to change the name, I think. I think it's more fitting for modern Twitch. Like, it was supposed to be an emote based off of Peepo Run, which is a BTTV thing. But I'm realizing in hindsight, I think it would have more use if it was HDez Streak. We're going to change the name of that. Good to see you, Grumpykins. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm cackling. Domino's UK made it 12. Yeah, we were talking about the no physical pizzas comment earlier, which my response to that was, if I could eat pizza without it being physical and getting calories, boy, would I be in. Oh, I'm so down for that. Could I somehow get the satisfaction of eating a whole pizza, but not get the calories? Sign me up. I want that future. Give me the digital matrix steak, son, because my waistline wants pizza, but I really shouldn't be eating it. Another way to word that is, I want pizza, but my waistline doesn't. Eat it in your dreams. Yeah. What's up, Esoteric? Oh, my Lord. Hey, Neek. Say good morning, man. Yeah, I hope everything's going well for you, game mode. I hope you're managing to find time to game. Hope you and your partner, I think you might be married. I don't know. I hope things are going well. It's super cool to see you. I'm kind of flat. I'm kind of gobsmacked. I didn't expect to see you today. I know we got a chance to visit Rosie Poo again recently because she's done with school for the year. So it's been a year since I haven't logged on Twitch. Feels weird to be back. You've been focused on hiking and traveling. That's so beautiful. I'm glad you're getting out of the house, dude. Pineapple or no pineapple? I think pineapple is okay on pizza, but it just depends on how you eat it. I think that pineapple with red sauce is actually not the vibe. I think pineapple with barbecue, but the barbecue has to be real light. I think the real secret to pineapple is just a nice garlic oil. A light, airy, just garlic oil, some cheese, some pineapple, maybe some basil. Chef's kiss, right? So pineapple totally belongs on pizza. Almost anything can belong on pizza. I've had a preserves and cream cheese pizza. I've had a s'mores pizza. So don't let anybody lie to you. Anything can go on a pizza. Pizza is just a vessel to transport delicious ingredients to your gullet. And I do, however, believe that most people's experience with pineapple on pizza is with red sauce and ham and like a Hawaiian. And like, I'm sorry, but that's probably the worst way to enjoy pineapple on pizza, in my opinion. I don't understand the fixation with red sauce and pineapples. Why would I want to like add to that? Like, that's like, you already have the acidic tomatoes, then you get these pineapples on top of it. That doesn't sound good to me at all, but somehow that's like a thing people love, which hey, listen, I'm okay with a little bit of a red sauce pineapple pizza sometimes. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying I don't think that's the ideal way to eat pineapple on a pizza. That's all I'm saying. I think the ideal way is barbecue sauce or garlic oil. And that's just, I'm just saying, like, if you, like, here's a better way to word it. If you're trying to convince somebody to like pineapple on pizza, you should introduce them not with red sauce. If you try to introduce someone to pineapple on pizza and you hand them a Hawaiian, I think they're going to be confused. They're going to be like, is it sweet? Is it salty? What is this? This is confusing. But I think if you introduce pineapple to pizza in a different way, people actually would like it. What I'm trying to say is that I think most people that don't like pineapple on pizza have just never eaten the right pizza. Or you just don't like pineapple. And that has nothing to do with pineapple on pizza. You just don't like pineapple. That's fine. That's okay. Not everyone likes pineapple. Hear me out. Homemade pizza dough, turkey or ham, Alfredo sauce, white cheddar, green olives. Ooh, sounds good. Then dip it in ranch. Okay, calm down. The only reason you would want to dip a Hawaiian pizza in ranch is to cover up the terrible taste of pineapples and red sauce. Gotta drench it in something. I'm just kidding. It's not terrible. I'm just joking. What up, SCV? Good to see you, dude. Welcome to the show, Coca Cat. Welcome in here as well. Like the Panera strawberry salad. Sounds gross, but it's delicious. I had to. I just don't like pineapple. Right. Which is like, if you don't like pineapple, then you're not going to like it on pizza. You just don't like pineapple. After checking the GitHub launcher for recomps, there's a few 360 recomps, Skate 3 and Viva Pinata, Trouble in Paradise. Wow, I really need to go do some research. I would love to play Viva Pinata on my computer. You know what I mean? For me, I think canned pineapple's the issue. I think canned pineapple could be a big issue. I'm not a fan of anything canned, really, when it comes to like pizza. I want all my ingredients on a pizza to be fresh. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Like, I hate canned mushrooms on pizza. I hate canned mushrooms on pizza. I actually hate canned mushrooms in general. I think the texture is absurdly gross. I do not like pulling a mushroom, a rubbery mushroom, out of liquid from a can. Are you joking me? It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Canned black olives is an exception. Good call out. Canned black olives are totally welcome on a pizza because like it's a bit of a different vibe. I'll take that. I'll take that. It's Pokemon fan, by the way. Oh, thanks for the reminder. I did forget, actually. Thank you for the reminder. I'm usually pretty good about remembering. Canned isn't done right. I've been raised on homemade canned goods and they taste totally different. I bet you they do. I bet you you're right about that. Yeah, I bet you homemade canned is way better than anything from the store. I actually really believe that. I hate mushrooms, canned or not. Dude, I could eat raw mushrooms. Like, I love mushrooms so much, I eat them raw. I rinse those bad boys off when I buy them and I plop them in my mouth like a potato chip. I literally plop them in my mouth like a potato chip. I rinse them off. I can love mushrooms. Yo, what up, Eradicate? Kenzie Chronic, there's a pizza at our job that has a pesto base. Dude, pesto, jerk chicken, ham, pineapple. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good, dude. Kenzie Chronic, that's a pizza right there. Give me the pesto base, the jerk chicken, ham, pineapple, banana pepper. Ooh, that's good, man. I wonder if that's a cooler behind Brewster. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a refrigerator. Yeah. I'm fairly certain it is. How you doing today, Iron Phantom? My friend would eat the blackwood ear mushrooms. Has anybody ever had chicken of the woods? Care for a cup of Joe? It's 200 bells. You got a favorite blend?
Oh, anything's fine, Brewster. I'm just so happy to be here in your presence. You're the best.
Coming right up. 1 cup of your favorite made, as always, with only the finest spring water. Potato pizza? Dude, I like a potato pizza and red onion. That sounds good. How you doing, Gab? There you go. 1 fresh brewed cup, piping hot and served in a well-stained mug. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Ooh, ha! Goes down smooth with a nice clean aftertaste. Mellow Mushroom's a good website. Or, sorry, a good pizza shop. I like them. I like their dough, actually. So their dough is... So they're a franchise, and all their dough is made off-site. And then they freeze it, and they ship it to all the different Mellow Mushrooms. So I worked at Mellow Mushroom. I could tell you a little bit about them. And I can tell you that when it comes to pizza joints, Mellow Mushroom's actually relatively good. Yeah, I've worked at a lot of pizza places, and I'm a big critic of pizza. 1 second. Thanks. And I can tell you that one of the biggest critics I am of pizza is dough. Most places like Domino's, Papa John's, these are franchises. All their dough is made off-site. They freeze it and they ship it. And usually this is the worst. In my opinion, it's definitely not the best. I worked in places that made their dough fresh every day, and it was amazing. So you're getting the lower quality, but Mellow Mushroom, for some reason, their recipe for their dough is actually really good. And I've worked with it, like out of the freezer to the pan, to the thaw, to the fridge, to the, to tossing it, to cooking it. And I'll tell you right now, I do stand by Mellow Mushroom's dough. I do. Even though it's frozen, and even though they make it off site, it's actually really good. I do stand by it personally. So I don't know much else. It's a franchise. Every franchise is going to have their locations are going to be different management, different people. But I can tell you the Mellow Mushroom I worked at, it was good, dude. It was good dough. It's a whole wheat dough, and it has a little molasses to give it a hint of sweet and crisp. We get our dough fresh because we're so close to the corporate kitchen. Oh, wow. Is that what makes it so tasty? The molasses? Is that what it is? I always wondered what it was. Wait, Kenzie, I didn't know that. I wondered it would come in and it was like kind of a more brown color. And I always wondered how they made that nice little like kind of sweet, crispy taste. Oh man. I had fun working at Mellow Mushroom because it was an open kitchen, so I could toss the pizzas up and I could entertain the kids that come in, and it's fun. I like doing that kind of stuff. You got your first tattoo. It's mountains on the wrist, Portugal tile on the bicep, and 1 little orca on the right ankle. Highlights at 2025, 2026. Well, if you want to join the Discord and you want to share, I'd like to see them, but they sound awesome. I want to get a tattoo, but I'd like to lose some weight first. I'm worried that I'm going to get a tattoo as a big guy, and then I'm going to shrink, and then the tattoo's going to look stupid. hoping the Jack 2 and 3 recomps can be more stable soon. Jack 2 has moments where it becomes a slideshow, which sucks. Yeah, you know, it took a while for Ocarina of Time recomp to get really clean, so some of those projects take some extra time, right? Hopefully it gets better. I have a really nice pizza stone. I have a really nice pizza stone in my house, and I've used it twice now, and I love it. So you put the pizza stone in the oven, you put the oven at 500, the highest it can go. You crank it up, and you get the pizza stone hot for like an hour. Then you cook then you lower it down to like 450. You can leave it at 500 if you want, and you cook the pizza directly on the stone in your oven. And it's so good, dude. I love my pizza stone. It kind of stinks though, a little bit. Apparently that's normal. It's not as bad as it was the first time, but got to get something simple for that for a first. Get something simple for a first. From what I know of America, y'all put sugar in the bread or something. So that's a cheater practice. So there's two things. So first off, they'll put sugar in pizza sauce because it cuts the acidity down. It's also a cheater thing because it makes the sauce taste better than it should. Because like sweeter is better for a lot of our brains. And the same thing with dough. They'll put sugar in the dough to make it a cheater dough, because then the dough tastes a little bit better to your average person. And people can't explain why. Well, there's sugar in the dough. I can tell you though that the two pizza places that I got to make dough at, wood fired, we did not use sugar in the dough because we knew it was cheater. Now there is something that is not cheater though. There's putting a little bit of sugar with the yeast to give the yeast something to eat. I think there's some kind of science behind the yeast being more active if you're using live yeast. A little bit of sugar in the yeast water or something, but that's not going to flavor the dough. So the sugar can also help the browning, correct? So like some people will argue that if you're cooking a pizza for a long amount of time, a little bit of sugar in the dough makes it browner. But because I worked in wood fired, we weren't cooking pizzas long enough that you would see the browning from the sugar. So yeah, we didn't need to. So it depends on how long you're cooking the pizza for. So we didn't use sugar. We were cooking pizzas in 3 minutes in a 1,000-degree oven. They didn't have time to brown, right? They were just pumping them out, right? But yeah, if you're cooking a pizza at a lower temperature for longer, a little bit of sugar in the dough can help with the browning. Yeah, correct. I love watching them make it, the pizza by hand. Yeah, it's my favorite thing. I can do that. I can toss it in the air. I can stretch it. It's fun. I like your character. Thanks, dude. He's pretty disco stew, huh? How you doing, Electric Turtle? The regular bread, it's sweet, right? When it comes to America's bread, there's all sorts of problems. It's terrible. Our bread is illegal in most other countries. They're basically trying to kill us. It's terrible. Our bread is literally illegal in like every other country in the world. No other country will touch our bread. It's disgusting. It's unfortunate. Yeah, they put a bunch of sugar in it. It's all bleached flour. It's just all a nightmare. I don't know all the details, so I can't talk about it, but it's pretty bad. I gotta know, is that a massive OOT cartridge? Yeah, it is, dude. It's a rug. Teeksta, and it was a gift, and it's one of the coolest things I own in my life. And because obviously I would never let me fix my camera here. I would obviously never step on Ocarina of Time. Like, are you kidding me? So it's a rug, but I hang it on my wall because I would never step on Ocarina. Like, what kind of monster would do that? What kind of freak? So I'm not gonna step on it, you know. Kind of beast. I come back to pizza and the not best Zelda game as a rug. I was fortunate to be on vacation abroad recently, and I'm missing the bread so much, dude. I want to learn to DIY at home. I'm teaching myself how to make bread. In fact, the chat helped me fund a KitchenAid mixer from our throne. And now I own like a decent size KitchenAid mixer for my kitchen, so I can start making dough without having to knead it for 18 hours. So I'm really, really, really happy because I want to start making my own bread as well. The only problem is that at my current state in life, I shouldn't really be eating a ton of bread anyways, even if it's good or bad. So I'm like not in a rush to start making a bunch of bread. I'm like, maybe I should get a couple inches off my waist before I become the breadsmith that I dream to be. Mail it to chat. Yeah, I'm like, I don't need to be making bread right now because I'm just gonna want to eat it. I want to commission a Majora's Mask tuft rug. That would be sick. Bread knots, tiny bread, yeah. Some sourdough. Yeah, true. I could do sourdough. I don't have a starter. I'd have to create a starter. Yeah. Give it to my neighbors. Posted them in media share. Oh, nice. You joined us. Let's go check out your tats. Bam, bam. You know what? I love these because I like that they're simple, but they're meaningful. Right? A lot of people get so caught up with tattoos. They think they have to be these big, like, canvases, these big, like, larger than life scenes and stuff. But people forget that sometimes you can get something that has a lot of meaning like this that doesn't require, you know, thousands of dollars in time and effort. And I don't know. I think that's cool. I really enjoy that. I really enjoy these. This is what my first tattoo would look like. I would go for something that, like, I just want a Triforce. Basically, that's like the first thing I'd really want. I have a couple ideas, but I want to get a Triforce. I'm a Zelda head. I need to be branded. I need to be branded. I take all the extra food you don't need. I wish I could be neighbors with Hylian. I wish I had people to cook for. I don't know if my neighbors would want my food, but I could consider starting to cook for them. They seem like a pretty chill group of people, but nowadays I feel like there's a lot more people choosing to like eat and like live certain lifestyles. So I felt uncomfortable offering my food to my neighbors because I feel like in this era, people don't want food from strangers. I know that sucks, right? Like, I grew up in the era where, like, you know, your neighbor would be like, yo, you want the rest of this pizza? And like one time they offered me like the rest of their pizza because they got like an extra pizza. So they're chill, you know, it's not like they're weird. But I sometimes I wonder, like, if you, like, if a neighbor came over and offered me food that I didn't know, would I eat it? Would most people eat it? Are most people just going to laugh and throw it away? Like, I don't know. I feel like nowadays people don't want food from strangers. So what I'm trying to say is that's the reason why I haven't asked. That's all. Like, that's all I'm saying. Is like the only reason I haven't asked is because I feel like nobody's about that life. I feel like nobody wants food from some random dude. I don't know. Maybe that's just a me thing. I need to get a new stylus. This stylus like isn't connecting with the screen well. Not those creepy Breath of the Wild fairies, just reassuring y'all. The next one might be a vine going down my arm with a little fairy Navi style. H does Navi in the chat. Yeah. Said I don't have any tattoos. Yeah, me either. Chicken empanada and potato bowl is good. Ooh, I could go for something like that. Bread is like piano. Relatively easy and simple to learn, but it takes time to master. Just bake your own bread. My brother makes his own bread and pizza dough. He even cultivates his own yeast and starter. Oh, wow. Remothered, Broken Porcelain, Tormented Fathers Remastered is coming to Switch 2. I don't even know what that is. What the heck? It happens with kimchi too. A lot of store-bought kimchi is sweet. It's not supposed to be that sweet. I didn't know that about kimchi. Sugars to get all the kids addicted to it. That's right. I'm catching up on YouTube chat. I remember a Reader's Digest article once where they anonymously asked food chain workers about the food. Pizza Hut was said to add tons of sugar to the dough. Yeah, cheater dough. I want to try chicken in the woods ever since I started watching Alexis Nelson, aka Black Forager. Yeah, dude, I love me some mushroom foraging, dude. So I apologize. I'll try to keep up with YouTube chat. I'm a little tired today, so for some reason I'm struggling to keep up, but I'll keep up. I'll keep up. I'm starting to get pretty used to 2 chats. I had to uncombine my chats because something happened, but I'm getting used to it. I'm good. I can make sushi. I've never tried making sushi. Has anybody here ever tried to make sushi before? Sushi can be a real heavy undertaking. All right, where's the cicada at? It needs to shut up. All right, I'm gonna go grab some more coffee before my coffee pot turns off. I'll be right back. And then we'll catch up on chat. All right, thank you, everybody. Appreciate your patience. We're back. Oh, we got a balloon here. Can I grab it? No, there's no way. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm just gonna let it go. Mango with rice. Just black coffee for the last cup here. Boom, 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 boom. Now I'm happy to pay for it after attempting to make it. Yeah, sushi is one of those things that you go to make the one time and it makes you realize that the price for sushi is justified. Yeah. Sushi is one of those things where you go to make it yourself and you're like, oh, wow, the price for this is justified. You know, the opposite of that is pizza. You go to make pizza yourself or bread, and then you instantly realize that the price for bread and pizza is astronomically higher than it should be. And it's not worth it at all because, like, that's why pizza shops are in business, because their pizza shops are probably paying like $3 for that $15 large pizza. Like, easily. Like $3, like maybe $3. I know what it's like. I know what it costs when you're buying bulk amounts of flour and bulk amounts of things. Yeah, they're paying like like a couple, like $1, $2 maybe. Now you have to add labor and everything in, so maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's closer to $5-6 because of labor. But at the end of the day, dude, like it's for me. It's hard to order pizza when I know how cheap it is to make. It's so hard. I hate paying $12 for a small block of cheese. Yeah. Where are you paying $12 for cheese? I think Neeks is in Australia, so that might be a part of it. But also their cheese in Australia is probably real. You go buy a block of cheese in America, and what are you getting? Like 5% actual dairy, and then 95% synthetic crap. So like to be fair, like I when I go and buy cheese, I usually go buy $10 cheese anyways, unless I absolutely can't afford it, right? Which a lot of times I can't, you know. You leave my yummy fake cheese out of here. I pay $1.25 for Aldi cheese. It's good enough for me. Right, for our budgets, it makes sense, of course. There's nothing wrong with that. I do recommend people buy blocks of cheese and shred it themselves, because the filler in shredded cheese is not my favorite. So shredded cheese has filler to help it not clump, and it's usually a really just garbage, like straight up like chemicals from like sawdust and stuff that they extract. So I do recommend if you have to buy cheap cheese, buy a block of cheap cheese and shred it yourself if you can. I know it sucks. It's one more step, but bagged cheese is just like the absolute worst, unless you're getting like really high-end stuff, I imagine. Like real high-end stuff, it's like the worst. Like you gotta be great in your own, dude. Yeah, you gotta grate your own. It's unfortunate. Plus it's cheaper to grate your own. So like what, you know, why not? If you have the tools, why not? Like, hi, it's boss. Hey, I have something that I totally need to ask you. You have a sec? Please. Sure. Yay, that's so super great. Oh, yeah, I suppose I should ask you, silly. So, boss, what do you think of me? Seriously, you want to get to know me? Whatever. Ugh, boss, that's really mean. Why are you such a jerk? Oh, you gotta be nicer to people. Like me, see? You gotta just let it all hang out and, like, enjoy life more. Yeah, whatever, shut up. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. Sometimes you just gotta bite the block. Demonic. The amount of times that I bite a full block of cheese when I'm cooking is absurd. I don't even want to talk about it. If I'm cooking with cheese at all, while I'm shredding that block, you know I'm taking a bite. You know I'm sinking my teeth into that. You know I am. Like, it's sick, but I can't help it. You know I'm sinking my teeth into that block, dude. I'm doing it. Even if it's just a little bit. I've even done it with like Parmesan, dude. Like I'll buy a nice fancy thing of like Parmigiano Reggiano, Parmigiano, and then I'm just like I don't even care, dude. I struggle to take a pic of my ankle. Well, thanks for sharing with this game mode. It's nice to catch up with you. It's cool. It makes me happy. I'm glad things are going well for you. It sounds like things are going nice and smooth for you. Raw mushroom with dip or hummus. Yeah, dude, sign me up. Biting in the Parmesan is crazy work, but you're so real for that. A baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. You're looking pretty groovy today. Thank you. A bite into Parmesan, that sharpness is 10 out of 10. I'm obsessed with sharp cheese. I like extra sharp everything if I can. Now, that being said, I don't go into the real stinky stuff though. Like I'm not even that big of a fan of Swiss outside of maybe like on a piece of cooked food. I like Swiss on like a Reuben, but I don't like Swiss on like a cold cut. And I'm also not a fan of blue cheese. I don't want extra sharp white Vermont cheddar. Cozy, I'm not sure. Cozy, listen here. Listen, Linda. No, I do not like blue cheese. I was just saying, yeah. I'm not a fan of blue cheese, man. I can't do blue cheese, dude. I cannot do blue cheese. Some people love it, man. I can't. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm weird. I like blue cheese. Can you sing a song called Parmesan? Yeah, sure. I'll think of a new song for Parmesan. I'll send you a recipe with blue cheese. It's the only way I can eat it. What about goat? Oh, I love goat cheese. Yeah, goat cheese and feta cheese all day, dude. Well, I had a job at a pizza shop where I was working. I had just gotten hired and I was working at the salad bar. And I kept sneaking like handfuls of just raw feta and like almonds and cranberries, and to the point to where my boss came up to me one day and was like, "Hey man, so you noticed that ever since you started working, we've been going through a lot more feta cheese." And I'm like so nervous talking. I'm like, "Oh really? Maybe I'm putting a little too much on the salads." He's like, "Yeah, that must be it. You might want to lighten up a little bit on the feta." And he's just like looking at me like he knew. And he's like looking at me like a dad. He's like, "You might want to." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'll definitely put way less on the salads for sure. I got you, boss. I hear you loud and clear, boss." Meanwhile, it was me like by the handfuls, like, like an absolute idiot, dude. Man, I love feta and I love goat cheese. Bum, bum, bum. The grocery store in my town has a deli that makes their own cheese. Oh, that's really cool, actually. I would love to interact with something like that. Meanwhile, you're the guy from Monster House munching down the food. Yeah, pretty much. I miss working in kitchens because I grazed, and I felt like grazing was better for me as a person. Even though, like, technically, like, eating, like, that's not technically human physiology. Like, generally humans like to have breaks from food. So, like, grazing isn't always the best, but from what I've read, but it's like, I used to love working in kitchens because I would never pay for food. I would just graze all day, and then I'd go home and I wouldn't be hungry. And that's how I lived my life for years. So I never, like, it was always like not really a problem. I would just never pay for food and I would just graze all day. And I miss that, man. I miss not ever having to worry about food when it comes to money. Like, there was a perk to working in kitchens, dude. I remember one time I was living off of just my tips. So I worked at this pizza place where I got tipped because it was an open kitchen and I would take your order and cook your food and talk you up while I did it. I was very talented. Imagine streaming, but I'm serving you food. Like, imagine you walk into a pizza place and it's me, the streamer, but I'm also taking your order, cooking your food, talking with you, chatting with you, serving your pizza to you, hanging out with you if you want, or letting you eat your food in peace if you want. And it's like, so as my personality was like really strong, so I'd get my tips, all right? There was a point in time where I was living off of my tips. I'd get like $20 like minimum every Friday. I would add all my tips up, and by the end of the week I'd probably have like $20-$30, and I was just living off of my tips at one point. That was it. All I needed was $20-$30 a week to survive. I would do everything I needed to do with my tips, my cash. Every other dollar I earned would go into the bank account. That's actually how I started streaming, because I was living so simply and I was eating at work that I was able to save money to pay my rent for a year And then that's how I quit my job and started streaming, was because I was living so simply. All I needed was $20 a week, and that's how I lived. I could walk to work, so I didn't have a car. My rent was like $400 a month, so it was like nothing. So like I was living this like such an elegant life at the time. I loved it so much. $20 a week, I'd buy a couple drinks here or there, you know, whatever. I'd buy a shell for an L. If you know, you know. And like, you know, I'd grab a gram of some bud or a pen from somebody, $20, right? Like that was it. That's all I needed. And it was such a simple way of life, dude. I miss that. I do miss being able to eat for free. That was when I started watching you. Yeah. I'm so impressed by vegan feta. Really? Is vegan feta that actually good? Vegan cheese scares me. I've only ever interacted with vegan cheese once or twice, and it reeked. It smelled so bad that I couldn't even put it in front of I couldn't eat it. It wouldn't pass my nose. I could not get it past my nose. So I don't know, man. I don't know about vegan feta. I don't know about vegan cheese right now. I'm not saying it's bad. I just could not get it past my nose. Sarcastic. They suggest 5 meals a day. Yeah, I'm not even sure, Neeks. I have American brain. So American brain doesn't allow me to know how our body works at all and how we're supposed to eat food, because I've spent my whole life, I'm 30 something. And for all of those years, they've just been brainwashing me, and I have no idea how human bodies actually work. I'm not even like fronting. Like I have no idea. But for like most of my life, they were like, don't eat this and then eat this, eat like this, don't eat like that. And then we find out when we're older that actually all of it was made up, and it was all just a bunch of corporations trying to sell us more stuff. Like no cap. Like this is no cap. Like, so now I'm like 30 something, and we have, and I know I'm not alone, millennials, we have no idea how food works. None of us, because we spent 30 years having corporations brainwash us. And they were all it was all garbage. It was all fake. Everything we learned was all a lie. Oh, you need this much wheat. No, you don't. Oh, you need to have this much. No, you don't. Like, no, you don't. None of it's real. None of it was real. And I have no idea. So like hearing somebody from another country say you should eat 5 meals a day, I don't even know. Maybe, is that true? I was told that it was 5 meals a day as a kid. Now they're telling me I should fast for 12 hours a day. Now they're telling me, like, I don't know. I have zero clue how food works. And that's exactly what I've played into their hands. I don't know. I like, my relationship with food is a nightmare scenario. And I think most Americans feel that way. We're just at a complete loss. These corporations just fried our brain. We have no idea what we're doing. Like, all I know is that eating vegetables is good. And that's the best thing I can tell y'all. Is like, eat your vegetables, because vegetables are never going to be bad. And even fruit is questionable at this point. Vegetables are the answer. And like, that's all I try to remind myself. I just try to shove as many vegetables in my mouth as possible. Because it's like the only thing I know that's true anymore is vegetables are the answer. Like, that's the only thing I know. It's like, and I'm pretty sure fiber is the most important thing you put in your body next to protein. It's like fiber, protein, and like, that's it. Like, those are like the most important things for your body. Cause like fiber is slept on, because fiber actually helps your gut biome and your butt biome, I suppose. And like, it helps slow down digestion, and it helps you actually absorb nutrients. So fiber is apparently like the most important thing that we should have been eating. Fun fact, fiber's the thing they've removed from all of our food. Like, fun fact, they have been removing fiber from our food for the past 30 years of our life. And anything that has a shelf life, the way that they give it a shelf life is they remove the fiber. Turns out fiber's like the most important thing for the human body, and they've literally been removing it from everything that they put in front of us. Nothing in the cabinet has fiber in it. Nothing has fiber, like basically nothing. Zero fiber anywhere. But apparently it's the most important thing, and they've just been holding us down. They don't even want to tell us that. It's like, oh, so now I'm finding out I'm 30 years old and I'm finding out like fiber's not just something you eat a little bit of when you have to poop. It's like the most important thing for our bodies. And then protein. Like, yeah, it's insane. And it's like, apparently the process of preserving food is removing fiber. I don't know the exact science, but this is what I learned. And you might have to do your own research, chat. But I found out recently that the process of preserving food is removing fiber, because apparently fiber naturally breaks down food. This is like the science of it. This is what I learned doing my research recently. So the science of the way food works is that when you remove the fiber, it degrades slower. So that's why most preservation techniques involve removing fiber from the food. I didn't know this. I didn't know that's how that worked. Obviously, there's more to it. There's like a bunch of chemicals and stuff, right? I don't know everything. But I learned this fact over the past like 2 years that apparently that's like a big part of preservation of food is you take the fiber out and you replace it with other chemicals. Yeah, and so I didn't actually know that, but so that's why a lot of food that's in shelves and like anything that's made to be preserved at all is likely lacking fiber. Anything that's made to be preserved, whether it's fridge, cabinet, extra long, 2 weeks extra, whatever it is, a lot of it is like with no fiber. Yeah, it's nuts. Since I started stimulants, I started making sure I had a ton of fiber, protein, and other minerals and carbs, and some carbs. Otherwise, I'd had stomach issues. I noticed this with bread. My stomach has never agreed with store-bought bread. I always felt icky. The other day, I baked a bunch of bread rolls from scratch, and they tasted better for one, but also they gave me zero stomach issues. How you been? What's up, Yuki TS? It's good to see you. Thanks for popping in today. And I saw you pop over to the YouTube chat as well. Thank you. Wild World is so nostalgic. What's up, Devin? Is it Devin? Is that how I say your name? Dude, isn't this game beautiful? How you doing today, Kuma Cowboy? Welcome to the show, Kuma. Isn't this game so beautiful? I wish this game would come to the Nintendo eShop. Please, dude. Can they please sell me Wild World? I'll even spend money. I'll even spend money, man. I don't even care. What's up, M and Beyond? Anyways, I'm off my soapbox, all right? I clearly got... I went George Carlin on y'all for a second. All right. He speaks to my soul and sometimes it just comes out of me. All right. I got a lot to say. I've been battling this battle for my whole life and I'm on the other end of it. I think I personally think that I'm finally on the positive end of things and I'm working towards a healthier version of me and having my body, mind, and temple reclaimed for myself. And as I work on this journey, I'm looking back and I'm seeing the first half of my life, and it sometimes I just get really mad because I can see so much now. Now that I'm like further along, I can look back and be like, dude, what? This is insane. Like, but I digress. Yeah, dude, it just gets me sometimes. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Mystical Whim? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. What up, Diet Dr. Peppy, by the way? Having a huge moment of nostalgia. Sometimes nostalgia gets you, man. Hindsight's 2020 gang. Yo, what up, Dr. Mario the Legend, dude? Is in my chat. If they can put Fire Red Leaf Green on the eShop, they can put Wild World 2. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. That's the truth right there. Yo, good night, Neeks. It's always a pleasure, man. The pleasure's always mine. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good night's sleep, get some rest, and just know that us Americans, we're thriving, baby. We're doing what we can. Listen, no matter if the conversation gets a little bit on that kind of negative side, at the end of the day, we're okay. I'm doing all right. Taking things one day at a time, all right? If they can remake Ocarina, they can at least port Twilight Princess. You know that we got a PC port of that, Doctor. Do you have a decent computer? There's a PC port of Twilight now. It's been fully decompiled and recompiled, just like Ocarina of Time and Majora's. It exists. We're going to be checking it out here at some point. Yeah, the full PC port of Twilight exists finally, and the future is bright. Send me a DM or I'll send you a text with more info if you want. I'll gladly do that for you. Yeah, good to see you, Encounter Intuitive. Good to see you, baby Mystical Whim. Yeah, Southman, I couldn't think of better advice, man. I could not think of better advice. And I'm glad to see you, Yuki. You're always welcome to pop in. I think taking breaks from social media is super important, but it's always wonderful to see you when you get a chance to pop in. Purple ketchup wasn't good for us? Purple ketchup wasn't good for us? Get out of here with the green and purple ketchup. That's insane, dude. What's up, Christine, by the way? Oh, my lord. What the heck, Exhaustion? What the heck? That's crazy to read that message. Also, my day off was good. Thank you for asking. I did a lot of working at my days off. My day and a half off, but it was good. And that's all that matters. So I'm actually playing on the Wii U, Devin. So I was one of the lucky individuals who managed to purchase Wild World on the Wii U before they shut down the shop and the internet. And now I permanently, digitally own this on my Wii U. And good morning, by the way, Sidey. Good to see you today. Sorry for the split message. Oh, you never need to apologize, Sarcastastic, baby. Peaceful and calm moods to everybody. Peaceful and calm moods. They said they hope that y'all's day is full of peaceful and calm moods. Thank you, Sarcastastic, baby. Dude, same here. Wait, Lazy Stoneheart, I just got to your message. I used to work next to an ice cream shop as well, and we would trade with them. This is the DS Animal Crossing. That's right, cool kid. Yeah, we're playing on the Wii U. Purple what? Have you never seen Purple Ketchup? Wait, are some of y'all too young for Purple Ketchup? Hold on a second. Let me show y'all. Y'all are about to have your mind blown. They tried to sell this crap to me as a kid. And even back then, I was like, get this out of here. Even as a kid back then, I was like, nah, get this trash out of here. Truthfully, I just thought it was gross when I was a kid.
Has a nozzle that makes it easy to draw. On food! Heinz Easy Squirt. It's fun for your food.
Look at that. Purple ketchup, dude. Purple ketchup, dude. Grody, dude.
Heinz purple and green ketchup from the year 2000. I was just driving home and I was assaulted by this memory of these artificial abominations. It was just a special time back in those late 90s, early 2000s.
The thing is that this stuff would have been 100% illegal in like most other countries in the world because of like the dyes and stuff. Not sure if y'all heard about that, if we're going to continue on this quick rant, but a lot of the chemicals that were in America's food have been banned in most other countries for years. And one of the big ones that have been banned is like the red 40 dyes and stuff like that. These other countries have said, no, get that trash out of here. America, oh, let them eat it.
All natural organic food might have well just not existed for us. I mean, just look at the bottle design on these things. What is that?
What is that? Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Green and purple ketchup, dude. I could never, man. I didn't like it. What about y'all? What about y'all? I didn't like it, dude. I didn't like it. It bugged me out. Looking at green and purple ketchup on my hot dog literally would get me weirdly sick to my stomach. I could never eat it. I hated it. I could not get past my brain seeing the colors and like thinking it was gross. I swear to you, I could not eat the stuff. It was really off-putting to me. I didn't even know that existed. Yeah, every time I saw it, I was like, get this out of my face. It's unreal. Dude, I felt the same way when I discovered grapples. Y'all remember the grapple story? Yeah, the time that my buddy made me bite an apple, and when I bit the apple, the inside tasted like a grape. And I about threw the whole container in the garbage can. I almost flipped the whole table upside down. I almost called everybody in the house's moms to tell on them. You don't just hand a man an apple and don't tell him that it tastes like a grape, dog. That's fucked up, man. I still have trauma from that day. PTSD. I bit into that apple and it tasted like a goddamn grape. Never again, dude. Never again, dude. So if you're like me, if you taste something unexpected, then it's instant H-Des shock. Dude, get that out of here. Green or red grape? It was a green grape. Whoever thought of purple ketchup, we would never buy it again. No offense, but you're old enough to be my dad, so I personally don't understand a lot of your references. That's okay. The thing is I think it's finally time to come clean, counterintuitive. I am your dad. I am. Son.
And a bad guy hit me in the shin and I peed all in my pants.
Does that mean you have to send them your rug? That's why I can't do meat pies. My brain sees pie and says sweet. That was the last thing I would have guessed you saying. How you doing, Diana? He came back from the milk trip and with his pack of cigarettes, caramel onions, someone at work dipped onions in caramel and they looked like caramel apples. Gross. Stop, Mike Fett. Good to see you, by the way, dude. Oh, that one made me cry. Does Babelian know? Dad, I haven't seen you in 5 years. What's up, Coda Bear? How do you feel about cotton candy grapes? So when I tried a cotton candy grape, I knew it was cotton candy going into it. I hated it, but it didn't put me off like the grapple did. Right? Like, because I knew. So when I ate a cotton candy, I hated it. It tasted like artificial cotton candy crap. Like, I think regular cotton candy tastes way better. I hated it, but it didn't make me freak out and like ascend to another existence because I knew what I was getting into and I just hated it. Yeah, it was just gross. Bacon! Bacon! It's boss! I forgot I made him scream bacon. Hey, aren't you are you putting on a little chub on? You blew off my training regimen, didn't you? No, I didn't. Liar! You lie, boss. And lying is almost as bad as getting chubbed out. If you were doing 100 ab slabs a day, your belly wouldn't be so bulgy. Oh my god! Your belly wouldn't be so bulgy. Well, damn, savage. Not the body shaming? Damn. Oh Lord, I thought he said ass slaps. Hey, you're supposed to be doing 100 ass claps a day. You better get them cheeks clapping there, Curly. All right, enough. Calm down. Now I'm getting a little bit all right, hold on. Woosa. Okay, we're back. All right, enough. Enough is enough. I'm dying. I'm going over the edge here. I'm losing it. I need to calm down. I'm losing it. You should try cotton candy grapes, but coat them in Kool-Aid powder? What? And freeze them? What in the Frankenstein and grapes are you? What? Some villagers are going to get slapped into the stratosphere if they're not careful. Homie just called you out. How much did you get Wild World on the Wii U? $10. I bought this game for $10 on the Wii U, dude. Now, I do own a physical copy of this game, and I'm very proud that I do. It was gifted to me recently by the community. Back to the Gentleman's Club, you didn't slap enough butt. Oh, my Lord. I still think about the Shins letter. The Shins letter is so funny. It was Duel Master. That's what I thought. Yeah, I asked earlier. I think you might not have heard me, but I was like, yeah, that was you who sent me that, didn't you? Thanks again, man. That was very kind of you. I'm usually pretty good about remembering the gifts I get from the community, but it can be tough sometimes. You know, it can be tough to remember every detail. You're at work, yeah. Imagine working at work. Couldn't be me. What's up, Starling? Good morning. The peanut butter shins had me dissolve into pure lunacy. You guys want to see it? This is probably the most lunacy I've ever dissolved into on stream, still to this day. Like, I have never fallen into pure, unadulterated lunacy like this. This was the one time that I, like, truly, like, lost it on stream. Like, full blown out lost it. All right, hold on. Are like the finest stalks of... Wait, I have to give some context. So, one of my villagers shared a letter with me in Wild World. And this was me starting to read the letter. All right? And you really got to pay attention to the face, because my facial expressions make this thing what it is. You could see my face in the realization of what I was reading was like super unhinged. You ready? Shins are like the finest stalks of celery, slathered generously with peanut butter and raisins. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. What the fuck is this? And like the perfect, like, I don't curse a lot on my channel, so like the F-bomb I think really actually sets this clip off, because you know at that point I have lost all filter, I've lost all normalcy, and I am in pure just lunacy mode. I can't breathe. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? That was the most I've ever lost it on stream to this date. I've never lost it like that, dude. I've like that. That's probably the most I've ever lost it. It was pretty bad. I just lost it, dude. I just lost it. I could not keep it. That was from an NPC, yeah. That was one of my villagers sharing a letter that they got with me. Sounds like a backhanded compliment. Kinda, yeah. I'm sad that the letter wasn't sent to me. True, Devin, true. Isn't it that one squirrel? I don't remember who sent it to me, honestly. I'm laughing so hard right now. My kids just straight up asked me if I was dying. Is this your favorite AC? No, it's not actually, but funny enough, this is actually maybe my least favorite AC. But that's hard to say. Now that I've really started rebuilding my relationship with this game since my childhood, it's really hard to say how I feel about this game compared to the other ACs, because at one point in time, this was my least favorite Animal Crossing for no more reason than just it was the crustiest, and it was the one that I had strong memories with, but like the weakest memories out of all of the ACs. So while they were still strong, they were still weak, right? Or they were while they were still there, they were just weaker than the others. All right. But now that I'm like really starting to appreciate Wild World after all the years I've been streaming it, it's hard to say. I might like Wild World more than New Leaf. I might like Wild World more than New Leaf at this point. I think my current tier list of Animal Crossing games, of my personal favorite, not like what I think is the best, just what my personal favorite is. It goes GameCube, City Folk, New Horizons, Wild World, New Leaf. That might be the new list. Maybe New Horizons ends up on the bottom, but I don't know if I like that. Yeah, super hot take. People love New Leaf. I didn't get as close to New Leaf as everyone else because I don't know. I just didn't. Like, I bought New Leaf 5 years. I got to play New Leaf 5 years after it was released, and the Welcome Amiibo update had already existed. I played it by myself. At this point, Street Pass was already kind of falling off. I played it by myself, and then I sold the DS and I sold the copy of the game. Regret. Eventually, I picked up a copy of a new 3DS and I picked up a new copy of the game, and then I started streaming it. And for some reason, I just never really got that close to New Leaf. I played it for a couple 100 hours. I loved it, but it was never a game that I got like really, really obsessed and close with. It was just another game for me, kind of, unfortunately. Super attached to carrying around Wild World on my DS, yeah. Mission accomplished. Hubs laughed as hard as you did during that clip. Nice. Mission accomplished. Yeah, I think if I would have picked up New Leaf closer to release, I think I would have fell in love with it the way that other people did. Thank you, Tawny, for the resub, by the way. I don't want to let that one slip by. Thank you so much. Sorry, not Tawny. Tamo Wapi. Thank you for the 5-month resubscription. Thank you for sticking with me. Good to see you back in here. Fun fact, AC came out with an N64 version in Japan. I own it, yeah. I own the Japanese version of N64 as well as a English reproduction copy. How cool is that? Fans put together an English version of N64 Animal Crossing, but it's a reproduction copy, meaning it's not an official copy. And I got that as a gift. I love that I own that. Aw, Sarah loves Anakin. That's such a beautiful story. Yeah, I liked City Folk more than Wild World. I still do. New Leaf was my first AC, so it's very important to me. I think everyone's first AC is probably still gonna always be their favorite. I wonder, is there anybody here who has a favorite Animal Crossing that isn't their first that they played? What a good question. I bet you those people exist. I bet you it's New Leaf. I bet you people who started back in the day but played New Leaf probably think New Leaf is the best. I bet you New Leaf is the game that's going to cause people to say this. City Folk is your favorite, but Wild World was the first. Wild World was my first, but New Leaf is my favorite. Yeah, I'm expecting New Leaf to be the answer here, but it's nice to hear the City Folk take. Yeah, I started with GameCube, and GameCube's my favorite and always will be. I'm obsessed with Animal Crossing GameCube, if you all haven't noticed. Oh, that's so funny. Eli, get out of here. Peter, the horse is here, and I just lost it. What? Started with GameCube, but New Leaf is your favorite. ACGC, favorite game of mine. I started with GC, but I think I put the most hours into City Folk. Yeah, because City Folk demanded more of your time. You started with Wild World, but your favorite is City Folk or New Leaf. It's cool to hear everyone's opinions. What's up, Final Strike? Welcome to the show. Mandy Cat, good morning, by the way. Not that I'm trying to horn in on Nook's furniture monopoly, y'all. But, oh wait, we were giving her like, see, I already have a floral wall and I'm selling the spare. Care to buy it from me? I'm willing to let it go for, 2,860 bells. No thanks, I'm broke. You're not interested? That's cool. No biggie. Maybe next time, y'all. City Folk was the first and best to me. Dude, thank you, Final Strike, for the 2 months, dude. Welcome back in here. Loving the chat. Thanks for getting hype in the chat, Random Reject. Thank you, man. Thank you for doing what you do, boss. Did you end up enjoying Solarpunk did you ever find any chance to play it? No worries if not. I'm just curious. Ever find a chance to pick it up and play it for a little bit? Honing in on Nook's Monopoly, she's gonna go missing within the next week. Tom Nook's about to hit her with the homie sock. Homie don't play that. The southern voice kills me. I forgot we were doing that for Savannah on during this playthrough. I always try to give a couple voices to the characters. All right, let's read some of our bulletins. This year's rainy season will end by mid-July. After that, it gets hot, hot, hot. Catch the rays. Yeah, right, dude. Oh yeah, we missed the flea market back at the end of June. Oh wait, no, wait, hold on a second. That's a recent, that's June 2026. This Saturday's the flea market. Wait, oh, that was last week. No, it wasn't. No, that's this Saturday coming up. That's this Saturday coming up. Nice, we actually have flea market this weekend. I might have to play this game on Saturday with y'all. Yeah, July 4th, we got flea market in game. I might have to play with y'all. We'll see how I feel on Saturday morning. Message of the week. Maybe is a good answer, but not on a test. True. Talking to Pete's self. Check your mail daily. If your mailbox is full, we can't deliver letters. Help us help you. Message of the week. The high life is stressful. Relax a little. Wait, what kind of... I don't know, man. I lived the high life and I was never stressed. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, just kidding. Bug off. All right, we did miss the bug off. Talking to myself. Things that are hard or difficult are more fun when you do them with samba music. Try it. Okay. Dude, I've been listening to a bunch of UK garage. So I discovered this genre of music that is like house music, but made specifically in London from the year like 93 to like 2000. All right, like 2003. And it's called UK Garage. And there's a distinct difference in like the sound of UK Garage versus like house music, but they have a lot of similarities as well. And I'm like obsessed. I'm like obsessed with UK Garage right now. It's all so good, dude. I had a friend from UK named Harry that would send me those garage tracks all the time. I forgot I started a garden. Oh, nice. Dude, wow, counterintuitive. You started a garden for real? I'm actually, that's something I would love to do myself. I'm really proud of you for taking the plunge. So the news that Gold Graphic's talking about is Sony has officially announced that by 2028, they will be doing away with physical media. And they're no longer making physical games. And if you didn't know this, that's not just Sony first-party games, because Sony, everything gets ran through Sony because they own the disc production as well. Talk about monopolies. So now that means that even third parties are not going to be able to make games anymore for Sony PlayStation. So not only is the PlayStation 6 likely just not going to have disc options anyways, even if somebody were to make a third-party disc option, doesn't matter, because once Sony says they're done producing disc, it's over. No one will be able to produce disc for PlayStation consoles ever again. Period. So it's we didn't talk about that earlier. It's not even just Sony saying they're done, because they run the disc making systems. It's done for everybody. Bye. No third parties no one will be allowed to make. So it's a pretty big deal, and we've been talking about it all day. My take on the whole situation is as follows. First off, I was a part of the problem. So right now, Sony says that about 90% of their gamers buy digital and about 10% buy physical. It's roughly between 80-90%. So from their perspective, this is the way the market has trended, and the gamers are buying digital. And I am a part of that. I'm not going to lie to you. I am a part of that problem. I want to make this clear right out the gate. I am a part of the problem. I buy 80% digital at this time in my life. I identify that I'm a part of the problem. Now, that being said, this is obviously still a kind of a thorn, right? Because this is unfortunately them doing away with like physical ownership, and now we're entering this new era of digital ownership, and more so than ever before. So it sucks. And you know, it reminds me of like VHS, right? So VHS went to DVD, and there was a lot of people who had lots of problems with that because there were some problems with the change. But eventually everyone kind of got used to it, and eventually VHSs kind of fell off. And then it happened again, right? It went from like DVDs to like Blu-rays, or, you know, from CDs to iPods, and slowly but surely everyone got used to it and they eventually moved on. And all we're really seeing right now is the next step. It's one that was a long time coming. This was the obvious future, was moving away from disc and cartridges into a digital realm. And that's kind of the way I see it. It's like this was going to happen regardless, like to some extent. This is just the next progression. You know, I'm not happy about it personally. I think that 20% of the market still buying physical matters. That's the thing. Everyone keeps throwing that point out there. Like it's like, oh, well, only 20% of people are buying physical. But I like to look at it from a different perspective. What do you mean? Only 20%. That's 1/5 of every game that gets purchased is still physical. Why are we pretending like that's not a lot? So in my opinion, you know, this is kind of tragic, and 20% is still a lot of people, and it's unfortunate. However, it's obvious that like this was going to happen eventually to some extent. It sucks that Sony's the ones that are ushering in this new era now, right? Like it does suck. But again, I can't help but say like I'm a part of the problem. So this isn't coming from some kind of activist position. I buy mostly digital, and I understand that the luxury of digital is something that most people don't want to pass up. And people are probably not going to ever pass up because it's too easy. Welcome to the new era. So we can just hope that Nintendo and any other companies, the last bastion of hope, continues to do physical. Apparently Nintendo sales are only 40-60, 60% digital, 40% physical. So Nintendo still has a huge market of people who buy physical. And I think Nintendo's going to continue to do physical games for a long time. So as a Nintendo fan, we're not too far off right now. We're fine. I don't think too much is going to change, but a lot more than just Nintendo games out there, you know? And that kind of sucks. And then the only other things we talked about earlier is just stuff like a reminder to you all that like PC gaming has been pretty much all digital for 20 years. Don't forget that. Again, this shouldn't be a surprise. And this has been happening around us for years. So, and PC gaming is like one of the biggest chunks of gaming. And they gave up like 20 years ago. We stopped getting physical PC games. So, like, again, it's just to show you, like, instead of getting super pissed off about this, pause, be mad, be disgruntled, be angry, but look around you and take a deep breath and just realize that you got to pick your battles. So for me, I might not buy a PlayStation. I was thinking about buying a PlayStation 5. I might put my foot down. And I know, weird time to put my foot down, right? Like the guy who buys 80% digital, but you put your money where your mouth is. And at the end of the day, you can pick your battles in life. And I think that I'm considering not buying a PlayStation anymore. I'm considering not buying a PlayStation. I'm considering not supporting Sony. I already don't own anything from Sony. I think I might only buy old stuff like a PlayStation 3. And I might just move on. Now, I don't know. I have a business. And I might just need to buy the PS5 for my business. Remember, I do have a business to run. But I am in a position where I'm thinking I might not go buy that PS5. And I think I might go ahead and put my foot down. And I might pick my battle here. And I might just not support Sony anymore. Because I do think that this is kind of egregious for some reasons. Even if it is something that, like, is obviously a decision being made for more than just malicious reasons. It's what the market is asking for. If the market is 80-90% digital, the people who run the market are going to listen to the market. This doesn't have to be a tinfoil hat, right? You could also just be logical. You're running a business. So let me give you an example. Let's say you're running a business. All right. and you sell bread, and you sell white bread, and you sell wheat bread, but 90% of your customers buy the wheat, would you keep producing a ton of white bread? Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you would eventually even stop selling the white bread because nobody buys it and you keep wasting it maybe. A little bit of a goofy metaphor, but think about it. From a business perspective, this actually makes the most sense for Sony, for Xbox. Now, let's get to the malicious stuff. Let's put our tinfoil hat on. This is giving them more control. Sony is about to own the whole market for their games. They are going to be able to price games the way they want. They're going to be able to use dynamic pricing. They're going to be able to do whatever they want because you have no other choice. You're not going to be able to go buy a game from your buddy or go down to Facebook Marketplace. You're going to have to spend $60 to $80 for every game because they say you have to. You're not going to have any choice of waiting. Let's say they stop doing sales completely. What would stop Sony from never giving you another sale? Why would it matter? What are you going to do? Wait for the game to go on sale? What if it doesn't? What are you going to do? Wait for it to go get it at a resale shop? Oh, you can't. So now we're looking at a future where they could just say this game is $70 and it's never going to go down in price because you can only buy it from the Sony shop. It's done. Right? This is the kind of stuff that we really should be talking about. And to wrap up what we talked about earlier today here, I think there are 3 big problems with the digital future. The first one for me, and this is in no order, is game preservation. Game preservation sucks. The second big thing here is the fact that Sony has already been caught price fixing. If you guys didn't know this, this is fact. Sony is currently dealing with legal stuff. They got caught changing prices dynamically based off your data. AKA, if you're broke, they give you a sale for the same game that they don't give a sale to a person who's not broke. If the data they collected on you says you are living well, you don't get a sale on a game. But because the other guy is broke, let's go ahead and give him a sale because $30 is better than nothing. So this is a problem. So this is the second problem with the digital future, is that Sony's already been caught doing this, and now this is going to be even a bigger problem. And the third thing on the list comes down to, so it's game preservation, it's price fixing and stuff like that. And the third problem is them potentially removing games from our libraries that we purchased. Now, this doesn't happen a lot, and this is kind of a doomer thing, so don't freak out. But there is the future where maybe Sony says, you know what? We no longer have a license for Forza, and now, even though you bought it for $60, it's no longer in your library. You don't own it. Bye. They've already done this with movies. What's to stop them from doing this with games? And that's the 3 things we should be talking about. So before you pick your pitchforks up and you start attacking Sony, remember that this is an industry problem. We're seeing the loss of game preservation. We're seeing companies have too much control, and we're seeing the chance that we could have stuff removed from our digital libraries without our consent that we purchased. And that's a real big problem. This really comes down to us not having enough digital ownership laws and enough digital ownership understanding in our legal legislation. And we don't have enough people batting for us in our consumer rights right now. And yes, Sony is part of the problem, but remember, there's a lot more going on. You think Sony wanted to remove those 500 movies? No, that was the owners of the movies. They wanted to do that. Right? Like, that's not just Sony. And the same thing goes for physical disc, right? Them removing physical disc is them responding to the industry that is now 90% digital. That's not necessarily a malicious thing, even though there are some malicious reasons why they're probably doing it. So before you pick your pitchforks up, you got to remember that you shouldn't just be poking the easy, low-hanging fruit. It goes a lot higher up the tree than just Sony. And the best thing that any of us can do, if you really care about this, is probably try to figure out how to contact your Senate or your Congress and let them know that you hate this. Otherwise, here we are. That's it. But I don't think this is the kind of thing that you get all crazy about. You know, it is what it is, right? You if you want to do something about it, maybe don't support Sony, but The way that I wrapped it up earlier was, I think until something major happens to the normies, we're not going to see a change in this. What do I mean by that? Well, I want you guys to ask yourself a quick question. How many people around you right now do not have any idea how digital ownership works? Video games, movie, Netflix, anything. I want you to ask yourself a real question. Think about all the people in your life that you talk to and ask yourself, how many of those people have any idea about anything that we just talked about? Really ask yourself that question. The difference between owning something and Netflix and games and rights and ownership. Think about that. Most people don't know a damn thing. So here's the problem that we're in. The normies don't care. The normies just want to play games. They just want to watch movies. It's over. Until something happens to the normies, we are going to keep losing this battle. And I made the joke earlier. Until they remove Bridgerton from everyone's live, purchased consoles, until Grand Theft Auto 6 gets ripped out of everyone's libraries because Rockstar decided you don't own it anymore, until Call of Duty gets removed out of everyone's libraries out of there after they purchased it, until the normies care and start saying something about this, sorry, but everyone in here is probably not a normie and we're probably screwed. So that's not a doomer thing. I'm not saying this as like a negative thing. I'm saying this as take a deep breath and stop screaming into the void over it. Either do something or don't, but just like it is what it is, right? We all saw this coming a mile away. We all saw the evolution of digital media. We all knew this was coming. Sony's just the first to step in and say we're doing it. And it's going to be up to you to have to decide, do you want to keep buying Sony stuff? It's tough. You're a gamer. Maybe you want to play those games, but do you need to? Do you want to maybe try to continue to support physical media? I don't know. My personal take on it is I think that it's kind of far. I think that it's going to be hard to fight this. And I think that I'm always going to pick my battles and try to be wise to where I spend my money. But I'm also not going to let this stop me from just living my life. If I didn't stream, I would probably be a majority physical game owner as is. But because I run a business, I have to buy physical sometimes or digital sometimes, and I'm going to keep doing that. But I am going to be making some changes in my personal journey, and I'm going to be trying to buy more physical, not because I want to support physical because I think it's going to make a difference, but because I just want to own more stuff, because I do see a future where physical media gets more expensive because of this. So I'm going to start trying to buy old stuff. I want to go buy a PlayStation 3. I want to go buy a Dreamcast, because I predict that Dreamcast and PlayStation 3 and old consoles are all going to go up in price over the next 5 years. I would guarantee you almost that by 2030, we are going to see the secondhand physical market go extremely north in price, because everyone's going to realize that all of that physical stuff matters a lot because we don't got it anymore. So by 2030, dude, you better have whatever old games and stuff that you want, because if you don't, I think all of that stuff's going to go up in price. I think so. Maybe not DVDs because there's so many of them, but I think old video games are going to get insanely more expensive by the 3030. So I'm going to stack up. I'm going to try to get my retro laboratory going these next couple years, try to be conscious of this change that's obviously happening. And, do what I can to buy physical games and just move on, Time to raid the parents' DVD collection. Yeah. So that's it, man. So that's kind of my thoughts from earlier today. And we talked about this earlier. We have a lot of real level-headed people in the community. So it's awesome to have these types of conversations and get different perspectives on how we all feel about this. And I hope that I'm giving like a real level-headed take. I think that my take is very, very level-headed. While I'm still up in arms and upset about it, I'm not like screaming and like spitting and jumping up and down mad, because I think that that's useless at the moment. I think showing frustration for this is good. If you're the kind of person that likes to go on social media, go ahead, do it. Make a post. Let your stance be known. We do need that stuff. But even more importantly, unfortunately, it's really the leaders. And what do we have for leaders but a bunch of old fogey zealots who actually have no idea what they're doing with digital stuff? Who would have thought that these old fogey zealot nonsensical leaders are the wrong people to enter the digital age with. You know, oops, like, so like really this conversation gets so tall, and it's so much taller than just video games. We are at a crossroads with digital ownership, and it's terrible and it sucks. And, you know, people are fighting. Stop Killing Games is fighting. Stop Killing Games is doing everything they can. Look up Stop Killing Games. We talked about it earlier. And, you know, it really comes down to like our leaders, dude. Like, that's what we need to be doing. We need to be looking at them. We need to be like trying to like let them know we hate this. Cause like, otherwise it's like screaming on Twitter doesn't really get you much. Now, it could get Sony to reverse the decision. They've done it in the past. I don't think that's going to happen this time. Outcry and outrage has worked in the gaming space. Don't you all forget, the gamers have taken back gaming. Almost every live service game that has come out over the past couple years has shut down. The gamers are speaking. The gamers have been taking gaming back from all of these disgusting CEOs, right? Like we've been fighting, and outrage has been working online, and like things have changed, and it's pretty cool to see the gamers rise up, right? Like the Helldivers fought the Sony stuff. Gamers have been rising up. So I do think a little bit of outrage does go a long way, but I personally don't think that Sony's going to change their mind on this. I don't. I'm sorry. Like, I hate to be a downer, but like, I think Sony's locked in here. I think they're locked in. I don't think they're changing their mind, dude. So I think this one is going to take more than just a little bit of internet outrage, right? Like, I don't think they're going to change their mind. What leaders? Yeah. I think she was. Yeah, I caught on to the sarcasm. Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, the first to jump. Yeah, you know, that's what Spawnwave was talking about. Spawnwave was saying it's unfortunate because now this paves the way for other companies to do this as well, right? Other companies are going to see what Sony did, and they're going to say, "Oh, well, everyone's used to it. Might as well as join." And that's what a lot of people's worried about, the slippery slope kind of fallacy, like, well, one domino falls, the next is going to crumble next to it, right? Like, that's kind of the domino vibe, which I think to an extent that's true. I do think that, unfortunately, the same way that Nintendo got blamed for starting the $80 trend, we can all blame Sony for starting the digital era. The dominoes have fallen. Yep. Like, the same way that Nintendo will forever go down in history as the first $80 game, Sony's going to go down in history as the company who was the first one to say, we're done making physical games. So it's the domino, man. The domino effect is real. Do you think that game developers could also be pushing console companies to go digital for their sake of not having to produce physical and cut cost? I think that that's definitely something that could be mentioned. I know that if you look at Nintendo, it's the companies that are deciding to use game keys to cut cost. It's not just Nintendo telling them to do that. So I think that Nintendo has proven to us that the companies are totally willing to sell us out just as much as the publishers, the third parties. Like, they don't care. Capcom doesn't care. They want game keys. They like this too. I do, however, disagree a little bit with this idea, because I feel like companies could have just kept doing digital anyways, regardless of what Sony's doing. Really, this conversation is more about us losing the option than anything else. We understand that most people don't take the option, but losing the option is the real conversation. We're just losing another option, which sucks. So I don't know. I think that's a really interesting discussion topic, though. And I think Nintendo has proven that the third-party software developers absolutely do not care about physical. Only a handful of them do. So yeah, you could be onto something. Maybe the third parties are out there kind of pushing a little bit and they don't care, right? Maybe they're just completely down for this future as well, which is unfortunate. Because on the other side of that conversation, maybe if there was more pushback from the third parties, then we would have more of a chance, right? There's probably not much pushback, I imagine. Hi, what's up, boss? Hey, guess what? I totally thought of the cutest new nickname for you. Want to hear it? Sure. Okay, here it is. Your new awesome nickname is Sparkles. Hello. Isn't it just the coolest thing ever, silly? Yup. Okay then, done. Hooray! From now on, you're always going to be known as Sparkles. I just know it'll make you super popular with people. Yay for nicknames. Exactly, random. Exactly. Isn't Nintendo changing some of their pricing structure? Yeah, they are. Nintendo's trying to nudge people to digital by making the digital games cheaper. Because they
obsessed with the nickname Sparkles H Day.
Obsessed with the nickname. Yeah, thank you, lady scientist. How you doing, lady? Thanks for 43, dude. Good morning. Thank you for the resub. I agree with that, Gold Giraffic. I agree with that. Yeah, exactly, Southman. The companies like Limited Run, exact. That's my thoughts. That's the only companies that would really push back, or the ones that just have so much integrity that it oozes, like Supergiant and Hades and stuff like that, right? Like, I imagine some of those companies have enough integrity that they would probably push back a little bit. You know, like I think, what's the company that does Cyberpunk? They seem like they have some decent integrity as far as physical and making sure their games are received well, but I don't know. At least with game keys, you still have the ability to buy and sell. I agree with that. You know how I feel about game keys. Yeah, I think for what they are, at least you can still buy and sell them, which I think that matters. I think that's important. Project Red, yeah, that's the name of them. Aren't they the same people that did Witcher? Isn't CD Projekt Red Witcher as well? I think so. Yeah. I think a company like CD Projekt Red would maybe be able to push back a little bit. But like Capcom doesn't care. You know, Capcom is the same company that's willing to just de novo all their games down. So as much as I love Capcom as a business, I think that they're actually a really solid business. When it comes to how they handle their games, they don't care. They don't care at all. They'd rather ruin your experience than let you even have a chance to like pirate, you know what I mean? Like, so Capcom has unfortunately proven that they don't put the user experience above their own needs. Right? So that's unfortunate. I do love Capcom, but you got to call it for what it is. Got to be honest, and Capcom doesn't care. They don't care. You know, somebody like Kojima, he cares. I would argue that like Kojima Productions probably cares, right? Those companies that like are really in it for the art of it. Who are our Ohio senators? I can't remember the one dude's name. I actually called them not too long ago. What did I call them about? I think it was Stop Killing Game stuff a couple years back. I don't remember who our Ohio senators are though off the top of my head. They might have even changed since the last time I went into it. I have played a teeny bit of Resident Evil 4, but I'm not a big Resident Evil guy. What about you? I remember the last time you did that. Yeah, we called them. What did we call them about? There was something going on, and I think it was in gaming, and we were like, dude, we're calling our senators, and we actually called them. Or at least I did. Pink box. I don't remember what it was. It's been so long. Sega's been really bad too. Yeah, Sega is another weird company out there for some reason. Not giving us upgrade paths for games. Sega punks. Yeah, what's up, Calico? How are you today? Ending Croissant. Can you watch more than one streamer at a time through your phone? No, not really. Maybe if your phone has the ability to split into two halves and then you have a different program to watch streams on. Right? Like you could watch like YouTube and Twitch at the same time. My phone used to have the ability to split my screen in half with two different apps, but I don't know if iPhone offers that functionality. That was an Android thing. I used to love that functionality so much. Where like you could like split your screen in half, and you could like, I don't even know how to do it, but I used to love that functionality. You could have like two different things going on. You love Resident Evil? You should try 2 and 3. Are you talking about the remakes? Yeah, I'm not like a big. I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to video games. So, not that I'm trying to horn in on Nook's Furniture Monopoly, Starshine, but see, I already have this parquet floor and I'm selling the spare. 2,000, man. Why are you trying to charge me an arm and a leg? You're lucky you're cute, Maple. What's your real name? My name is Joshua. Call me Hyleen, call me Joshua. Yeah, you need an additional app. Exactly, Squirrel. Like Frosty app is one of them. You're not a huge Resident Evil guy either. Yeah, I'm Joshua. Joshua the legend. Just don't call him late for dinner. It's bad when I can say EA's doing the right thing for upgrades. Speaking of EA, did y'all hear about EA's new plan? They're going to be squeezing ads into games. So EA has officially revealed a platform that game companies can use, and it's going to be starting with the sports games, where they're going to be able to put ads into games in real time. So like while you're playing FIFA, the banners in FIFA are going to change in real time, and it could be like a Coca-Cola ad, not sponsored. It could be like some fast food or something. And this is going to be happening in the sports games first. And it's going to be like dynamic ads. And then they're going to take it from there and they're going to start sliding them into other games like billboards. So you're going to be running around Spider-Man, you know, for the PlayStation or whatever. And then all of a sudden you're going to go by past a billboard, and that billboard isn't going to be an in-game ad. It's going to be a real life ad for Doritos. And dude, EA is coming for our wallets, and they want them ads in our face, dude. It's gonna be insane, dude. Don't even pause. Just take a look at this letter. Hey, Curly. Once I save up enough bells, I'm out of this backwater town. Sender unknown. Dude, what? So many huge words that. What? Am I a word nerd? I have no idea what this says. Is this how city people talk? Apparently, actually, weirdly enough. Okay, rude. Yeah. So EA is, and they said The Sims. Listen to this. They said sports games and The Sims is going to be the first. Oh, and Skate. The new Skate, The Sims, and sports games are going to be the new games that are going to do this first. So y'all are going to be playing The Sims, and you're going to be in the game, and somebody's going to walk up to you and be like, "Habba jabba nabba wabba nipple pinchy," and it's going to translate to, "I bought some Doritos yesterday. Boy, were they tasty." Sorry, I got to brush up on my Simlish. My bad. Yeah, they said The Sims, Skate, and sports games are going to be there, how they test the waters. And then once they test it, they're going to start selling it to other games. So like, for example, the next Mass Effect game will likely have real life advertisements in the spaceships instead of a sign that's like some fake in-game, in-world ad that helps with the world building and makes you immerse yourself. Instead, it's going to be a poster for Cheetos, and you're gonna, that's it. Like, that's like, so basically any IP that EA owns right now in the future could fall susceptible to this, like real life ads in video games. And they think that the future is secretly putting ads in the games. Apparently there's a metric out there, and I just heard this, I don't know if it's true. Apparently there's a metric out there that says that the most powerful form of advertisement is actually in video games. And I believe it, because I think about the way my brain feels when I'm in a video game and I'm immersed and I'm taking everything in subconsciously around me. I believe it. I believe that metric. Apparently, advertisements in games is the strongest form of advertisement that we know to this date right now. And that's why all these companies are trying to figure out how to put ads in games, because apparently it's like a brain worm more than any other type of advertisement, because, you know, ads are all about brain worms. But apparently when you're playing a video game and an ad goes into there, it digs deep. I'm not sure, but apparently it does. So this is like the future. They want to start putting ads into our games. Yeah, we're getting Truman Show treatment. Yeah. They're going to lose Simmers to Paralives. I agree. I love Paralives. It's actually not bad at all. See, sports games, I think it makes sense, but Cheetos and Mass Effect is not a thing. Right. Like, I agree with that. So I think that with sports games, it kind of makes sense because sports games are just big advertisements themselves. So, like, I think the sports games I can kind of justify, but that's the only thing I can justify. Outside of the sports games, I think it's all ridiculous. But, you know, I want to be real. If I was driving down the street in Grand Theft Auto and there was a billboard for like 1-800 General Now, I wouldn't be bothered by that, would you? See, what I'm trying to say is that there are some games it works really well. If I was like rolling around Cyberpunk and there was some futuristic ad for Monster Energy, I like wouldn't be that mad because like that world is trying to mimic real life. Right? Like Skate, same idea, right? Like it's not that big of a deal. It's like it's a game mimicking real life. You see an ad, whatever. But I think where it's going to become a problem is like the Mass Effects, right? Like if they try to shoehorn ads into our immersive single player worlds, this becomes a real problem. But I think that I do not fight as much when it's like a real world trying to mimic thing, even though I still do think that that ruins immersion. Because there's nothing better than seeing a fake ad in Grand Theft Auto. Isn't it really funny? Some of the best content in Grand Theft Auto is like the fake chicken ads and stuff. All the world, because it's like its own world, right? It's its own thing. So when you're in that world being immersed, I like all the fake ads and all the in-world advertising because it's funny, it's silly, it's Easter eggs. It's, you know what I mean? Whereas like we would be losing that side of gaming if they were to do this, right? Like that would suck, right? That would be kind of lame if I'm playing a game and I'm seeing real life. It would take away from my immersion. It would take away from like a feeling that I've had from games over my life. It would change things. So yeah, I think I can see both sides of the conversation. I could see like some stuff being more acceptable than others. I don't know. I'm just happy I don't really play any of those types of games. And I said this the other day, and we were talking about this like the other day, right? We were like, you know, it isn't such a bad idea to be a Nintendo fan right now. And I'm just going to say it again. Listen, you can say whatever you want, but I'm not feeling too bad about being a Nintendo fan right now. Just saying. Not feeling too bad about being a Nintendo fan right now. You know, and I it's funny because a lot of Nintendo fans had to weather a storm recently. And now the dust is settling and we're looking around us and we're kind of laughing. We're kind of smirking. I feel kind of bad for a lot of the stuff that's happening around me because I'm sure it's going to come get me soon too. Sure, in a couple years, Nintendo will start doing more of this kind of stuff as well, right? It is what it is. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of looking around the room and I'm going, yikes. And, and all of a sudden that $500 Nintendo Switch 2 ain't looking so bad now, is it? Oh, you still running your mouth, Sony fans? Sure as hell would hate to be a Grand Theft Auto fan right now. Sure as hell would hate to be looking forward to the next Sony game right now. Sure as hell would hate to be an Xbox Studios fan right now. Your life's looking bleak. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Splatoon Raiders. I'm looking at a potential 2D remake of Super Metroid. I'm eating good. Like, I'm just saying, like, and I hate to be the person to say I told you so, but I mean, Nintendo fans have been sitting here wondering why all of a sudden Nintendo's the bad guy because they had a little bit of struggles there. I'm looking around kind of laughing. You know, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, what happened? What happened? Oh, what happened, dude? Dude, I would feel so miserable if I was a major fan of Sony titles right now. If my whole gaming universe revolved around having a PlayStation controller in my hand, I would feel miserable right now. I don't know, man. I'm just going to say the thing that I want to say. And holy heck, does it feel good to be a Nintendo fan at the moment? just saying, dude. I'm just saying, man. Anyways, I'll shut up. I'm just yapping, dude. Like, oh, I'm just saying, man. Like it's nice to be predominantly a retro and PC gamer. I get to sit back and laugh at all of this. Yeah, dude. PC gamers will always be the ones who get the last laugh. I feel confident in that. Yeah, I think PC gamers will always be the one to get the last laugh in the end. And that's kind of a fact, right? Because of emulation and stuff. It's like eventually we'll see the Switch 1 fully emulated, and it already is, right? But eventually we'll see the Switch 1 emulation stuff get even more accessible, more ironed out. You know, the PC gamers will always eventually win. That's true. Yeah, Devin, it's just funny, you know. 80% of my gaming revolves around the PS5, and I'm still living great and excited for Wolverine. Sucks, but it was coming. Yeah, it's good. You have a good attitude, though. Flip, you know. Jokes aside, not you know, I was generalizing, but you have a great attitude and you understand. You're a worldly guy. I can tell. You have a good perspective on things. So obviously not all Sony fans are in shambles. And I think gaming is just fine where it's at, even if it's in a rough state in a lot of ways. And mostly I just make these jokes because I don't know about y'all, but as a Nintendo fan, we did have a year or two there where we started questioning ourselves. Anybody else? Anybody else like have a year or two there where you were maybe kind of questioning like all these people around you constantly yelling at, screaming, Nintendo sucks, this, that, you know, we're kind of wondering what was going on with Nintendo. They were getting a little weird. They started getting a little greedier seemingly. And, you know, a lot of us were saying stuff like hashtag not my Nintendo, the Iwata era's dead. And it was a little bleak, you know, it felt kind of bleak there for a little bit. And then all of a sudden, all this stuff starts happening. And I can't help but feel revitalized as a Nintendo fan. And that's it. That's really all I'm saying is like all the jokes, you know, I'm here to entertain. So I always ham up, but take away the ham. And all I'm really saying is I feel revitalized as a Nintendo fan a little bit. I do. I feel good. I really do. It's like, yeah, man, you know, I'm not ready to bend over for them. I'm never going to do that. I know they suck for a lot of reasons. Don't get this twisted. I'm a fanboy, but I'm not that deep. But at the end of the day, I think that I'm in a good position, you know, like I feel pretty revitalized as a Nintendo fan, and I'm happy. I'm really happy about all of this at the end of the day. Not happy about everything happening in gaming, but just happy to be a Nintendo fan. That's all. Ain't gonna be no Subway ads in the next Zelda game. Exactly. Just enjoying the app in a bit, but I do love me some Sony games, right? No, and I was happy to hear your perspective, Flip Toast, because you speaking up and sharing that, being a mainly Sony gamer, you know, roughly, it goes to show you that it's all perspective at the end of the day. And we've been saying that for a long time on this channel. A lot of people try to make it sound like gaming's in like a really horrendous place, but look around you. We are in the best era of gaming. And a lot of people don't like to hear that. We are in the best era of gaming. We are getting countless beautiful games every day, every week, every year. Beautiful gaming is happening right now. When it comes to just the quality of games and the amount of games and the options we have as gamers, there's no question in my heart and mind, we are living through the best era of gaming. Before you add all of the extra variables, if you just look at the games we are living. So yeah, I think perspective matters. And I think that if you let the gaming space bring you down from a good perspective, it can feel like we're in this weird bleak state. Gaming sucks nowadays. No, it doesn't. No, it's far from it, dude. The only people that are convinced that gaming sucks, I'll tell you right now, you want to know the only people that are convinced that gaming sucks? People that hop from live service to live service and people that are still playing World of Warcraft retail 30 years later. Those are the two people right there. Those are the two categories of people who are saying to themselves, gaming sucks right now. The people who are stuck in a live service hole and they can't get themselves out, and people who are stuck playing World of Warcraft for 30 years. Those are the only people who have the perspective of gaming blows. Otherwise, I think your average person understands that gaming is awesome. And we're in a great place all the time. We're getting great games. But I think those are the only two types of gamers that I see out here struggling with the realization that their game choice just blows. Like, yeah, sorry, but if the only thing you play is World of Warcraft retail 25 years later, you probably look around you and say gaming sucks. Because while WoW retail is a great product for people who like WoW, I couldn't imagine only playing World of Warcraft for 25 years. Holy heck, dude. I would also think gaming sucks. And then live service gaming, hopping from live service to live service just seems miserable to me. Like, if that's all you do, if all you do is sit there and play these games that are greedily trying to steal your time all day, you probably also think gaming blows. Probably. I can mod my consoles and enjoy all the games I want. I enjoy my modded OG Wii, PS2, PSP. I have a modded 3DS and Wii. I'm going to mod my Wii U and GameCube, I think, next. I love the modded gaming era. Was listening as I was crocheting, and I'm on the fence about the decision. I've always been a collector and waited for physical releases, but talking to my man saying I'm paying for plastic makes me see it another perspective. I guess as long as there'll be a physical copy, I'd support, but I think that we'll all have to make the transition eventually. Yeah, the same way that we made the transition for music. Really think about this in the terms of music, everybody. Take a step back, I implore you, and look at what happened to the music industry 20 years ago. Really think about it. From cassettes, I mean, there was like 8 tracks or whatever, but then cassettes, CDs, right? You had vinyls, cassettes, CDs, to iPods, to all of a sudden the iStore, to all of a sudden Spotify, to now music is probably 99% digital. Easily. Like, this is the natural progression. This has been in the making for a long time. Now, maybe we'll be lucky enough to see like a resurgence, like vinyl come back, right? Vinyl came back. CDs still exist. Maybe we'll see a resurgence, and maybe something will happen in the gaming space where we'll see some sort of like resurgence back to physical media, and down the road, maybe people will start making cartridges again or something. While it's a little bit of a different vibe, because as coordinator said, you know, the truth is that you've always been able to buy CDs and you've always had a CD player. So it's not quite the same correlation, but I bring that up just to talk about the natural progression and to go with Game Mode's question there, that like, or comment there, that like, we all are going to have to deal with this transition because it was naturally going in this direction. Naturally, everything was starting to go in this direction, and we saw it happen with music, and everyone eventually transitioned, and you're going to have to do the same, right? We saw it happen there. We saw it happen with TV shows. And then I think the only big difference now is that in this moment in time, not only does everything seem uncertain, we also seemingly will lose the option entirely. And that is the difference. That's why I think gaming is more of a conversation, because it's not just that we're losing, you know, physical media, but I could still go burn a CD and plop it into my CD player. It's that we're losing the option entirely, because if there's no CD drive on a PlayStation 6, well, then you can never play a PlayStation 6 game physically. Like, it doesn't matter if Limited Run decides to make a bunch of physical games, you know, like it doesn't matter if some hero company decides that they're going to start making copies of all of the PlayStation 6 games and putting them on CDs. That doesn't matter because there's no way to play them. Right. But I think that the future is going to be brighter than y'all think. I had a thought already. What if somebody makes a third-party hard drive for the PlayStation 6 and you plug it into USB? Would that really be that far-fetched? Not at all. Not even close. And then what if somebody like Limited Run decides to start making physical copies of games? My point is that just like how vinyl has come back and even tape decks have come back and CDs have made a resurgence, I think that we're all looking at this as some kind of final moment. But in all reality, I think that humans are always going to find a way. Like we always have. Like we could easily just hit a point to where you have to go buy something third party. Either way, my point is like everything is so uncertain that I think jumping to conclusions might not be the best thing. Right? Like there's no reason why we couldn't still figure this out eventually. Right? Like the modding community. Yeah. Like I think we might figure it out. What's up, Celestial Nightcat? And thank you so much for continuing your gifted sub from Christine Brinstar. Thanks for committing. That actually goes a super long way for my show. Help me keep my 70-30 split. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Limited Run because they've been making some mistakes. But yeah, like just in general, some companies showing up would be nice. Yeah, exactly, L Rob. We've been talking about this for a while though today, so I'll move on. But I do enjoy kind of having nice discussions with everybody. Nobody's been getting weird about the talk. So if we get some love in the chat, I really appreciate that all of you can sit down and have these types of chats with us and it doesn't turn into a poop flinging fest and people getting angry at each other. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the likes on YouTube and helping us hit our 20 like goal. And yeah, it really makes me happy that we can just sit and yap sometimes. And like, you know, it's not that big of a deal. If they didn't do micro SD cards, do you think we'd see a lot bigger split than 60-40? Maybe. I don't know which way it would be weighed than the other though. Like, I don't know if it would be more physical or more digital. I don't know. All right, we got some bugs to donate. Do you have a favorite Switch 2 game? My favorite Switch 2 game at the moment is Pokemon Pocopia. But Elliot, the Millennium Tales is really good. What have we here? A longhorn beetle, if I'm not utterly mistaken. Ah, no, please don't bother taking it out of its cage. Protocols, you know. What? I'm a bit of a squeamish about insects, you see, and I don't fancy touching one. Who, I say, be sure to keep your fingers away from that savage maw. And what is it? Dang, I know. Why did I even question it? I was about to pronounce this word perfectly, and then I started questioning it. Oh, it's on the tip of my brain, but I don't want to sound stupid. I'm getting embarrassed. I'm gonna skip it. Antennae. I mean, really. Blech, such foulness. I was gonna say it, and I was like, I'm afraid. I'm panicking. Yes, I've been streaming for 7 years. And I still get embarrassed about pronouncing things sometimes. Wait, really? Flip toast? It's real. That's so silly, man. You're saving up for the Elliot game? You could play the demo, Celestial. Accent on the Tay. Ostentatious. Is that close? Ostentatious. Is that close? Did I get it? Yeah, there's a demo for Elliot. Check it out. And the demo's really thick. You can go like really far into the game with the demo. And you can pass the demo save file to the main game. Please check out the demo of Elliot. It's really nice. On Switch, yeah, there's a Switch demo and a Steam demo, I believe. It's really nice, dude. It's like a thick demo. Like I'm talking, you can play like a fourth of the game in the demo. I swear to you. Like a whole fourth of the game, maybe like a fifth in the demo. They really gave a sick demo for Elliot. What's it about? Elliot and the Millennium Tales is an action RPG game that kind of takes the Mana series and mixes it with like it's like Zelda X the Mana X like Final Fantasy kind of energy. And the game is about a character who is an adventurer and he ends up discovering a door through time. And then he uses this door to go through different eras in this universe to solve a mystery, essentially, and to save a kingdom and a princess who is in peril. It's cool. It's really, really cool. And the demo is like juicy. Speaking of physical media, I just got back from the thrift store and I found some awesome DVDs and VHS tapes. Austin Powers, Lawnmower Man, Evil Dead, Dragonheart, all for $2. Let's go. So I discovered something recently and I want to know what y'all think about this, but I only want to talk about this briefly because I don't want to tap too many of my ideas. All right. On eBay, the Poop Slinger sealed copy is $700. Oh my God. You're out buying CDs right now. So I recently discovered that there's a way to get media from like a computer onto a VHS. Like you can create a system to record data to VHSs. So I have decided that I have a goal. I am going to get my Tears of the Kingdom playthrough on VHS and I'm going to sell it. Mark my words, within the next couple years, I'm doing this. I'm going to get my biggest playthroughs and I'm going to get them on VHSs, even if it takes 50 fucking VHSs. I'm going to do it. I'm going to figure out how to get my best playthroughs on VHS and I'm going to start selling them. Yeah, you might need a lot of cassettes. Yeah. It's like, so if I did it for Tears of the Kingdom, I would only do the first 12 episodes. So from the start of the game until where we beat the game. That's so like, it wouldn't be all 45 episodes. And I'm going to do this. I've decided that I think I'm going to start trying to preserve my show. And I know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it with big DVDs, data disc. I'm going to do it with VHSs. I'm going to do it. I'm even going to look into DVD manufacturing. And if I can get my show on a DVD, I've already looked into it. I can. There are services out there where you can send files to them and they will print it on a DVD that can be played on a DVD player, not just like a burned disc. And then they can send it to you and you can put it in your DVD player. I'm doing it. I've decided this. I thought about this the past couple days really hard, and it might take me a couple years to get the money and stuff to make this a dream come true. But I have decided that before I die, I want to preserve my content and I'm going to try to choose my favorite playthroughs and I'm going to try to get them preserved on DVDs and VHSs, offer them to my community if I can as like a nice little thing that you can buy, but also for myself so that I can have my content preserved in a way that's not a hard drive. Because I've realized recently that hard drive stuff is scary, man. And unless you have a massive server set up with RAID drives. So here's the way that they say that you can back up digital stuff on hard drives. This is how you're supposed to do it. You guys ready? You're supposed to have 3 backups of something. And every couple years, you have to back everything up again. This is how the real preservationists do data right now. What they do is they have 3 complete copies of a thing. And then every couple years, they make like another set of copies and they like cycle the other ones out. And there's always 3 copies of anything ever. This is how like preservationist apparently works. And I don't know if I want to do all that. I don't know if that is a system for me right now. Maybe in the future, I could do that as well. But I started really thinking about how cool it would be to really have a tangible piece of media of my content, to be able to plug a VHS into a VHS player and to be able to turn on the Hylian Descent show. Like that could be really cool. And I wonder if that's a future. So obviously this would be a niche thing that I would only do for like one playthrough as a tester and maybe not as a true preservation tactic. But there is, I think, a world where you also use it as for preservation. Cassettes and DVDs only have a finite duration available though, like 2.5 hours max. Right, like if you're doing it in DVD format, correct. Like you can put like I think a terabyte on a disk at this point of data. And that's like a way to preserve stuff. I'm going to do that. I'm going to buy a massive thing of disk and I'm going to start burning my streams to disk and just have a huge collection of data disk of my streams to go alongside with maybe trying to preserve them on like hard drives. Like that could be a cool way to preserve my show. But if you want to put them on a DVD to be spun in a DVD player, like a traditional DVD, it is like a max of like 2.5 hours. Yeah. Now I do have a question though. Don't some DVD players have the ability to read data files nowadays? So like in theory, you could have a DVD, like a disc with just a butt ton of data files on it, plug it into your DVD player and just choose read the data file. I think modern DVD players have that. I think there are some DVD players that it's like plugging in a USB drive basically. Right? Like TVs can do that. Like TVs have USB ports and you can just load up a file off your USB drive. Like some TVs, like some DVD players. So yeah, like in theory, dude, I wouldn't have to burn it to the disc officially. I could literally just load a disc up with thousands of files and you could just put it into your DVD player and just load the file. Like that would probably work like as an option to like make this easier maybe for some playthroughs. Yeah. Like, so like, I don't know, man. I think this is a cooler idea than like anything I've thought of for preserving my show. And I might start messing around with this. It's going to take me a couple years. Like this is like a 10-year journey, but you know, maybe one day, maybe one day, dude. Don't bother taking it out of its cage. I'm a bit squeamish about insects you see. When a female robust cicada approaches, the male one will change its call to think that they're mere bugs and will play these mind games. Disgusting. Cute. Very cute, very cute. Anyways, I just had to share that idea out loud because I had that thought this morning. I thought about plugging in a VHS that had like an episode of my content on it. Like, think about it, dude. Even if it was just one VHS. All right, so here, for those of you that watch my show a lot, can you think of like a single episode of content that you would love to have on like a VHS? I bet you everyone could. I bet you that my audience has at least one stream or moment that they feel would be totally cool to put on like a VHS, like a short little stream, like maybe 2 VHSs for a 5-hour stream, right? You said 2.5 hours, Deza. So like a 4 VHS set for a 10-hour stream, a 4 VHS set for a 10-hour stream. What stream would it be? What stream would you purchase? What stream would it be? Would it be a Tears of the Kingdom stream? Would it be that one time that I played that one game? Would it be like an episode of Monday Morning Show that really made you laugh? Like, I bet you there would be like something that people would like. Oh, dude, Calico, we were talking about dominoes. Yes. Here, let me pull it up on the screen. We did talk about this a little bit today, but let's pull it up for the chat because it's so freaking hilarious. Thanks for sharing. So for those that missed it, due to the Sony thing, this is what Domino's said. They put out an official statement and they said, in response to trends in gaming, as of April 1st, 2027, Domino's UK will cease production of physical pizzas and shift to production of digital pizzas only. Consumers will be able to download our full range of delicious pizza codes and, using the power of imagination, enjoy them in an entirely virtual sense. Shots fired, right? Like, isn't that so good? Isn't that so good, dude? It's so perfect. Thank you so much for sharing, because we haven't showed off the actual like image yet, so that was perfect. Dude, it's so funny, man. And yeah, no need to apologize, Calico, at all. I'm glad you brought it up again. Yeah. I just mentioned we were talking about it earlier because we were cackling. We were laughing. Did you see Nintendo's elephant tweet? No, what? The power of imagination will keep you full. The Shrek costume episode? True, I do have the episode where I dressed up as Shrek. That would be a good one to put on a VHS. Hylian Goes DVD for the first few episodes. 12 Games of Christmas, that would be a good one. Cooking streams, yeah, dude, maybe Scuffed Eats should be a VHS cooking show. Subnautica, I would love a blooper reel. That's so funny, dude. Chewy, the Chewbacca stream. That's cute. The dinosaur episode. You mean when you stopped cosplaying Hylian? Okay, buddy. The best of Santa Hylian. What do you think some of your most iconic streams are? So for me, it's a lot. So my favorite streams to date, off the top of my head, are Tears of the Kingdom, are Ocarina of Time, New Horizons 2020, Fantasy Life. I'm like kind of fascinated with my content, so I like all my modern stuff. I like all the newest stuff that I'm always doing. Like Elliot is one of my favorite playthroughs. Now, not just playthroughs though, there are individual streams that are specifically iconic. The 24-hour Tears of the Kingdom stream will go down in history. The 24-hour 2.0 Animal Crossing update stream. The Reptar Takes Over Twitch that was just mentioned. The anniversary week where we dressed up as Shrek, I think it was on Tuesday, and we made Shrek waffles. That specific day where we made waffles and stuff. My move-in streams, and specifically day 2 or 3 of my move-in streams, where I went back and watched some of those recently, and it was a reminder of just how free I felt, and it was really healthy for me to see that again. My one-off stream of Miitopia where I dunked on the game to the point to where my chat got pissed off at me. For some reason, that one's iconic to me. There's a handful of episodes of Monday Morning Show that really stand out to me. One of my favorite things we do here is the Monday Morning Show, and there's a handful. There was one in 2022 where I just feel like it was the perfect embodiment of the Monday Morning Show. And we were playing New Horizons, and we were just chatting, and it was just like the perfect example of it was like the thing I would show if I was trying to pitch it to like NBC, right? And I don't remember the exact month or anything. I believe it's in 2022. I'll have to dig it up so you guys can go watch it. But there is an episode of Monday Morning Show that I think was like the perfect version of it. And I think that my Monday Morning Show is even better now. Don't get me wrong, but something about that one episode sticks with me as like the perfect form of the show, where I was doing exactly what I set out to do. Yeah, I could just sit here and yap. I have an obsession. I am fascinated with my own content. I'm fascinated with what I do every day. And I love what I do. I love my art and my craft. And so I could sit here and yap about my favorite streams and broadcast all day, but those are just a few to mention. I think a lot of release days are some of my favorite. Those release day streams when a game is brand new and fresh. The first 10 hours we put into Tears of the Kingdom on the Sky Island is probably the most like VHS worthy episode of Tears of the Kingdom. It's 10 hours straight of me just diving into a new Zelda game, and the energy in the room was immaculate. It was beautiful. It was amazing. When's the next Scuffed Eats? I'm working on Scuffed Eats right now. I'm working on it. We have a survival burger from Stardew Valley to make soon. Oh yeah, Stardew Valley. Are you kidding me, dude? Stardew Valley would totally be in there somewhere. My Stardew Valley 100% perfection run is by far one of my favorite playthroughs of all time. It's beautiful. I don't know if that VOD still exists. I might have to dig it up from, yeah, I think that VOD got deleted, unfortunately, from Twitch. Got my DV cassette camera from the closet and filmed my adventures and the weekends with it like the old days. If only those cassettes weren't so pricey, I'd keep doing it. Yeah, that's so fun. I've always wanted to do that kind of stuff. I have the clip from the credits. Nice. The clip is good enough for, yeah, my point. Yeah. There was like a highlight that's somewhere stuck on YouTube that I was looking for, which is fine. I'll find it eventually. I've been rewatching that playthrough and it's beautiful. Yeah, man, I have a couple favorites. Thanks for asking, Ron. I have a couple favorite episodes and playthroughs. A couple episodes of Saturday morning cartoons. The 100% Wind Waker. Dude, that's so sad, man. Yeah, dude, the corruption of I recently lost a hard drive. Same thing. And I'm still finding stuff that I lost. Pictures, stuff like that. Yeah. So many bangers. I was gonna say Stardew Valley, yeah. Have you ever tried fermenting? Have you ever tried fermenting? No, I have not done a ton of fermenting stuff, but I'm a little bit hip to like the process and broke under 260 today for the first time in 5 years. Wow. Duel Master, congratulations, boyo. Get it, my dude. The Zelda randomizers, I was also thinking about the randos as well. No, there is a couple one-off streams, though, that I think would be in the conversation. Like, there's a couple streams that we've done where they were just a one-off, really exciting day and a really fun day. And it's, there's a couple of those that I can't think of off the top of my head, but like, that I think that should be mentioned. Dude, I'm about to release the second Tears of the Kingdom playthrough. By the way, we've been doing updates to YouTube. Thanks for the shout out, Flip Toast, in the Discord. I'll be doing an official post of everything here soon, but I'm cleaning up the YouTube and we're getting a lot of those old playthroughs released, stuff that's been sitting for a year that's making me mad. And I'm going to release the second Tears of the Kingdom playthrough for those that want to watch that. The gliderless Hyrule is Lava playthrough. I got Wild World being released, so you can go back and watch the first episodes of this game right here, this save file. Some more Stardew, Hello Kitty. I finally found the Hello Kitty stuff. I found the Tales of the Shire stuff. I'm just digging through VODs and releasing everything I can for y'all, so... I found all the Scuffed Eats stuff, and I'm working on that. All right, we paid off $50,000 today. Not terrible. But also not too good. Yeah, I'll be uploading Hyrule's Lava. So a lot of fun stuff. I'm just trying to get my backlog uploaded and cleaned up, because there's just a bunch of content sitting around that unfortunately is not be able to be watched right now. And it makes me so sad that I have like 5,000+ hours of content sitting on YouTube right now that's unreleased. Can you believe that? And it's because I just got overwhelmed last year and I couldn't finish the project. So this year I'm not stopping, man. I'm gonna release everything on my YouTube. And we're going to get all this content out there for y'all to go back and enjoy if you want, so that we can go in the future and we can handle things smoother, you know? I don't want to be so, like, right now I'm all backed up, but eventually everything will be nice and smooth and I won't ever have to deal with this again, you know? Digging through hours and hours of old VODs and cleaning them up and releasing them. It's a lot, dude. I almost paid someone to do it for me, but I decided to suck it up and do it. That's so funny. Coco winning. I love that. I just found the Fallout 3 streams. I'm going to release the Fallout 3 playthrough as well. Rob Boss the Villain takes on Fallout. So many good playthroughs are just stashed right now on YouTube, dude. We'll see you later, Calico. Thanks for thinking of us here on your lunch. So much stuff. And then I have this old playlist called the Twitch Archives, where I'm releasing the crustiest, oldest playthroughs that I have. So you guys can get a taste of like the most ridiculous era of my stream. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So the Twitch, it's called the Twitch Archives, and I'm putting out like the crustiest stuff. So I'm gonna go here right now, and I think it's gonna be buried. Let me just scroll down. Twitch Archive. So right now, I don't know what's actually released in here, but Coral Island from 2022, my original KK Slider concert from 7 years ago. Oh yeah, this is private. So I think that's it for now, but like look at the juicy stuff I have in here. I have a bunch of like Breath of the Wild stuff from 2019. And like I have just really goofy stuff in the Twitch archives. Me watching Nintendo at E3 in 2019, the last year of E3. Like, dude, some of these VODs are insane. Look at this one. Look at this one I found. Dude, I found an Animal Crossing marathon from 2019. 3 different Animal Crossings in one day. We play Animal Crossing GameCube, then we play City Folk, and then we play Wild World in one day from 2019. I was doing these marathons since all the way back then, dude. Yeah, man, back in 2019, dude. So I'm going to be releasing these slowly, and y'all can go to watch some of the unearthed archives of my channel. Some really old, crusty stuff, dude. Oh, man, it's fun. It's real fun stuff, man. Yep, positive morning vibes. Yep. Do you have your Wonderful Life up? I just found it. I just found the Wonderful Life VODs. Soon, TM. I just found the Wonderful Life VODs. Just last night. I'm digging through all this content, man. Yo, what up, Charlie? Welcome back. I have all my hard drives. I named all of my hard drives because everything has specific items on them. That's dedication, but I'm sure that future you appreciates that. What's up, Jay Kaiser? I've been watching for almost 5 years. Bum, 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 bum. Baby Hylian and his Argyle sweaters. I still rock them sometimes. I don't have the blue Argyle anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I think I threw it away. But I still have my black Argyle. Rob Boss. I have a lot of Rob Boss content. The original Rob Boss Stardew Valley playthrough is unfortunately mostly decimated. There's only like year 3 and on, and it's all scattered episodes. But I do have a lot of Rob Boss stuff on to release on YouTube. I have the whole Ooblets playthrough is there. A bunch of DDV stuff is coming. Rob Boss Fallout 3 is on there. Rob Boss Starbound is not there at the moment. That might be gone. What else? What other games did we play Rob Boss? I think my Starfield stuff is available. I gotta get that released. Oh, are you talking about my blue afro in game? This character could pass as Rob Boss. We got the 3D glasses and everything. Baby Hylian is the Hans era to me. It is the Hans era, yeah. Hans the Yeti. Mom Spaghetti. The first Starfield stream with the unlimited Papa command was absolutely incredible. That was a good one, dude. That was a good one, dude. I also have... I'm getting all my celebrations and stuff cleaned up as well. So I just created a full playlist of the whole 6-year celebration. It's 7 days straight of content, 2 episodes each, because I had to cut them in half from this past year. So you're going to start finding that stuff popping up. So if you missed an era, or if you're just looking to throw on a playlist and let it play in the background, and I have a lot of that stuff coming out for y'all. So I'll keep working hard on getting some of the classic content released. Again, once we finally get through all the thousands of hours of classic content, then we can start focusing on new content and like making sure our new VODs are cleaned up and stuff like that. That's my goal. But right now I feel so bad that all my old stuff is stuck. Like I was digging through this. Listen what I discovered last night. Look at this. I want y'all to understand something. You can't see this on your end because a lot of these playlists are hidden, but like watch this. Take a look at this. So last night I discovered that on my channel over the years, listen to this, I've had a Wild World playthrough in 2025. I've had a Wild World playthrough in... All right, hold on. So 2025. This would be easier to find if I go to my back end, but I don't want to. So hold on. Just give me a second. Oh, it is only showing the ones that are released here. Oops. I do got to go to my studio. All right, one sec. It doesn't show the ones that are... It shows the ones that are private, but I don't know. I don't know. Unlisted, maybe. So this was me last night going through this. So it's actually insane. It's actually the craziest thing I didn't realize about my show, right? But like, listen to this. We have a 2025, 2024, 2021, and 2019 Wild World playthrough. For Animal Crossing GameCube, we have a 2024, a 2021, a 2021 number 2, a 2020... Oh, and then a 2019. Oh, and the deluxe playthrough from last year, 2025. And it doesn't stop. Like, I think I have like 6 City Folk playthroughs, like 5 GameCube playthroughs, like 5 Wild World playthroughs, like 3 New Leaf playthroughs, like 7 New Horizons playthroughs. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like going through all this content and cleaning it up. And I'm like, what is my problem? Like, my Animal Crossing content alone is insane. And I'm so sad because none of this is publicly available at the moment. Like, look at this real quick. Look at this real quick. Just Animal Crossing alone right now. And this is just the stuff that I've discovered that I can find right now. I'm not even done yet. I have 20 playlists right here of just Animal Crossing. City Folk, GameCube, Pocket Camp, New Horizons, fashion shows. And this is just like stuff that I found and I've put into a playlist at the moment. There's probably more. I just find it so fascinating. I was sitting around yesterday like, what is my deal? I'd love to track down the first stream I tuned into if it's in there. Dude, if you know which one it is, I bet you I can find it. Some stuff got lost, though, unfortunately, over the years. What's up, Kai Bells? Hey. Bum ba bum ba bum bum. Yeah, unfortunately, stuff did get lost over the years. It's going well today. We're just yapping. We've just been yapping about the gaming industry and the Sony stuff and selling cherries. Trying to pay off my debt, dude. Selling freaking cherries. Because I've been yapping so much with chat, I haven't been yapping with my villagers much today. Let's see, are you home, Rasher? Let's go say hi to him. How you doing today, buddy?
Yo, boss. Have you grown since the last time I saw you, Weenie? What? No? I wonder if I shrank then. Now that that's out of the way, what the heck do you want anyways, Weenie?
Tell me anything.
I might not look like it, but I'm a Twitch boy through and through. Can you believe I'm actually into stylish clothes, weenie? So, hey, boss, if you see something I might like, let me know, weenie. Oh, he's requesting clothing. I don't remember how this works. I don't think you just bring them any outfit. Don't you have to bring them something that they like? One of the 2019 City Folk streams. Rasher makes me uncomfortable. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Mario Kart World update with new night knockout round. We're going to be doing a lot more knockout this Friday. We have not talked about it yet today. We have not talked about it. How have we not talked about Mario Kart World tomorrow night, Friday night? And we got a new update, dude. We got a new update. We got new knockout tours to be doing, 2 new knockout tours. And then I think they did some balance patches and stuff. They allegedly made it harder to bag. They allegedly made it harder to sandbag the knockout races. I think they made it to where you're not getting as good of items in last place. I think they messed with like the item pool. Can I add you on Switch? Yeah, here, let me get you my friend code. My friends list is like kind of weirdly full at the moment, but I think I cleared up space for people to add me, and then maybe I can try to add you later. So that this might work. And if it doesn't, just let me know. I'll try to do something about it. Yeah, Friday night. For those of you that forgot, we got community game night tomorrow night. And we are going to be doing some Mario Kart World. Come on by. That'll start around 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern. We will still be here in the morning tomorrow. We're doing a small little gaming discussion, but this time we're going to be talking about games we're looking forward to for this summer. So I invite you all to a game discussion where we are going to sit down tomorrow and we're going to share all of the games that we are looking forward to for July, August, and September. And then we're going to create a little list and we're going to watch some trailers and we're going to talk about and get excited about games. Oh, I'm going to Rasher's house. That'll be tomorrow morning. We're going to do that. And I don't know what we're actually going to be playing tomorrow. I haven't decided. Like gaming wise, I don't know what we're going to do. Maybe some Pocopia. Do you do many games that aren't Mario Kart? Yeah, I do Mario Party a lot. I've done a ton of golf in the past, Mario Golf. We did a bunch of Fall Guys way back in the day. Yo, clothe yourself. And I'm open to more stuff. I just recently got put onto a new game for community game night. What was it? Hold on. I don't remember what it was. There was something I was looking at and I said to myself, that would be great for community game night. Mark Dennis, no way, dude. Oh, Splatoon Raiders. Yeah, duh. Yes, dude. Splatoon Raiders. Thank you, Charlie. Get out of my head, dude. Yes. I was like, dude, I was looking at Splatoon Raiders and I'm thinking, this is going to be perfect for community game night for those of you that can participate. I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be real good. Yeah, Splatoon Raiders got announced to have online multiplayer. That's right. And we're not even sure about local. They said local and online, but they confirmed online co-op gameplay with lobbies similar to like they do with regular Splatoon. And we're not sure how local is going to be handled, but we all in the chat agree that it's probably not going to be split screen local, unfortunately. So yeah, I didn't see that coming either. And now I'm really hype about Raiders. Now I'm picking Raiders up. Well, I already was, but now I'm really hyped for Raiders for the community. I think it's going to be really good. Yeah, the Raiders Direct was worth watching, Dazabound. So it sounds like you might have missed the Raiders Direct. So let me give you a little bit of tea. The Raiders Direct taught us a couple things. First off, that the game is going to be multiplayer online. Secondly, that the game is going to have over 100 weapons in it. And it's going to be a Diablo/Borderlands style drop loot system. So the guns and stuff are all going to be random. If you know Diablo 2, it's going to be like you can pick up
a dualies, and that dualies is going to have special stats, and it's going to be a 1-star, or you could pick up a different dualies that has 5 stars and it has a special ability, and you're going to have like the freedom of loot and like building your character out the way that you want. So there's over 100 weapons to choose from. There's going to be customized like loot drops, again, Diablo 2 style, ARPG style loot, Borderlands style loot. And then also there's going to be gadgets and trinkets that you can put to customize the weapons. So there's like a bunch of, there's like the game all of a sudden has revealed itself as having a lot of depth, and we figured out the gameplay loop as well. It's like a roguelike. So it's basically like a roguelike with a story that you're going through, but there's going to be different zones. And you're going to go back, you're going to go to the zone and you're going to be doing it repeatedly. And even if you lose when you go to a zone, they're called raids. It doesn't matter. Just like Hades, if you lose, you still get experience, you still get loot. So the game is going to encourage you to kind of push the difficulty up, because you're going to be able to choose different difficulties and stuff. And they're going to encourage you to go do these raids, even if you fail, because you're getting experience and guns and weapons and loot. So the game all of a sudden has revealed itself to have a ton of depth, and it's basically like a weird roguelike. Basically, it's not quite going to be a roguelike, because roguelikes imply that you always start fresh. That's not what this is going to be. It's going to be more like a Diablo game in that sense, where your character is always growing, you're getting experience, you're getting loot, you're getting new equipment, but you're going to be doing like these raids as if like, think like levels in an old school game. And these raids, you're going to be encouraged to go face check, even if you're failing. And that's like the roguelike energy I'm getting from it. And then the difference here is that it is going to have an overarching story, I'm pretty sure. And your goal is to hunt treasure and like, I don't know. I think there's a story. That's all I'm trying to say. So unlike some roguelikes, you know, I think there's going to be like a story you're following. So Splatoon Raiders looks really good. I'm not a big Splatoon guy at all, but I'll be picking up Raiders. It is a Switch 2 exclusive. I will be playing with the audience. Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll be doing multiplayer with Raiders. I'll be doing mostly audience engagement with this game. I'm going to use this game as a tool for audience engagement. And oh, no need to apologize, dude. You're welcome to ask questions. That's how you learn about me, man. Yeah, no problem. So when I do community game night stuff, it's usually always with my audience, not with like other streamers or anything. I don't do a lot of it though. I'm not a big multiplayer guy, just to kind of set the precedent here. I'm mostly known for single player gaming on Twitch and YouTube. I do maybe a community game night every 2 weeks. I'm trying to keep up with every 2 weeks. And we do all sorts of different types of stuff here. So yeah, and it's always with the audience. I rarely do multiplayer with other people outside of like a little bit here and there. You know, other creators or people in my personal life. Yeah. So yeah, you guys can join us. And to go back to that question one more time, I'm open to all sorts of different stuff for community game stuff. If you guys have suggestions, you're always welcome to offer. And I'll try to pick up games that make sense for all of us. My goal is to focus on games that people are already planning to buy, or stuff that's cheap. Mecha Chameleon, Exhaustion, great example. You know, $5. The problem with Mecha Chameleon is that it wouldn't be a good game to play with all of you unless I was always a seeker, because you guys could just watch my stream and cheat. So Mecha Chameleon's almost the kind of game that you want to play with other streamers. With your audience, it doesn't work as well unless you're playing one of the different game modes, or unless you're just always a seeker, which is fine. I do that all the time. But so yeah, I've decided I'm not going to pick up Mecha Chameleon, but I was thinking about it, and I'm certainly open to other games. You know, I wanted to play Battlefront with y'all, but I couldn't get over the price tag. It was like $40. I would love to play Sonic Racing. Again, price tag. I would love to check out some Crash Bandicoot Racing. One day we'll do that. You know, I'm open to all sorts of different stuff. If y'all want to try stuff, you're always welcome to just come and ask and pick my brain and see if there's a game that works for, you know, the community and for me. I'm thinking about becoming a streamer. Any advice? Let me see here. Let me give this real quick. What? No way. This is a flame shirt. I'm totally into it. It's perfect.
Well, that may be true, but I'd better say thanks, so thanks, boss. Hey, why don't you take my kafia?
Oh, it's like a hood thing.
I've got nothing but respect for you, boss. You're on the right track. Now you just gotta stay on it, weenie.
Yeah, I gave him a flame shirt so I could picture you as crispy bacon, you punk. Yo, what's up? What's up, Nintendo? How you doing, Nintendo? So, will Splat Raid be a nighttime exclusive? No. We're going to be playing Splatoon Raiders on release day, and we'll totally be doing it throughout the day and in the afternoons and in the evenings. Yeah, I think a little bit of everything with that game. Kind of like we did with Mario Kart World on release. Kind of just do it into a little bit everywhere, for sure. Thanks for asking, because I know I have a big audience that can't be here in the evenings, or especially during the week. Do you know any cool chants? I want to get a new greeting that people might chant at me someday. Problem is, I've been having a brutal time coming up with one. What do you chant at a pig? Slap your abs? Okay, I like that. I should have said ham boning. Slap your abs, mate. Slap your abs. Sue-wee? That's good. There we go. Slap your abs. Is that it? Yeah. Slap your abs. Isn't that like a little on the trendy side? I don't know. You tell me, random. Oh, hey, don't feel bad, though. I know you busted your brain on that thing. Forget trendy. I'm going to rock that greeting all the time. Would you like to see some pictures of my garden? Yeah, share them in the Discord. I'd like to play Mecha Chameleon in the Discord. Yeah, dude, Discord Mecha Chameleon could be a lot of fun. Yeah, sure. We could make that happen sometime. There is an old villager named Sui. She used to be in our town before we lost that memory card. I have a strange question for you. Do you think it's true that the way I talk says a lot about your personality? Because I've been getting tired of saying the same old thing all the time. This game was big on the catchphrases. To the point to where it's kind of annoying. They're always asking you to change their catchphrase. So I'm thinking about becoming a streamer. Any advice? So my biggest advice for anybody trying to become a streamer in 2026 is to first ask yourself what your goal is. I recommend everybody, even if you're going to be doing it casually, sit down and write a goal, a list of 3 things that you want to accomplish through streaming. Or just give yourself a goal, just one goal. Screw what I said, just one goal of why are you streaming? Answer the question, why are you streaming? Are you doing it for fun? Are you doing it for a hobby? Are you trying to maybe make a career out of it? Are you just testing the waters? Like, ask yourself this question. I think it's really important. Secondly, once you kind of start really thinking about streaming, what I want you to do is go watch your favorite streamer and write 3 things down that streamer does that you want to do. So go find like a couple of your favorite streamers and sit down and write 3 things down that streamer does that you want to do. And then incorporate that into your show with your own little personal touch. So you sit down and watch a guy and say, okay, I really like how this guy greets his chat. And I really enjoy that he plays this type of music in the background. And I really enjoy that he plays these types of games. And then try to incorporate that stuff into your own content. And this will give you like a base. This will help you kind of start to learn. Like, okay, right? Because it's okay to be inspired by other art. All art is iterative in a lot of ways. We all use the inspirations from our everyday life. So I recommend you, as a new streamer, take inspiration from successful creators, small and big alike. Even 10 viewers is successful, and you can learn a lot from a 10 viewer Andy. I learn a lot from my smaller streamers around me. A lot. A ton. I can't express this. Some of my biggest inspirations are from people that have a fraction of the audience that I have. Because those people, they are streaming to 1,000 people in their mind. They're streaming to 100 people in their heart. It doesn't matter how many people are watching them. And they give the best content. So I want you to go and find a streamer and write a couple things down and start there. Emulate them and incorporate it into your own little broadcast and try to figure out how to maybe do it your way. And that's like how you start streaming. Just go and get inspired and just ask yourself why you want to stream. It doesn't matter what the answer is. Asking yourself is what you're doing. It could be 5 answers. You could say, I don't know. Ask yourself why you're doing this. Start getting your brain to tell you why you want to do this. From there, the only advice I can give you is to not settle, to diversify, and to be consistent. Not settling means don't just take the first thing that's successful as the only thing you have to do. Understand that success is going to come in a lot of different directions. And my biggest thing that I see people do is they leave stuff on the table. How do you know you're not going to be the next best Fortnite streamer if you don't try to stream Fortnite at least for a couple months? How do you know you're not the next best Zelda streamer if you don't try streaming Zelda for at least a couple months? And my only advice for all my small creators is that you can't really know if something is working unless you try it for at least 90 days. I call it the 90-day rule. For some of you, you might say that sounds like a lot. Well, it is, but that's how life works. If you don't give something enough time to run its course, then you'll never know if it's successful. I think 90 days is how you can really know, okay, like this isn't working anymore. Okay, this is not working. At 30, not enough. 60, acceptable. But 90 is, I think, the sauce. So you wanna be testing as much as you can. You don't know where success will come from until you try. So that's the first thing I said. Don't settle. What's the second thing I said? So I think when you go into streaming, right, you wanna diversify. Starting streaming on one platform is good because it allows you to figure out what you're doing. Don't listen to everybody. Don't be a streamer with 0 viewers who's posting on every single platform, running yourself ragged and burning yourself out. Stop. Choose a platform and build an audience for a little while. 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year. And maybe do a little bit of posting on other places. But eventually, you need to start thinking about diversification. And diversifying means getting your content on other platforms. The problem with 2026 streaming is you can no longer stream and find an audience as easily by only streaming. You're kind of required to be streaming on multiple platforms at once, or posting YouTube videos, or posting TikToks, or posting on Instagram. So start small, learn your flow, then instantly you need to start diversifying. You cannot build an audience in 2026 on one platform. When I say you cannot, there's always an exception. You might know that guy who did it. Pause. He's the exception, not the rule. Please. There's always an exception. But that's not how this works. And the third thing I told you was consistency. Consistency is king. When people used to ask me for advice, I used to say the 3 C's. Consistency, consistency, consistency. Well, I've evolved my advice nowadays, but consistency is still the best thing I can tell you right now. You need to find a way to give people a reason to come back to you. Let me give you just an example. Somebody discovers you because you're playing Animal Crossing, but then the next day you're playing Call of Duty. That person tunes back in and gets excited to watch their favorite new streamer. But now you're playing Call of Duty. They might not come back. They might say, I'm good on this. I'll give you another example. You find your new favorite streamer. They're streaming at 5 p.m. and then they don't go live again for 3 days. You're probably going to forget about that streamer over those 3 days. So consistency is king. You need to have a consistent schedule or game or vibe or voice or hair or something. You need to give people something to latch onto in a good way, in a positive way. You see, for me, I can tell you my consistency started with the game, but then I quickly realized that it was my vibe. It was my atmosphere. It was my music. It was the tone of my voice. It was my energy. It was my smile. It was my conversation. And I realized that consistency can come in 1,000 different places. You can be the most consistent person that streams 1 day a week. You can be the most consistent person that only streams at 8 a.m. on Thursday and Friday. You can be the most consistent person that only streams at 5 p.m. on the weekends. It doesn't matter as long as you're consistent. You have to show up. You have to show up. And whether it's 1 day a week, every other day, Wednesdays, Fridays, night, morning, you have to build a consistent energy for someone to latch onto. And I think that the game, the schedule, and the vibe of the room are the 3 keys to this. Game is obvious, the game you're playing, the genre you're playing, even the style. People get away with being Nintendo variety. Some people are FPSers. Some people are cozy gamers. Some people are Animal Crossers. Some people are MMOers. Some people are World of Warcrafters. Doesn't matter. The vibe. The vibe is simply the conversation, the energy in the room. Think about this. If you are sitting there all day talking about poop, you're only going to attract people who want to talk about poop. If you're sitting around all day talking about the most negative things in the gaming industry, then you're only going to attract people that want to talk about negative things in the gaming industry. If you're sitting around all day creating energy, that you attract the energy that you bring to the table. So your vibe matters. If you're showing up every day asleep, then you're going to get a bunch of people that want to tune into somebody who's sleepy. Now, if you show up one day sleepy, but the next day energetic, your vibe just got completely flipped on its head. You see, that's one of my biggest things I'm learning. In 7 years of streaming, side note, I'm learning that my vibe is everything and that my game doesn't even matter anymore. And now I'm at a point in my career where as long as I show up every day with the same vibe, I think my audience will enjoy me, and I think that I will be a successful creator. You see, it took me 7 years to solidify that thought in my mind, that to finally come to terms that it doesn't matter. The thing that matters is my energy, is how I present myself, how I feel, how I talk, how I interact with my people. That's the most important thing. It's my vibe. You see, and then the third thing is your schedule. You have to find consistency in your schedule. And people struggle with this part. People struggle with this part. It doesn't have to be every day. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to sit here 6 days a week. You can be a streamer and successful at 1 day a week. Listen, if your show is good enough, people are going to come back for that day a week. They'll even start putting time aside. They'll even start putting time aside just for you, just for your show. If you show up every week at that exact time, you're not late, you're not early, you're there right when you say you will be, every week on Wednesday. So don't overthink the schedule stuff. Just find consistency. Something, you have to give people something to look forward to. And I'll say that one more time. That is the thing that gets people back to streams. They come back because they know what to look forward to. I know when I tune in to Hylian, I'm going to get his voice, I'm going to get his energy, I'm going to get his chat, his community. You know what to expect, right? Don't you all kind of know what to expect when you tune in here? Wouldn't you say I've successfully built an energy that you can look forward to every day? We just had people this morning say that they were having a rough day and they knew that they could tune in here to get the healing energy that they wanted because they know my energy. They know my vibe because I have proved to them that I will bring this vibe 99% of the time, and that you can have faith and you can trust and you can be loyal, and that I will bring that vibe no matter what, 99.9% of the time. You see, you don't do that overnight. You have to build that tenure. You have to show, you have to prove to your people, your audience, your fans, that you are here for the long haul, that you will do this. But this, we're talking on a subconscious level, you know, we're talking about how viewers tick. How do I know? Because I'm a viewer. And I'll tell you right now, there's nothing more off-putting than tuning into a stream and it's completely different than the day I left. It's rough. It's not a bad thing. Sometimes I tune out, but like, you know what I mean? Like it's rough. Like, let me give you a quick example, just real quick, right? Let me give you an example. Let's say I tune into a guy every day because it's just him playing Spyro the Dragon. And one day I tune in and it's him playing Spyro, but he's on a microphone with 3 other people. And there's a bunch of disembodied voices and it's him hanging out with his buddies talking. That's like a huge turnoff for me as a viewer. I'm not saying it's bad content, but me as a viewer, I hate when I tune into a stream and it's him talking with like 8 other people. I hate it. I tuned into that stream for that person. And now I have to listen to Sally, Bill, Will, and get this out of here. I don't want to hear all these voices. I don't want to hear this half conversation that I'm not even a part of. I think it's obnoxious. I think it's annoying and I don't like it. And so I don't watch. I unfortunately, I go on, I move on for that day. I do something else. And that's the kind of, that's like one example of how important vibe is. You know, if somebody tunes into your stream and you're putting off different energy and stuff, like people notice, man. You know, again, I'm learning. I'm 7 years deep and I'm just finally coming to terms that my vibe is everything. And that if I can figure out how to show up to stream every day with a consistent vibe, I will become a more successful creator. Took me 7 years to come to terms with this. You know, it took a while. So there you go. That's the best advice I can give you. A little bit more wordy than I intended. I apologize. I thought I was going to sum this up quickly, but sometimes my words just fall out of my mouth. That's it. That's all I really have to say about it. So there's 3 really strong pieces of advice that you could get, that you could take on. Actionable advice. That's what I try to give out. Actionable advice. Not just, oh, go put yourself out there. No. Actionable, real advice is what you get from me. All right. And I think the only thing that I wanted to say that was on my heart that I didn't say, and because this is the hardest thing to say, and it's that starting streaming as a streamer actually doesn't work, and you should actually start by making YouTube videos. Because I firmly believe that if you learn the art of making a YouTube video and you can get even a little bit of success off of it, you will naturally start to learn the art of live streaming. It's funny though, because good YouTubers are not good streamers, and good streamers are not guaranteed to be good YouTubers. However, I think the YouTube skill is going to carry with you longer and be more important and more valuable than just blindly streaming to potentially 0 people for a long period of time. So if you're sitting there and you're between 2 roads, if you ever catch yourself as a streamer not seeing growth over 6 months to a year and your audience not at all growing, stop streaming and make a video. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying don't stream. It's actually really healthy to stream and have fun and learn how to stream. Like, that's actually a healthy thing to do. I started as a streamer, and I think I'm one of the best out there when it comes to like just my understanding of the space. Right? I think I have a well of knowledge, but I do look back and say the skill of making videos would be more valuable in the position I'm in right now. Because while I've learned how to stream, streaming has a cap of success. Unless you go viral, it has this like hard cap. Whereas like YouTube does not have that same low of a cap. YouTube's cap is a lot higher, and there's a lot more potential to be found via videos and TikToks and short-term and long-term content. So if you start with short form and long form content, and you start to build yourself a little audience that way first, then transition into streaming, you're likely going to build a real audience easier. It's going to be a smoother ride it's going to be a smoother transition, most likely. It's not guaranteed, right? But most likely. So while I do encourage anybody who wants to stream to do it, I do encourage you to make sure that you ask yourself these types of questions and consider video content as well, or maybe even first. But it's a different world. So I can't say it enough. I think that content creation is so much more than making money or anything. It's beautiful. It's sharing your passions with the people around you. And I encourage every single person in this room to make some content sometime, because it's a form of self-expression and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Make some content, have some fun. It's so much fun. And I think that that's really all that matters. You know, so make the content, have fun. And if you really want to grow, consider YouTube, consider videos, consider TikToks, and consider Rosy Poo. Because a little bit of Rosy Poo in your life, you'll be skyrocketing in success. That's actually my secret. Welcome in, Rosie. Welcome in, Raiders. That's actually my secret. That's actually the secret to my sauce. Is I got a little Rosy Poo in my life. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Something that personally helped me grow is to clip content and share it, right? Yeah, clipping content and taking your streams and cutting them up. Like, that's like the secret, right? That's like, yeah, you know, because just streaming, it's really hard to grow, Southman, as you obviously understand. You can still grow. You can still have a good time, but it's a lot tougher. Like, you really do got to do a little bit more. I think YouTube gives you more time to properly make yourself presentable to a big audience, more time to fine tune the small details. And in the end, you learn a lot, which you benefit for live content. Yeah, exactly, Slope. Like, in my opinion, if I could go back and do anything different, I probably would have started YouTube content sooner than I did. I waited until I was like 4 years into my journey before I really considered it at all. Like, and now I'm like learning, and it's a lot. And I feel like learning how to tell a story is really important. Not everyone's a natural storyteller, but YouTube content will help you learn how to tell a story. And if you can learn how to present your content in story form and learn how to speak to people in that way where you're telling a story, even if you're just like giving gaming news, that's like a secret art form that you learn through YouTube. Creating YouTube content can teach you so many beneficial skills that could be applicable to live streaming. That's why I truly do feel like that type of content can teach you a lot and help you better understand like what it means to like entertain an audience. But again, live content's very different, and not all those skills are going to transfer over. Live content requires the ability to improvise, and as Slope said, the ability to, you know, the opposite of what Slope said, right? It's like, you don't have time to prepare. You have to be able to improvise. You have to be able to go with the flow, and you have to be able to lean into things that occur during a live segment. You know, the best live streams you ever watch are the ones where stuff happens that you don't expect, right? And that's what we're talking about, like the impromptu, the improvisation. Just all of a sudden, now you're doing this thing, and it just happening, and it's like, and everyone's there for the ride. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. And then like telling stories, right? Like shiny hunting is like the best example of storytelling. And I always like to use this as an example. Really take a step back and think about what shiny hunting is. So you start off on a journey to go hunt a creature, and a viewer is there for the ride. So they're watching you, and you get 100, and then 200, then 300, then 400, then 500 deep. At that point in time, that viewer could very well be hooked because they are prepared to see you get that shiny. You know, this is the same thing with speed running. What makes speed running such an enjoyable thing to watch is the payoff, is when they succeed in getting the world record. Right? And then it's, oh my God. Right? And it's being there for that moment makes everything worth it. And that's storytelling. That shiny hunting's the same way. Villager hunting was the same way. You build up this tension and you build up towards a goal. And when you achieve it, it's satisfying for everybody in the room. This is an art form. And if you can figure out how to incorporate that into your content and everything you do, then you truly start to entertain. Highly into sense dissent. I like that, counterintuitive. Yeah, well said, Slip Slope. Time zones are so hard. Yeah, they really are, Sister Honey. Yeah, figuring out a schedule and stuff is the hardest part for most people. I've given a lot of people advice, and I've helped a lot of people with streaming over my years. I even run 2 stream teams and everything. And I can tell you right now, the 2 biggest issues I see with creators that are the easiest to talk about and not like on an individual basis is scheduling, consistency with scheduling, and then consistency with game or genre. Those are the things I see hold back people a lot. They're not willing to like really lock into a game or a genre for a long enough period of time to really like see it find growth, or they're locked into a game or a genre that just won't find growth because it's too niche, or bad luck, yada yada yada. There's so many things, right? But the point is those are the 2 big mistakes I've seen where people struggle. They struggle with finding that consistent schedule, and then even when they do, it's like, is it even the right time slot? Maybe this is a bad time slot for the game I'm playing. Yada, 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 yada. That's why you can't get too far into the weeds with stuff. And you want to try to think of things on a lighter note and just try to think, can I just show up one day a week? If you're really struggling with schedule, can I just, you don't get too deep into the variables, because at the end of the day, luck is a big factor of any success in content. And that means that bad luck exists. And that means that you could put the work in and still not find success. And that sucks. So instead of sitting there and thinking about all the things that you're doing wrong, just try to focus on building a consistent environment and trying to find your niche, trying to find your calling, try to find your style, your vibe. And again, diversification into different forms of content, learning how to make TikToks, learning how to make YouTube videos. That stuff will go a long way for a budding creator. It might not look like it. You might only get 50 views a video now, but that could be something that ends up benefiting you 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when you really have a better understanding of content, and maybe you finally do break out and you do get that little bit of luck that you need to have that breakout success. You know what I mean? But they call it a breakout success for a reason, because most people that do this are not successful. And it's sad, but it's true. And most people that do this don't even make any money off of it. It goes from like success to making a living to not making any money at all to, you know what I mean? Like it goes down a tier, and the majority of people are stuck in the bottom. They're not finding any viewers. They're not finding success, and they're likely just streaming and hanging out to like 1 to 5 people. And that's great. That's a successful audience. Not one that you can pay your bills off of, but one that you can grow with and maybe eventually turn into more. But, you got to realize that there's so many moving parts and variables. If you sit there and get caught up in your head, like, I'm doing this wrong, I'm not streaming at the right time, like, calm down and just try to focus on building a consistent environment and just doing things your way, but also considering those 3 things, consistency, doing things your way, your vibe, and just try to find your niche, man. I used to tell people, like, if you think you're too boring, then lean into it and become the boring streamer.
This is epic.
If you think you're too boring, then lean into it and become the streamer that puts people asleep. If you thank you so much for the support. If you think that you are only good at FPSs, then become the FPS guy. If everybody has a thing, there's a viewer out there for every streamer. And streaming is about connecting with people. And somebody's going to connect with you. You're not Gonzo. You're not some one of a kind. Like, no offense. Like, people are going to find a way to connect with you. It's about finding the reasons why people want to connect with you. Why do people want to connect with you? What makes you, you know, and maybe for you, it's the sleepy time streamer who puts people to sleep. Maybe for the next person, it's the hype beast who hypes people up for their mornings. Maybe the next person's the game showcaser. Doesn't matter what it is. Everyone has their own style, you know? I certainly think that we are in an era where there's a lot of different ways to find success. There are people right now who probably are more successful than me who sit there and co-work, and that's their stream. Their whole stream is they sit there and they co-work with you. And they're probably more successful than me, everything. And they just show up and they do another job. They literally show up, do another job, and hang out with you and like provide a vibe. If they can do that and find success, are you sure you're not just overthinking? You can find success. You can find success. But like, you just got to find your version of that. What's your version of that? You know, you think I woke up and was like, I'm going to be an Animal Crossing streamer. Nah, man, I played Animal Crossing because I love it and I was passionate about it. And I thought it was a good idea to stream. I ended up streaming it, fell in love with streaming it. I really liked it. I felt like I was really good at making the game fun. Here I am 7 years later. I just stumbled into AC, you know, I was just like, okay, you know, I played this game my whole life. I think it's real silly. Let's try this, you know? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Sister Honey. That was very kind of you, homie. We still got to catch up, by the way. I'm not just saying that because you threw me a 5-pack. I was just thinking about you last night. We got to play some Forever together, and we got to talk because I was going to help you with something with streaming, right? So we gotta click. I want to do some Forever on stream soon. I'll try to send you a message when I do it. I think I've been keeping up with Forever and their updates on Steam, and I'm waiting to see like an update that looks like it's time to come back and check out more of it. Hopefully it's not gone by then. Watch a streamer that called himself the melatonin of Twitch. That's so good. Another thing that helped me in different forms of content, like if I'm playing a terrible game, I like to do so with people in a call to just openly mock the game. See, that's beautiful. Yeah, thinking of different styles of content. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. I'll move on from the conversation for now, but yeah, I could sit and yap about streaming and content creation all day. All day. I could obviously just sit and yap about it, so. Yeah, it was alert help. Yeah, I'll be reaching out. I caught up on everything but DMs, but I caught up on emails and everything else. So DMs are on the docket here. I'm like, I got like 10 DMs I got to reply to. All right, trying to pay off my mortgage here. Every once in a while, I just like to sit down and really talk about streaming stuff. So I hope you all didn't mind that. I know not everyone here cares about that kind of stuff, but sometimes I get that question, and instead of just giving you a quick answer, I like to dive into a little bit of a real answer, just to kind of share my wisdom and the things I've learned. So hold on, I want to go back to a comment that I saw earlier. Hold on, where's it at? I'm contractually obligated to be here. Where's that comment at? Hold on. Yeah, you can always DM me. I might not get back to you right away, but please DM me. I'll do my best to reply. Wait, what? No, Deza, no, don't. I was looking for your messages. No, you scumbag. Poof, dude, he vanished, dude. He made a comment about my yaps. I don't know what it was. No, you never need to apologize for the deep questions, man. I'll answer the questions I can answer if I have time, and if I don't, I'll just skip past them. Yeah, you can always ask though. There ain't no harm in asking. What equipment wise do you recommend? I just recommend everyone have a microphone. A camera is optional, but microphone is a requirement. And I encourage you to just, any mic will do. And you just want to doctor your mic up with filters on OBS. That might sound confusing. Just know that a little bit of a noise gate or noise suppression or both, and you can do all this through OBS, is your best friend. Any mic will be fine. You can get a freaking Xbox 360 microphone. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, for the most part, it's as long as you're people can hear you and you're somewhat clear. That's all you need. So a microphone is number one. That's it. A good internet connection is number two. Good internet is required to stream. Having a bad stream because of internet is the last thing you want. Microphone, second requirement. Third, I do recommend a camera, but it's not required. So, and that's it. Now, if you're asking, like, you know, what type of equipment, right? Like, what microphone do you recommend? You know, just like a Blue Yeti. Does Blue Yeti still make microphones? I think just a Blue Yeti. Yeah, just go get yourself a little Blue Yeti for $50, $75. Again, you don't have to think about it too hard at all, dude. I really wouldn't. Here's a big piece of advice for anybody out there who wants to stream. Do not invest in a bunch of technology if you're not sure streaming is for you. Don't do it. Go buy a $20 webcam and a $20 microphone that says for Zoom meetings on it from the COVID era. And just go. Just press play. If you're really unsure, reach out to me or somebody to get you a little bit of help and do a little test stream with a friend and make sure that your audio is okay. That's it. Don't overthink it, man. Don't go out buying a whole kit, because what's going to happen is you're going to go out, you're going to buy a Blue Yeti for $75, a capture card for $100, and then that's going to put more pressure on you to stream. And the last thing you need is pressure when you don't even know what you're doing. Don't put that pressure on yourself. Don't spend $100 worth of equipment just to make yourself freak out that you just wasted your money. Right? Because then you're gonna ruin it. You're gonna make yourself forced to do it. You're gonna say, well, I bought this, I have to do it. Nobody wants to stream because they have to stream. That's the worst feeling, dude. Ask anybody who burnt out from streaming. They'll tell you. Nothing worse than feeling obligated to show up every day. You start to shut down fast. So don't go out there buying a bunch of equipment and putting yourself in a position where you can just be burnt out. Don't do that. Just buy whatever, man. Just go spend $20 and just hit that go live button and have some fun, dude. Do not hesitate. Started hating it in the end? Yeah, like it's you're gonna put more pressure on yourself than you think by buying a bunch of stuff, because it puts it into your mind that you have to follow through. I think content creation should be free. You know, that's why, like, one of my philosophies as a streamer is pretty much for the most part, I take off any day that I don't think I can stream. And it's hard because the last thing I want to do is disappoint my audience. But if I don't want to stream, I don't show up, because all it does is make me look like an asshole. Because when I show up when I don't want to be here, I always end up having interactions that are unsavory, and I'm a grump magump, and I obviously just want to be in bed. So I've learned the hard way. Like, you can't force it. Like, this is not the business to be forcing anything. So you learn real fast in this industry that try to take a pressure-free approach. You know, there's no better content than content that has nothing to do with income. Now, it's an art form to turn content for a living, you know, and still keep that charm. And I'd say I do a pretty good job myself, but it's not that easy, you know. Oh, it was a quick summary. Oh, I love that, dude. I love that. The 90-day rule, diversification, and why vibe beats game choice after 7 years. Was that a summary of my stream? Was that like the AI summary? It was either that or anyone else RSVP for the group poop yet? I appreciate that you take off time when you need it. I triple appreciate the fact that you always update the schedule to reflect that. Thank you, Duchess Lynn. I'm going to keep trying to do that. A part of me wants to go back to doing monthly schedules, but just like not days, but like conceptual, like what you might see. So for those that back in the day, I used to do monthly schedules, and I would take the time to go into Paint and I would make them all cute, and I would make them all nice with little pictures of the games we're going to be playing. And I swear I miss it. I miss having like little monthly schedules where you can like have a really good idea of kind of like what I'm going to be doing over the month. Like, oh, okay, he's going to do community game night this Friday. I'll take off. You know, I miss doing that. I might start doing that again because it does help me stay organized, you know. Right now, I kind of do the same thing, but just like only in my mind. I would call sick for a corporate job. You better take off. Yeah, exactly. L Rob, true. True. Get good internet. What's that? My content is intentionally scuffed. I love that. I have a cooking show called Scuffed Eats South, man. I think you and I are pretty similar people in some ways, and I like meeting kindred gaming spirits and creators in the wild. It's nice to meet you officially, man. It's nice to meet you officially. I'm still using my Blue Yeti from 6 years ago. I still got my Blue Yeti in my closet. I almost gave it to Bookworm Maya, but she ended up buying her own. She didn't want to wait for me. You're the broke go? Yeah. Dyslexia. You're the broke go? Homie said you're the goat, bro. Dyslexia is real, y'all. You're the broke go. You're the broke go. No problem, man. You're welcome to send me DMs or anything and ask questions as well. You can find me on Discord and in the panels below or in the description. You can find me on social medias. Not that I'm on there too often. All right, but y'all know what that means. We are out of here today. The broat is going out of here. The bro. You're the broke boat. All right. I'm out of here today. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to check out your stuff, Counterintuitive. I can either check it out tomorrow if you pop in the morning, or I'll look at it in the Discord after the show. I forgot. That's my bad. I'm gonna get out of here for now, though, and I think I'm good at 6 hours. I didn't know I had 6 in me today, but y'all bring the best out of me every day. I'm gonna go and finish doing some work, and I'm gonna chill out for a few. And we'll be back. Tomorrow's a big day for us. We got some gaming news style stuff in the morning, Mario Kart tomorrow night, and whatever we feel like doing tomorrow morning and afternoon gameplay wise. So come on by, and I'll see y'all there Friday night. Yeah. Mario Kart World starts around 4 or 5 p.m. Starts around 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow night. I'm gonna try to be here a little earlier for Kart so we can get some more overseas fam, you know, in for a little longer. I'll see what I can do for y'all. All right. So I'll try to be here around 4 or 5 for that. I'll be here in the morning though. Just a heads up. We'll be here in the morning anyways. Thank you, Counter, for understanding. You're awesome, dude. All right, we're gonna get out of here, and today we will go ahead and raid. We got a beautiful raid from Teegsta. If we could get some raid messages spammed in here. We gotta go give some of that raid love back, and we're gonna go visit someone here in the streaming space today, and we'll probably grab somebody here from our stream team. Let's go see who's around here. All right, let's go and visit. Let's go visit Ren Rear the Fae, who is co-working, and we were just talking about co-working as content, and they are doing some video editing co-working. They're a part of my stream team, Hyrule GGA, and we're gonna go see what their co-working vibes are all about. Let's go see what they're all about. They've been going for a couple hours. I don't know what's going on. Let's go see what they're all about. Let's go visit them and see what. So let's go get our co-working in. Now to watch the Splatoon Direct. I have it up on YouTube if you want to see my reaction. All right, y'all. This is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for the Friday show, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We're out of here. Again, thank you, YouTube. We're not doing raids on YouTube yet. One day we'll figure that out. But for now, YouTube, we're going to fade out. Twitch chat, we are dropping into another stream, and it should be pretty cozy. Should be pretty safe raid here. I imagine they're just relaxing. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. Deku Squad is pooping into your stream. I like that one. All right, y'all. Seriously, a beautiful show. Very yap heavy. We talked about so much of everything. There was a lot of words out of my mouth today, so I'm going to go rest a little bit. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. It goes both ways. It's mutual, man. Thank you, everyone. But until next time, Highly in Descent is signing off. Don't sleep on those VODs I'm releasing on YouTube. Lots of content. Peace. And hit them cat jams. Peace.